Hey, uncle. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop. Oh, we're live. There it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you have a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. So if you tune in here anytime during market hours and you just come to the channel, you should see a live streaming notification regardless. You can watch all throughout the day. You could trade with us, everything. All we ask is that you're positive and respectful. So that's it. We got a big day today. We got Senate Banking Committee with Powell. We are coming off of yesterday with the Moderna vaccine, as well as what else was there yesterday? There's Moderna and then Mr. Powell's comments. So I hope you're ready. It's going to be exciting. We were down a little bit today. We saw Walmart earnings and I believe Home Depot, but I know Walmart was very, very good earnings. And, you know, everybody was hoarding stuff and all that. So that went up. Powell, I don't know what time Powell is going to be at. We're going to have to check on that. So see, you guys see there's the chat too. Shout out to chat. Make sure you guys like the video. You're on mobile. Press high chat. X out the chat. The thumbs up. And if you miss anything, second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. So, oof. Oof. Excuse me. Excuse me. Good morning, chat. Good morning. How y'all living, man? How y'all living? Whew. I got a little bit of heartburn. I don't know what that was, man. That was weird. That was like a hiccup burp. 7 p.m. or a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. You guys are confusing me. No one can invest in China with confidence. I feel, dude. I feel. HD earnings at 2.0. DVAX today, another one. Myrna down 4%. Hi, Josh and Chad. Ooh, Curtis with the badge, baby. What's up? Good morning, baby. Good morning. I'm going to take a pre-market shower, wash the YOLO demon away. That's a smart move. I woke up another amen. Thank God, Joshua. Amen, baby. Amen. When I buy HD calls, I'm trying to back test and look deeper into the play. You don't need to look deeper into the play. I mean, I can find the entry date for you, and then you can just go to the watch list. So find it, and then it's explained. Now, the Home Depot, that was like 600%, and the whole idea of that play was, what's it called? It was the earnings criteria. You know, so it's playing the earnings run up. Like, you could have done the same thing with NVIDIA, but we just didn't take NVIDIA, and NVIDIA kept moving. But that play was pretty easy in the sense that it wasn't anything groundbreaking what we did. Yeah, so I bought it on April 29th. Where is it? Hey, uncle, let me tell you something about your nephew. Where's Benny, bro? Dog, I need Benny. That was the hardest shit ever. But, so yeah, here's the play. We got those at 59 cents. Remember, about 4 of them April 29th. So go watch the watch list around April 28th or April 30th, the day before or after. So those were up like what? I sold them. Yes, I sold out 2 yesterday for $3, and then just holding the last 2. I've hit some, missed some, just trying to fine tune. Well, that's the thing. Understand that. As long as you understand what you just said, you'll be good. That's why I'm saying you don't want to waste too much energy trying to figure it out when it's just like there is naturally going to be hit or miss. You know what I'm saying? You need to just understand the criteria, the pricing in, how the stock has reasonably moved in the past, and then just the nature of the pre-run up, what it does to prices, and then what it does to prices after. So, and then balance the budget, baby. Amen. I'm not decided yet on further relief minute. Good morning, rah. Good morning. I hope y'all slept great. I was a little dehydrated this morning. I had to drink a little bit. I had to chug a lot of water. That feels good. Hey, uncle, you said Snapchat's down? Let's see, I haven't checked. I mean, the basic news today, there was also housing data. I know housing permits dropped this morning, and I don't know what other data we're getting today. That's it. Let's see. Sound like Progress. You haven't drank water in like 13 days. You die. I think you can't go like 72 hours without water. So, Snap's down 1%. Your vids are the good. But thank you, man. God bless you. Let's go. One's at 107. That's the yen. You sound tired? Nah, I'm good. I feel really awake. I just feel I feel like if I talk too much, it's gonna make, or if I talk too loud, it's gonna make me burp or fart. It's really weird. I don't know if you want to hear about it right now. I was like, what does it look? I was like, I'm Abby. We could talk about it, but I don't know. I feel like I'm gonna alienate like half the people watching. It's facts though, bro. It's facts. Yeah, it is crazy, bro. This is really crazy. Better out than in. I feel too much of the man. Yesterday, bro. I took a nap yesterday, and then that's what happened. I messed up everything. I took a nap yesterday before the watch list, and then I did that, and I started doing some real estate stuff after. I didn't eat one meal until like 9 p.m. And then it was that got me. It clapped me. Yeah, HD missed EPS again. Walmart did great, and that's something too. Make sure you guys look at the pricing. But let's see where we at. Hey, uncle, let me tell you something about your nephew. Dog, where's Benny? I need Benny Beats. That was the craziest shit I've ever heard in my life. What do you mean look at the pricing? Look at what Walmart was pricing in before. So, I mean, it's kind of hard now because, you could maybe use the contracts to see what the contracts were at and see what they were pricing in, and now compare that to what they did. Because a 4% move on Walmart is still somewhat expected. You know, like this doesn't look like too big of a gap up. It's bringing them to the price. So the question is, would you have made money on the Walmart? So looking at Walmart, like this is what I would do. Like going back through it. Oh, yeah, Baidu. Yeah, Baidu killed it. See, I can't see the contract prices. I guess they were there at what did Walmart close at? They closed at 127. So these contracts were at 475. And then these contracts were at 382. So they were pricing in $7-8. You see that? Oh, and that's on June though. Hold on. Please hold. Let me connect your call. What was that? See, 315, 241. So it's like what, $5-6? So Walmart was literally pricing this in. You guys see what I'm saying? So you wouldn't have even made any money on this. So even if they hit, like you would have spent 60 cents on these. They would have been a few dollars at the moment. We'll see. Because even though it did move within expectations, they were decent. We'll find out. How do you calculate how companies price it? I literally just showed you quickly. I have a bunch of videos on it. Should buy into W. I think they're ex-dividends today. Ex-dividend, and then Microsoft has ex-dividend in a day or so. Hey, uncle. Oh, no. I don't want. Run it, baby. Who's this guy? What is that? Sorry, I'm trying to find pertinent information. So make sure you guys like the video. You're on mobile, press high chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. You do that, right? Oh, beautiful. Just like that. Second link for the nightly watches. Yes, the stock market broke a record yesterday. Let's get to the watch list. Let's do what these kids do with this list. You know what I'm saying? I heard these kids just watch a list every night. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. It's apparently a new trend among teens. I don't know if they're doing drugs while they do it. I don't know why they're all congregating around the list, but they're just congregating around a list and then they watch it. That's just the thing that they do. It's crazy. Like a star I burst, but don't call me Cosmo, because the second you wander, I'll pull out my Wanda, and you'll get dropped. No stock market options. Tell him, bro, why you snapping on him in this morning? What's up? I'm just trying to get to the watch list. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. Thanks for adding me back on Snapchat. Of course. Don't get mad, though, if I don't, like, answer anything on there. Snapchat's hard, bro. The messages are just so fast to Snapchat. Every time I answer a few, they just... Then one reply turns into 10. It's crazy, but I need to post more on there. I like Snapchat. And if you want to add Snapchat stock, or add me on Snapchat, and then we could, I don't know. So here's the watch list. Second link in the description. Let's get it. Let me get my list out. Today's going to be a great day. I know. Whew. Excuse me. Adobe or V? I don't know. You got to pick. I think both of those are solid. I think Adobe has more growth. We'll see. So, short SPY, long TLT, volatility come back in the market. 3% move coincide with Fed futures. Buying the following calls: Duncan, MMM, LYV, FB, puts, Shopify. Watching the following: CHK, SCO, Myrna. Stay blessed. Much love, everybody. Buying the following: Colt Life bought one contract. Uber 45 call for 17. Looking to scale in further. How's Uber looking? Ubert. Who's Ubert? Get my friend Ubert. NVIDIA beyond Roku Snap. Bought 10 Facebook 230 calls for 10 cents. How that Uber play from the stream last week. TTO and NVIDIA calls. Thanks for your content. Blessings to you and your family. Blessings to Chad. Took the Ed on Peloton. Holding HYG 81 strike. Let's get it. Good morning from San Diego. It's time for pledge. It's cult. Facebook's calls 220, 522 swing for Zuck. Facebook announcement tomorrow on AMD. 54 calls, 522. Let's go. Keep your head in the game. Take it slow. Man, again, look at Mr. Hits, baby. Man, again, I called him Mr. Hits. It's you, man. See, that's just greatness, baby. I love it. You, man, I know what the fuck am I saying, bro? It's early, bro. That's why I was just like, if it's bomb, I'm just like Mr. Hits. That's it. It's you, man. I gotta go bed, man. I don't know. I think I need a poop. I don't know what the hell. I got a lot of gas. I'm not even tired. Just really gassy right now. Okay, we're gonna get through this. Okay, watch list: ROST, TGT, SPY puts 529, 285, CRM. Watching 900-point drop sometimes this week. I feel so. My Nvidia 320 call, Nvidia strong like bull. Got some KR calls 32, Costco 307, McDonald's, Yalla Habibi trying to get that Yemen cheese. Holding HD, Walmart calls looking for play lows in Nvidia. Yeah, a lot of people said lows as a sympathy. Again, you already saw HD. What does he mean by premium? Can someone explain that to me? The price of the contracts. That's what they call it. God is good. Epic record-breaking announcement. Thanks for letting me know. I didn't even know we halted limit up. That's sweet. I know, right? That's what I was saying yesterday. We always pay attention to, like, the halts on the way down, and we get, like, so into it. But yesterday was a limit up. Watching Snap, Verizon, Space, Marvel, YCBD. That sounds like a rap group. CCL, Tesla, let's go. RIP to almost all puts out there. Much love to you, Josh. Saving my money currently for the right moment. We shall see how the reopening goes, but not so much hope. Next earnings will probably see the Reaper. I agree. Only holding Salesforce costs for next month. They were cheap and fit my budget. That's beautiful. I love it. And Myrna calls 6.5. Uber calls 35, expiring 529. Good vibes. Good love, baby. Sup, Chatadonia. Currently watching Walmart for earnings this morning, as well as SC for continuation after the run-up on Monday morning. Let's go. Run up the likes. Playing Facebook at 220 call for a weekly, as well as playing Guild put 70. I like that. Sticking with my core Beyond. I want to look at Beyond too. SPY, Microsoft, AMD, Delta Airlines, AAL. I like Beyond and Microsoft. Nothing special going on with these stocks other than the SPY, but they fluctuate often. Y'all got suggestions for a daily watch list. I think you're doing great. I mean, find the ones that fluctuate and that you like, but now try to pin some more to like news. But it's a decent list. Blessings to Josh and Chad. Keep your head up through thick and thin. Y'all, negative news, stocks go up. Positive news, stocks go higher. Been trying, and that's just sophistication. The market is so sophisticated, it don't respond like a normal human being. The market is sophistication. The market's like a sophisticated watch. It's not, it's like, think about it. Like, do people, like, you think 6ix9ine spent $1 million on that watch just to tell time? It's sophisticated. See what I'm saying? If you I put $200,000 on a watch and it just told you the time, that's don't make sense, but it's sophisticated. See what I'm saying? So it's just the market's so sophisticated. There's so much to it. It's crazy. Sorry, I got real excited with that. Been trying to get an extra couple months on options I'm buying. Hey, dude, the best thing I've done in 2020 is join the cult. I'm up and I'm down, but I learned that time is your friend. Keep up the awesome live stream. Amen. Amen. Watching LRCX for NVIDIA earning sympathy. I like that. All right, Jack. Also watching BA to follow up today's massive ripper. Are they finally under? I think they're in the banker. They're going to probably switch symbols. Yeah, my Robinhood account went up 978. Nice, dude. Thoughts on Pfizer? They're good stock. I mean, I don't know where they're going to be at with the vaccine, but I think they're going to be mixed in this. Call it gold weight stacks for data. We will. That's cool. ACB puts 7.5, 529. I'm blessed to be learning from you. Never thought stocks and options would be my thing. Still don't know if it is. What I'll do for the rest of my life. I love the company and numbers of the school, but I'm trying to get a job at Starbucks. Took advice from you. 9 to 5 is like consistency, so I could trade and not feel pressured to trade with my real money. I paper traded for a while. At the time, I'm making money consistently. It's hard to apply because whenever I get on my actual account, I'm scared to enter in any trade, even selling premium on spot. Who is this guy? Man, I like this guy. I don't know how to get over that, to get in the job, and if it would help me, then I'd love you in the cult for this opportunity. Amen, baby. God bless you. God bless you. Keep it up, man. You're doing, honestly, a lot of good steps in that. I love it, man. Run it up at Starbucks, bro. You get that. You're doing very, very smart things, bro. That's some very, very smart things right there. He's like, I don't know, and I got pressure. I'm going to go sell. I'm going to get a job. I'm going to save some money. I'm going to get the lawn. I like this. Where do we find Anton? I like Anton. Anton, I see you, Anton. I see you, Anton. God bless Anton. Today was a good day. God bless Anton. Weekly CCL 17 calls for 0.1 after scalping the 15.5 call today and 6 Facebook 232s. Good job. I'm new to your channel. It's my 4th video. I just want to say good job. I appreciate you. God bless you. Keep it running, baby. My brother, Anton's real. That was the realest shit I ever heard, man. Honestly. When I read that, and that was some gangster shit right there, bro. Like, tell me that's not some gangster shit. He's like, I want to sell some premium. I need to get into this stock shit. He's like, I'm going to go get this job so I stop tripping on this. He's like, I'm going to maybe paper trade, go to the shooting range. That was some gangster shit. I'm impressed by Anton. Not a lot of people think like Anton. A lot of people don't. Like, Anton just, I don't know what the hell Anton eats his Wheaties. You know what I'm saying? I think Anton woke up. He's like, hey, let me get some Wheaties. I'm ready to win. You know, that's some champion shit right there. So I was like, damn, we're going to put Anton on the cover of the Wheaties box. I don't even know if they still do that, but that's it. Brother and bro, look at home, and they've been doing 3% days on and off for a while. Thoughts on Snap? Considering a put. Also, pins, also considering a put. Well, they're up a lot. I like Snapchat, though. New to channel, I'm trading stocks for 9 months, looking to learn options. I just have a TFSA account, so I'm limited. And watch Nova Document's crazy. Pen again. Advice for certain options. I assume stick to calls. Just go small. Go small is the key. Watch a TGT because of ER as well as Walmart, NVIDIA, any of the penny stocks, Mark, because I like the volume. Except Myrna went for the garbage dump. My weekly MMM 148 call last week went up almost 2,000, only about 1, so I wish I got more, but I was scared. Well, you could always Ghetto Spread. Always Ghetto Spread and roll. Let us see the end results of all these plays. Those numbers must have gone to zeros numerous occasions. Good things for paper trading. Yeah, they usually do. The best way is to just analyze the cash balance. You can see where just it ends up. Anyone having an alternative to shop play like Etsy or eBay? I didn't think about that, but you're right. That's a good idea. So in the morning here, again, if the Shopify Facebook news hasn't come out, there could be other companies to play. Crash though, few circuit breakers, Shop, JPM, SPY, Microsoft, careful hype, make strategic bids, lots of opportunities. Got calls down, made 37, likely sell tomorrow, buy more contracts. Buy more initial bullish run. I love your intro song. I loved you. Screamed about Lavidian last week in the chat. Sad. No, I thought it was expensive then. I just thought it was expensive the whole time, and I didn't think they would go back that high. But a lot of people got NVIDIA. I think I'm one of the few who didn't. Just started looking how to trade options. Found you. Been watching for the last 2 weeks. Oh my God, thank you. Follow your plays. Do something I can afford. Got 4 Uber contracts, 33.99 on the way out. The money plays. All right, get that long term, baby. Get that long term. But Ricardo, I thought that was Mustafa for a second. That was weird. Check out Dow. Everyone's thoughts. Watch a DPZ, which appeared on CAAC. Love you, Chad. XLF, Disney, JP, UPS, GLD, shorting WB, puts on WB. On WB, yeah, a lot of WB puts on BA. Target, remember they have earnings. ACB puts, Aurora Camp. Man, y'all crazy, bro. Let's go. Aurora Cannabis family. That's not your family. I'm just telling you now. That's it. They scamming you. What's up, Chad? I have a question. Platform on NVIDIA. Digital printing is U.S. crypto. All right. No, I didn't get to all of it. There's a lot. Bro, I got close that time. We used to be able to go through all of that. That's crazy. But I lagged a little bit. Aurora is a scam. I believe so, in my opinion. I wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole. Even then, I would think it was like COVID, even if I touched it with a 10-point foot full. You know what the fuck I'm saying. I don't think it would be that safe either. So, but I do know we live in the greatest country in the world, baby. So if you don't realize that, I need you to look around. I need you to look in the mirror. I need to look at your neighbors and the people who've sacrificed a lot. You live in the greatest country in the world. Wherever you start, you won't end there. I know there's a lot of bullshit. I know there's a lot of crazy shit. But the fact of the matter, wherever you start with, if you decided I don't want to end there, eventually you will not be there. That is the beauty of America. We have a lot of freedom. I encourage you to use it. I encourage you to love it and enjoy it and recognize what you got. And at the same time, recognize why you have these opportunities. It is the people before you. It's the people that have made sacrifices. It is our veterans. So shout out to all of our veterans, our active servicemen, our past servicemen, our cops, the public servants out there, the firefighters, the teachers, the doctors, the nurses, everything. We love you. God bless you. Thank you for what it is. We wouldn't be here, and I hope you guys really, really recognize that, because these people have sacrificed a lot, and I love you guys, and thank you. And before we trade a stock, before we talk any nonsense and bullshit, and I go crazy, at least it starts with this, and we know where it is. So thank you for your service, and honestly, I mean, try to say thank you to a vet, man, if you guys can, and just don't even say thanks. It's not about the words, you know. It's like general and like real, genuine appreciation. So I love you guys. Right hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send it the Jets! Let's go, baby. It's game. Oh, whoa. Almost knocked over the computer. Oh, man, the Jets, baby. Let's go. Yes. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Woo, the Jets got me sweaty in the morning. Woo. Woo. Bro, what conservative plug in my channel? I just like America and the country I live in and was raised in. You fucking, I don't know what's wrong. Why wouldn't you love that? You were born here, huh? I was born here too, but my parents, well, I loved it. Shout out our fans, baby. Shout out our country, man. I love y'all. That's crazy. Someone called me out. They're like, you're a patriot. Why are you such a patriot? I was like, why is patriotism bad? God bless America, baby. God bless America. That's it, baby. I love it. God bless you all, man. See, amen. Shout out my people out there who understand it. Can we live stream the Zuckerberg announcement? I don't know if it'll be like a live event like that. UNH up 275. Oh, I forgot about the UNHs we got. I forgot about UNH. I forgot to put that on the watch list yesterday. Oh, UNH got clapped. So watch Walmart again, HD. Any earnings continuations, again, give it, what's it called? Give it 10 minutes, 5 minutes. See the first initial moves again. Home Depot, Walmart specifically. Remember, those are the earnings ones. Pixie halted. I don't even know what Pixie is. I think they do like a, yeah, I don't know. It seems like they were trying to get hype on it like a month ago. They were trying to do some COVID hype a month ago, and it didn't get traction, and then I think it just did today. What is Pixie? What's Shifty Pixie? Does anybody know what like the actual staffing solution? Yeah, right? It said something like that. It says they're gonna do this and this. I was like, I was saying they're gonna do a lot. Yeah, Facebook's going. Again, let's see this Chopper Pops. The Shopify's went down from yesterday. They're still up from when we bought them. Walmart big candle, yeah, it dropped again. Watch HD and Walmart. Again, both of those are 2 earnings. So remember, a lot of the big moves. Walmart was in line. I think they both were in line with expectations. I think Home Depot was pricing in a lot more. Because remember, if we sold our contracts for $6 and we're not at the money, yeah, I think Home Depot was. This one didn't move as much. For the long term, I like them. Qualcomm could be good, especially with NVIDIA again. Any of the chips have done good, and I think that's going to even be a play here in a little bit is domestic chip makers, so Qualcomm, Intel, anything of that nature. But again, it depends too, whether you're trying to trade it or what. Facebook up, yeah, is our contract up? What's the point of showing up if you ain't showing love? Oh, the Facebook's up 45%. I only got one of those, and then the UNH is clapper-roonied. The UNH is actually, UNH is down 30% from when we bought it. Let's see. If Walmart bounces from here, that's good. If Walmart drops from here, that's going to be bad. What's happening? The UNH play is down, but I'm going to hold that. Earnings and expiration. Beyond up 4.5. I like the Beyond play. Was it? No, SRNE was the other day. HD didn't drop as hard. HD was pricing in a way bigger move. So if HD dropped, the option price was pricing in a bigger move than HD. HD cucked. If you really think about it, it really didn't do anything. This was the move it had yet. Remember, it went up $7-something yesterday. Oh, SPY's coming down there. That was weird. So look at your 4th-minute candle. That's a pretty sizable candle. That's half a point in 1 minute. It's super cut, right? Tomorrow at 10 p.m., I'm going live to share new product updates. We've been looking forward. Oh, Mark. I already knew that was Mark. I could read it. It just sounded like a robot when he read it because I was like, why is Esmond telling me? And then I was like, tomorrow at 10 p.m., I'm going live to share new product updates we've been working on to help small businesses. I don't know how he says it, but it's crazy. Oh, Mark. Is the market pricing in bad news? No, we did. Someone posted on the watch list. I think it was a good point. They said, they expect like a 900-point drop. There's going to be volatility. But, this is, if anything, this is a reaction towards yesterday. And, again, it's just digesting. It's digesting the initial news and then the news following up, everything. Land that I love, stand beside her and guide her to the night with the light from above. From the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans, white with snow. God bless America, my home, sweet home. I know, that's really random. Bro, I don't know. I was vibing to that in my head. I was just looking around at these stocks, and I just saw, like, I swear it turned into a movie, bro. I just started seeing, like, American flags. Yeah, I don't know. It was like it had, like, a weird opacity. I don't know. I think I just hallucinated. That was crazy. I just felt I don't know. I felt really America right there. That was crazy. That was beautiful. I loved it. And then the Spy's at the same spot. I mean, it's only been 7 minutes. Don't worry. Fast selling Walmart. Yeah, it sold off 2%. I mean, watch both those HD in there. I have it up there. I have the option chain up. On Walmart. I'm gonna switch to Walmart HD. Thank you for your patience. Amen. God bless you. I love it. Trying to listen to your music at work. I don't have music. It's my uncle. You can search him up on Spotify and Apple Music, and then even SoundCloud. Thoughts on Planet Fitness overvalued? I saw Planet Fitness IPO in like 2014, 2015, and I used to think that, but their business model's killer. They're good. I mean, obviously the Corona is killing them, but if I could pick them up at the same price back then, I would take them. I think actually it's a great business model, and I think it's scalable, and I think, I don't know, I think Planet Fitness is good, just even as a company. I honestly, I feel so weird saying that out loud, but yeah. Got my Abby Vi dividend. Yeah. I just wish they would add saunas, but that's part of it. You see what I'm like? It's like a budget. It's like a budget brokerage. They're like the Robinhood of gyms. That's straight up. That's the best. Yeah, Planet Fitness, right? Yeah, it's like the Robinhood of gyms. I remember when it first started, I was like, what is this? I was like, who's going to go here? But it's like everybody goes there, bro. And like, it's cheap, it's easy, it's purple. It's just literally like Robinhood. It just has like different colors. Like, they're like pizza. Do you think it's going to go up or down? Call or put pizza. Okay. They're like, okay. So, yeah, it's purple. You know that. You know when I say it's purple, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You know exactly what I'm talking about with the color schemes and all that shit. You know exactly what I'm talking. Don't even try to play me. Yeah, bro, $10. It was like Robinhood Gold. They're like, hey, you could just work out here for free, and then if you want some extra features, it's just $10. We got level 2 workouts. When you guys get mad, that's it. There's no weights. I'm suing Planet Fitness. This guy keeps using the weights. He doesn't even lift weights. He's eating pizza the whole time. Gosh, there's no motivation at this gym. No, I'm kidding. I love it. Yeah, but Planet Fitness is a solid stock, though. I wish I got it cheap. I literally witnessed that thing grow in front of me at a crazy. I mean, go look at their filings, too. Like, honestly, like, that is a good example. If you guys go look at Planet Fitness and, like, how much money they earned, I mean, it's a very, very good sign. You'll see. So what do we got? We got 20 minutes for the Facebook Shopify's news. What's up with the pizza? Bro, it's game changing. I didn't understand at the time. I remember it was like 2015 when like they said, oh yeah, you get pizza on Fridays. I thought it was a weird, sick joke. But man, little did I know. These people run it up for the pizza, bro. Wish I had some of the video. I feel you, man. That's why I was just going to be selling the premium. Wait, seriously? Yes, bro. They give out pizza on Fridays. Like, they actually give you pizza. Like, it's like, hey, it's cool. Like, yes, it's not a joke. That's like a serious, like, marketing thing. Oh, what's up with Facebook? Mark Zuckerberg's going to announce a set of small business products related to like e-commerce and stuff. So that's why we bought Shopify and Facebook yesterday. He brought that up yesterday during his thing. And then again, I brought this up on the watch list. Some people, he's been saying this since May 1st. So, and isn't that crazy? It's May 19th today. So hopefully you guys realize, if it hasn't scared you, that we're almost halfway done with 2020. You're more than halfway done with May. So, well, but he said that since May. So some people think it was priced in. I think Shopify was already up, but we're going to find out here in 30 minutes or 20 minutes. That's apparently when the report is going to come out. So I dropped my Acorns investment account and use the money and choose. It's up to you. I mean, I think it just, one has the fees and how it is, but totally up to you. Yeah, Walmart recovering. HD did a little better. I like Beyond. I like Beyond a lot. I'm going to see the prices. I just think it's going to be, I don't know. I feel timid. When can we expect the Uber and Grubhub deal to solidify? We don't know. That's going to be a game of musical chairs. That's why last week we played it at the Friday. There wasn't in, and think about it, we haven't heard any news on it this week at all, except for yesterday with Uber, but that was just specifically to Uber. And the Uber white with snow. No, it doesn't hit the same. You copy NVIDIA? I think I'm going to sell the premium. I know for the very least, I've seen some crazy premium moves on NVIDIA. I don't know if it could go up more. So I'm missing out on all this run up, but then it's kind of like looking like my bank account, because anytime any of the run up you miss, you could just sell it and collect the premium. That makes sense? No, they don't feel me. Is Shop overvalued? I mean, I don't know about overvalued, but Shop has a high value. And then I think it was 2016? Shopify IPO'd in 2016 at a solid price of about $20 a share. That's when you were able to pick it up. So overvalued. I mean, they've also made a lot too. They've 10x their stock. I believe they've 10x their revenue. 20. Yeah. You guys don't know that? The fuck? Do y'all ever? Y'all look at these stocks sometimes? It's crazy. Yeah, look at this shit. It was $40 and came down to 20. Yeah, 2015. No, I was like, yeah, $29. Dog shit, bro. And then that was at 700 in 4 years, 5 years. We're selling premium and it's been working great. Amen. That's what that's something I realized yesterday. Dude, this is summer. Like, think about that. This is summer, so things might slow down a little bit here, and it could get very, what's it called? Could get very, very, very premium selling favor. All I ever wanted, yeah. So tell me what to buy now, or I spam the chat. Down. Sorry, again, I'm losing it today. My bad. That's a good one, though. That's a banger. On the list, can you elaborate on the game plan in hand? Just don't forget about those. So I remember there's been the small therapeutic companies, the small biotech firms, and then there's been the bigger ones that were tasked to, that were tasked to go about this whole thing, right? With the virus. So remember, Novartis and Sanofi, those were big players, and then even Novartis and Sanofi, I don't know, I think it was Sanofi is necessary to mass produce any of them. To mass produce any sort of pill or system. They're the ones who have it. But those two guys are on there. So remember, we still have those. And then someone was even saying, I think Myrna's mRNA is very, very related to NVS. And then NVS, hydroxychloroquine, that's what Trump was saying yesterday. Random actions are indication that NAP is needed. Maybe. So I think Bitcoin is overpriced. I bought that shit at like $300. It could stay up here. You know what I'm saying? I'm cool with that. I'm not going to buy anymore, but I'm going to keep it there. So God bless you. I copped the blue light looking glasses. You should cop one too. Okay. We're hitting a new low. Again, it's starting to get a little bit bigger. It's only been 16 minutes. I'm waiting. I like Beyond. Where did he take it? I don't. Was he negative? I thought Fauci was the one who was negative on hydroxychloroquine. I think Trump was just. I think Trump has always been down with hydroxychloroquine. Taking a break from the hospital. Oh, the trading doctor. God bless you. Thank you for saving lives, bro. That's it. And you better not blow it on the market. You know what I'm saying? I know too many doctors. You guys are good at being doctors, but then y'all low-key gamblers. So you better, that's it. Don't gamble on your money's life. Just keep it alive. That's it. Fauci is a whole scam. I don't know what Fauci is, honestly. I just think Fauci is just a really, he's an icon. he's honestly just an icon living. He's like a young Jaden. Doctors are speculators. No, for real though. I've seen I know some doctors that are just they're smart people. You don't become a doctor. You got to be a dedicated ass to become a doctor. So the long term should be jumping. But I've seen some doctors and they just go crazy. And then also lawyers too. I've seen people in the crazy professions. I think it's they'll blow off steam on the market sometimes. But it's good to see. As long as you have a long term, you're good. Not all doctors are good people. I mean, shit. Keep that in mind. Engineers, yeah, the engineers are. You guys, yeah, you guys are up there. You guys are analytical. So sometimes what I've noticed with engineers, all my engineers are good people, but they're timid. They don't when it comes to stocks. They're the ones that always ask me the most technical questions, not technical and they need to know before they're it doesn't make sense. So they'll be more timid to make a move, but then they're when they do make a move, they're good. I like the engineers. But the engineers are smart. That's it. If the engineers sprinkled a dash of Josh stupidity on them, they'd be killer. That's it. Because then they would just jump into it. You can't overanalyze. Exactly. That's it. You feel attacked. I know. I'm sorry. I'm totally just breaking you guys off and judging you by your occupation and then characterizing you and your personality and your traits based on your occupation. If anything, it's called job racism, but there's no race. So it's occupationism or jobism. And I sound like a real bigot, actually, if it comes down to it. I'm oh, these engineers, all they do is just think. The doctors are gamblers, So I feel you. My bad. I'm just, I'm trying to. What about bankers? You see, any bigot, I'm not going to look at my own kind with negativity. I like the bankers. They're just some of them are dirty. That's all. Some of them bankers aren't real bankers. That's all. I ain't trying to be rude. Giving the crazy follow this guy from his side. He had a great life. Take no. Amen. Well, thank you, man. That's cool. I appreciate that. I hope you guys. That's what I like to see, though, man. And that's why you guys see. At the end of the day, that's why chat is great. We all have collective knowledge, man. Isn't that crazy? Look at someone's the lawyers. You guys are all saying your occupations. Think about that. We got lawyers, doctors, engineers. You got people in banks, mortgages. You got everything in here. So let's go, baby. Let's source that info. Let's go, baby. Framers, web design, pastors. Amen. Okay. That wasn't an occupation check. If anything, posture check. Okay, just no, stop. This is no. Ben, I love you, Ben. You guys see how it happens, right? It starts with one. It's like boop, 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 boop. It's okay. Lexus ad on the way. Get him. Welcome to the cult. It is the... Damn it, Beyond Meat's running. Damn it, those already went up 50%? Crazy. Is that what? Weren't we close to 160 that one time? I really like Beyond Meat. They're just expensive. Yeah, like really expensive. No, I'm gonna wait on Beyond Meat. I want them, but they're expensive. They've already went up a lot. You could debit. Yeah, you could debit. Debit spread will get you a good opportunity in there. Yeah, you do a debit spread for $1 with like $3 gain or $5 gain for like $1 or $2. Where's the market red? It's not red too much, and then we'll see. But there was some negative data in the morning, housing data. But there's another reason, primarily. I think it was some of the earnings premium, and just coming off of the big move yesterday, and we didn't have anything to really follow it through. But this is kind of the follow up from yesterday and the pricing and everything. Yeah, Nvidia's on the high, W's on the high. Shopify needs to die. Facebook news in 7 minutes, I hope. We'll see if you guys want to stream it. Disney is down due to streaming chief leaving to become TikTok CEO. He did? Is that what happened? Did we not learn anything? You know what happened? We stopped the NBA because of the Chinese money, and then what happened? We got the Wuhan. Okay? That's it. We're trading. We're just leaving. That's it. We're just taking the TikTok money now. That's what I'm gonna call it. TikTok money. That's it. Oh, it's in 3 hours? Oh, shit. The UNH play, I think it's down 30% right now, or 40. No, UNH is break even. What? Dude, that's crazy. That play was down 30% this morning. That's really weird. I bought it at 40. It's 35 on the bid, 42 on the ask. Trading fraternity merch. I mean, there's a secret hut you have to find. We're not allowed to disclose that information, because I don't know what you're talking about. When you say your credit spreads, are you talking about vertical spread puts? If we do credit spreads, yeah, I haven't done a credit spread in a minute, but we need to. That's what I'm saying. I think a lot of this could be good. If I own 100 shares of stock, I could sell premium. Yep, you could sell to open. That's a covered call, just like we did yesterday on Uber. You know, we Ubered everywhere. I lost $50 today. Come on. Snapchat Beyond. Bro, it sucks. I wish AbiVi would drop more, man. We're only up 2% on the AbiVi. That's why it's like I want to buy more, but like I really, and then I'm mad. I'm mad at AbiVi because we didn't get enough before X dividends, so I'm going to have to hold it for another quarter. What's the most I've lost in a day? It was like 60 or 70 grand or some shit. W going nuts. Yeah, remember W got clapped though the other day. Snapchat, I just put that shit on Mars. What's the most I've earned in a day? I think it was like a quarter milli. No, but then I've had other stuff with like equities and buyouts that have led to a larger one, but it wasn't like, it was like a cumulative led to a big amount, but that was just because of a news events and something I've held. Was that actually your money? Well, it was my money. It was profit I made, but like it was still my money. Like if I just took all that money out, it would have been mine. Like I gambled it. No, it's just I didn't take, that's it. I woke up, I didn't sell out of something. I had equity and the equity dropped. Big spy rip right there. Even from here, we made a Beyond's running. I want the Beyonds. I like the Beyonds, but they're just a little too expensive for me. I'm blessed like the pastor, the one that whips the Rolls Royce. I got the money faster. It's like I had no choice. Ooh, that's some old one. I think your uncle made 100K one day, then lost it. I could lose 100K. Next day, I get it back. Hey, man. Leave $1 in dividends. I got like $20 or something. Bro, my dividend is like, it's shit. And I was thinking about the other day, and I hope you guys see this. This is going to go to building a position. I hope you guys are, well, here, take a look at the long-term portfolio. You guys had, isn't it weird the other day I bought those 100 shares of Uber, but that's the second biggest position now. Do you see how weird that is? Think about that. So why is it bigger than Abivai? So I hope you guys understand what's going on. At a certain period, until Abivai's dividend comes around or we could get a better price, we're going to be unbalanced for a little bit. But pretty much I have cash ready to go. And the idea is put that said cash into said stock. You see what I'm saying? So, yeah, we'll watch. Powell? Is Powell coming on right now? Green yesterday starting. Let's go, baby. You made 200K off me. That's good, baby. Make sure you get a long-term account, bro. Long-term in property. That's what someone told me. They said it the other day. They said they turned 49 off of TLT. They turned $20,000 into $490,000. And I was like, okay. And they said they bought a rental property. So just do that. Just get something. Make sure that's the equity value. Just make sure you trade in your work for something that will stay there forever. Even half of it. Bro, TLT was nuts. How much money we all made collectively was stupid. Like, again, God bless America, and I'm glad I'm alive. You talking a physical house? Yes. No, I'm talking a fucking house in Minecraft. Go get do they have Minecraft rentals? Anybody know? Anybody know the cap rate on that? Yeah, no, you want a real property. You get them cheap, believe it or not. I was gonna say Minecraft. I don't know, man. I was like, that's crazy. Yeah, but that someone did that. Someone did that. You should gather how much data. We already have. I think it was around $200 million. It was either 20 million or 200 million. So we're either missing a zero or adding a zero. It was ridiculous. The numbers get 30,000% or 50,000%. It gets crazy when there's 6,000 people. It adds up. I know. I remember 200 too, but it just seems so unbelievable to myself. Like 20 million without a doubt. I know 20 million without a doubt. 200, that's a lot of millions, bro. That's a lot of millions. Like 20, like you could run up 20. You know what I'm saying? Either way, yeah, God is good, man. That was a fun March 6th, 2020. None of you will ever, I will never forget that date, bro. That was the first time it hit. He'll never make the same using the ghetto spread. Yeah, so you gotta be careful. Sometimes the ghetto spread will keep you in the ghetto. That's what happens. You gotta be careful. That's it. Got you. March 20th. Nice. Happy birthday. No, I feel you, though. I've had some bad ghetto spreads. The ghetto spread's great. I mean, it is. But someone said that the other day. They were like, the ghetto spread's a scam. I was like, nah. You just don't know how to move. And like, I feel you though, because I've done that. I remember I did that with the first TLT. I ghetto spreaded that shit early, and got clapped. I rewatched the video. It's 200 million. You said a few years we would find out which under. Yeah, I know. I agree. Yeah, I agree. That's why I think when it's all said and done, in a few years, we will find out who we blew up off of TLT. I was telling that story to somebody the other day. I forgot. I was explaining it to someone. I think it was to my sister. I was trying to explain to her how that POWELL's going on. Should we get him up? We have a video on the TLT play, you guys. If you guys just look it up, it's literally how I turned $500 into $40,000 or 50,000. I don't even know. It was cool. You could watch the video, and that's some real life. Snap rip. I want snap. So again, like I just showed you guys, the idea here, what we're going to be doing is we're going to need to balance out everything else.
Treasury and the Federal Reserve's 13.3
Who the fuck?
Emergency lending facilities.
All right.
And programs in support of eligible businesses, states.
They're talking about the Main Street lending. Oh, we still have to go over the notes from yesterday.
Title IV of the CARES Act provided $454 billion.
I know you guys aren't going to hear it. Just let me. Please hold while we make audio
the Federal
adjustments.
Reserve's emergency lending facilities that facilitate liquidity in the marketplace and support eligible businesses,
no, I retired.
States, local governments.
I just think I'm
tribes.
over it forever. Yes, bro. We're going to hit another one. We own TLT.
Under Section
God
13
willing.
of
God
the
willing, we
Reserve
will
Act,
hit another TLT.
and plays a critical role
you don't ask
in
me about
stabilizing
TLT.
markets.
You ask God.
Both prior to and after the enactment of the CARES Act, the Federal Reserve announced the establishment of, or its intent to establish, several emergency lending facilities to support financial markets and businesses, including some that are supported and funded by the CARES Act. Last week, other members of this committee and I had a robust discussion with Vice Chairman Quarles on these facilities and stressed the importance of getting facilities like the Main Street lending programs and the Municipal Liquidity Facility up and running quickly to provide a lifeline to struggling businesses, states, and local governments. Again, I stress the importance of setting these facilities up quickly and allowing broad access. There was also a discussion about whether it is acceptable for the Treasury to take any losses on investments put into the special purpose vehicles that the Fed will lend for various programs. The 13.3 facilities are a critical component of a strong economic recovery, which reinforces the need to have them quickly operational, broadly available, and as flexible as possible. Title IV also contains robust oversight provisions, especially the one that brought us here today, Section 4026. It's critical that each federal agency follow all reporting and oversight requirements in the CARES Act. Other steps are already being taken to ensure appropriate oversight. Last week, this committee voted the Special Inspector General for Pandemic Recovery favorably out of committee. And yesterday, the Congressional Oversight Committee published its initial report on oversight of Title IV. The CARES Act is the biggest rescue package in the history of Congress, and we need to make sure the dollars in program quickly find their mark. During this hearing, I look forward to hearing more on an update of the status of the Treasury loan programs, 13.3 emergency facilities, and the Paycheck Protection Program. Steps the Fed and Treasury have taken and will continue to take to provide transparency into the loans and loan guarantees under the CARES Act, and how the unused funds from Title IV will be prioritized and leveraged to provide additional liquidity to the economy. While not part of Title IV of the CARES Act, SBA and Treasury have worked around the clock to ramp up the Paycheck Protection Program that has approved over 4.3 million loans to small businesses that amount to about $513 billion. According to the SBA, the overall loan size for the PPP is $118,000. And during the second round of PP funding, the average loan size has been around $70,000. On April 28th, Treasury and SBA announced that SBA would review all PPP loans in excess of $2 million.
That's a lot.
To make sure that the borrower's self-certification for the loans was appropriate. Last week, SBA and Treasury provided a safe harbor for loans under $2 million. Finally, on May 8, 2020, Commerce Committee Chairman Wicker and I sent a letter to Secretary Mnuchin on the Payroll Support Program, requesting a detailed report on the status of the program. And on May 12, Treasury announced the new transparency measures with regard to the PSP. I encourage you to continue your work with the applicants and update the information as additional funds are disbursed. I commend each of you and your staff for the hard work and extraordinary actions you've taken to stabilize the economy and provide support to Americans during this trying time. Thank you for joining us today to share your agency's activities and plans in response to COVID-19. Senator Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank Chairman Crapo for following the best advice of health experts and holding a virtual hearing to prevent the spread of coronavirus. I welcome Secretary Mnuchin and Chairman Powell to the Senate Banking and Housing Committee. Thank you for joining us. I am still outraged by Leader McConnell's reckless decision to keep the Senate in session, putting Capitol Hill workers, including Capitol police officers, custodial staff, floor staff, cafeteria workers, putting all workers at risk. Leader McConnell has forced workers to go against public health authorities' advice for 3 weeks now. Whoa. He still has no plan to get additional help for families and communities. The House passed a bill that incorporates many of our plans. The American people are rising to the challenge. Their leaders are failing them. Leader McConnell says he sees no urgency. Those are his words, no urgency. Before we begin, I'd like to pause for a moment to recognize all the workers who have lost their lives on the job during this pandemic. The coronavirus has been the great revealer. It's brought out the best in our communities. We remember the spirit of solidarity that created our social safety net during the New Deal and inspired World War II victory gardens and powered the civil rights movement. Today, that spirit of solidarity reveals itself in hand-sewn masks and fire escape applause for hospital workers and video conference play dates as millions of individual Americans pull together to do their part to flatten the curve. But this pandemic also lays bare how corporations that now claim their workers are essential have for too long treated them as more of a cost to be minimized. Since the bailouts of the financial crisis, many of us have been concerned about how our country rewards Wall Street and too often ignores the people who make our country work. Whenever we're asked why wages for these essential workers are stagnant, we're told we can't afford it. Companies would have to raise prices if they paid people more. Never mind that CEOs were getting huge raises, Wall Street investors,
Facebook moved 50 cents.
Never mind that low prices don't do you a lot of good if your wages stay low right along with them. Our economy has been paying the price for that.
This is a congressional meeting. Don't get fooled. I know it's a Zoom, and it sounds a little different. You just respect them more when they're in a big room, but this is a Congress meeting.
Or making low wages to begin with, now worried about their future. Our economy grinds to a halt. In fact, the only thing keeping our society running in the middle of this crisis is American workers, those who stock our shelves and deliver our packages and fill our prescriptions and prepare food and care for loved ones. A grocery store worker in Ohio told me recently, I don't feel safe at work and they don't pay me much. I don't feel essential. I feel expendable. We're asking people to show up for work and risk their health and risk their family's safety. Perhaps we're finally realizing the words of Dr. King ringing true, that one day our society will come to respect the sanitation worker. For the person who picks up the garbage in the final analysis is as significant as the physician. If he doesn't do his job, diseases are rampant. All labor has dignity. Yes, all labor has dignity. You might think that a time when we're demanding
all
more
labor
from
has
essential
dignity.
workers
Amen.
than
That's
ever
my work,
before,
baby.
that people who punch a clock or swipe a badge, people who take care of our families and our elderly, mostly women, often black and brown workers, you might think they'd all be getting a huge raise. Our economy is supposed to reward people whose talents are in high demand. That's what we're taught. That's what CEOs tell us, right? But that's not happening. Workers are getting left behind again. As essential workers go home to their families, think about this. After a long, stressful day, they're wondering how they're going to pay their rent. They're wondering how they're going to afford another week of groceries. And they wonder whether they're going to infect their families after going to work. Those are the ones that are working. How about the 35 million Americans who've been laid off from their jobs because of this crisis? When we passed the CARES Act, we tried to address this. We
let me give you guys more
to make
context.
sure that the trillions
So let me
of
let
dollars
you
in spending
understand this
wouldn't
a little
just go
better.
to Wall Street like it usually does.
You have to understand who are they talking to. They're not just telling this to you, and he's not just saying this so you guys are like, oh yeah, oh my gosh. They're talking to Mnuchin and Powell right now. Understand that context to get a better idea of what's happening.
Chairman Powell, I appreciate your recent comments about how Congress needs to do more to put money directly in workers' pockets. I agree, of course, with that. If Congress does not act now to put money in the hands of people who actually power our economy, in workers, their families, in Main Street businesses, in struggling communities, we risk making the economic crisis worse. Leader McConnell needs to let the Senate take up the House bill immediately. Debate it, negotiate it, argue with us, fight over it, but do something. Congress has an important responsibility also to make sure the $500 billion we've already approved for the Fed and Treasury is actually getting to workers. And from what we know so far, it does not appear that this administration or the Federal Reserve are making workers their priority. Today, I look forward from hearing from both of you, Mr. Secretary and Chair Powell, not only about what
they
you're
do
doing
this every
for big banks or big corporations. We already know that, and how you expect the money to trickle down, but how you're making sure the money and the authority Congress gave you actually help the people who make this country work. I want to hear how it's going to be different this time. I want you to explain what you will do.
So they want to know what happened.
So
They're asking, they're just saying every they do this about twice a year. They question the Fed, and then now they're mixing in the Treasury because of everything going on, and they want to know what did you guys do? So this is a really important analysis of what's happening and kind of with everything. So this, again, he's talking to Powell.
Senator Brown. We'll now move to the testimony. Secretary Mnuchin and Chairman Powell, your full written statements will be made a part of the record. We will now go to your oral testimony. We'll start with you, Secretary Mnuchin.
So these are the prepared statements. Most of this has been leaked, I think. So you already know what to expect. So the market might not move too much. We'll see.
How the Department of Treasury and the Federal Reserve are working together to provide liquidity to the financial system. Our programs support the flow of much-needed credit to American workers, families, business, states, and municipalities. I am testifying today on camera at the request of the committee. I look forward to testifying in person going forward in a safe way with proper social distancing according to medical guidelines. I want to begin by acknowledging the unprecedented challenges the American people are experiencing due to the COVID-19 pandemic. This disease is impacting families and communities across the nation. Through no fault of their own, the American people are also enduring economic challenges. I'm inspired by our nation's medical professionals and first responders on the front lines taking care of our fellow citizens. Thanks to their efforts and unwavering commitment to their communities, I am confident that our nation will emerge from this pandemic stronger than ever before. President Trump and the entire administration are committing necessary relief to help people get through this time. The Treasury Department is working hard to implement the CARES Act. We appreciate Congress working with us to enact the statute, which is the single largest economic relief effort in the history of our country. We also appreciate the feedback we have received from members of Congress on both sides of the aisle as we implement a number of the critical programs established by the CARES Act. We have worked closely with the Small Business Administration on the Paycheck Protection Program to ensure processing of over 4 million loans for over $500 billion to keep tens of millions of hardworking Americans on the payroll. We are proud that nearly 400 community development financial institutions and minority depository institutions and many small banks and non-banks are participating in this program. We have issued more than 140 million economic impact payments for over $240 billion to provide direct relief to millions of Americans. The typical family of four received approximately $3,400. We have distributed about $150 billion to states, local, and tribal governments through the Coronavirus Relief Fund for Essential Services. We have also approved nearly $25 billion in payroll support to the airline industry to protect this critical sector of our economy. Turning to the central focus of the hearing today, the CARES Act also provided authority for $454 billion in support for the Federal Reserve lending facilities to provide liquidity to the system. Since March 17th, I have approved the following facilities: the Commercial Paper Funding Facility, the Primary Dealer Credit Facility, the Money Market Fund Liquidity Facility, the Term Asset-Backed Securities Loan Facility, the Primary Market Corporate Credit Facility, the Secondary Market Corporate Credit Facility, the Main Street Business Lending Program, the Municipal Liquidity Facility, and the PPP Lending Facility. We have committed approximately $200 billion in credit support under the CARES Act. We have the remaining money to create or expand these programs as needed, and we continue to monitor a variety of economic sectors closely and are prepared to support these programs with the Federal Reserve as we need to move forward. We are sympathetic to the hardworking Americans in business enduring tremendous challenges due to COVID-19. We have had to take unprecedented steps to shut down significant parts of our economy in the interest of public health. As a result, in the second quarter of this year, we are continuing to see large unemployment and other negative indicators. It is important to realize that the large number represents real people. This is why it is so important to begin bringing people back to work in a safe way. As we listen to medical experts, we are optimistic about the progress being made on vaccines, antiviral therapies, and testing. Working closely with the governors, we are beginning to open the economy in a way that minimizes risk to workers and customers. We expect economic conditions to improve in the third and fourth quarter and into next year. I want to conclude by thanking the hardworking people at the Treasury, the Federal Reserve, and throughout the administration. Under the leadership of President Trump, I am proud to have worked with all of you on a bipartisan basis to get relief into the hands of hardworking Americans and businesses as quickly as possible. While these are unprecedented and difficult times, these programs are making a major positive impact on people's lives. Together, we will destroy COVID-19 virus, and our country will emerge from this pandemic stronger than ever. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss these efforts today, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Secretary Mnuchin. Chairman Powell.
Chairman Crapo, Ranking Member Brown, and other members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today at the first quarterly hearing on the CARES Act. This is a worldwide public health crisis, and healthcare workers have been the first responders, showing courage and determination and earning our lasting gratitude. So have the legions of other essential workers who put themselves at risk every day on our behalf. As a nation, we have temporarily withdrawn from many kinds of economic and social activity to help slow the spread of the virus. Some sectors of the economy have been effectively closed since mid-March. People have put their lives and livelihoods on hold, making enormous sacrifices to protect not just their own health and that of their loved ones, but also their neighbors and the broader community. While we are all affected, the burden has fallen most heavily on those least able to bear it. The sacrifices we're all making represent an investment in our individual and collective health. As policymakers, we should continue to do what we can to help cushion the blow. The scope and speed of this downturn are without modern precedent significantly worse than any recession since World War II. We're seeing a severe decline in economic activity and employment, and already the job gains from the last decade have been reversed. Well, more than 20 million people have lost their jobs, and recent Fed research shows that what others have also found, that people earning less are the ones being hardest hit. This reversal of economic fortune has caused a level of pain that is hard to capture in words, as lives are upended amid great uncertainty about the future. The Federal Reserve is committed to using our full range of tools to support the economy in this challenging time. Our actions so far fall into four categories. First, outright purchases of treasuries and agency mortgage-backed securities to restore functionality in these critical markets. Second, liquidity and funding measures, including discount window measures, expanded swap lines with foreign central banks.
Listen to what he says, and then let's see what the response is.
Facilities to support smooth money market functioning. Third, with additional treasury backing, facilities to more directly support the flow of credit to households, businesses, and state and local governments. Fourth, temporary regulatory adjustments to encourage and allow banks to expand their balance sheets to support household and business customers. So far, we have created 11 facilities under Section 13.3 of the Federal Reserve Act to support liquidity, funding, and the flow of credit. All of these facilities have been undertaken with the approval of the Treasury Secretary, and many of them are supported by funding from the CARES Act. I've discussed these facilities in greater length in my written statement, which I've provided to the committee. At the Fed, we're committed to transparency, particularly in deploying our emergency powers. Public faith in our operations depends on that transparency.
This is what he needs to explain.
Thank you, and I'll be happy to answer
come
questions.
on. So that's the next thing. They're going to grill him on why he chose to do the emergency cut. That's what we need to know.
Well, I'll begin with you.
So this is going to reveal a lot,
As
hopefully.
you know, with regard to the municipal facility, the thresholds for cities and counties are established, but they are established at such a level that many of the small cities and counties across the United States cannot apply for individual loans. You have indicated that it would be contemplated that the states be able to apply for loans for these smaller cities and counties. And there's a lot of concern out there about this. I'd like to ask you to clarify that it is intended that these dollars do reach these small cities and counties, and tell us the process by which that can be accomplished.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We, as you've seen, we've been gradually expanding the scope of potential borrowers in this world. And there are 50,000 entities capable of borrowing, so we need to draw some lines to be able to handle this. But in the first instance, we've said that we will always be willing to lend to a state and allow it to with the purpose of downstreaming to counties, cities, other subdivisions of governmental authority within that state. So that's one thing. We also lowered the size of the city. I would tell you, we're continuing to look at ways to accommodate further borrowings, including perhaps in the case of states with relatively low populations where the only borrower with access may be the state government itself. We're looking at ways to make sure that in those states that we address the needs of potentially another borrower or two, and that's something we'll be working on going forward.
Well, thank you very much. And Secretary Mnuchin, to you, with regard to the 13.3 facilities, the CARES Act appropriates, if I recall correctly, $500 billion to be utilized through the Exchange Stabilization Fund to help facilitate the implementation of these Section 13.3 facilities by the Federal Reserve. Most of that has not yet played out, correctly? Am I correct?
So there's
yeah,
of the
bro, this
500
was something
billion,
I had.
approximately 50 billion was in direct lending programs from the Treasury, and 450 billion was available for the 13.
I think they did a lot of stuff that they never put into action, like the Main Street facility.
Allocate the rest of that. The only reason I have not allocated it fully, is we are just starting to get these facilities up and running.
Yeah,
we want to have a better idea as to which one of the
facilities
they
jawbone the hell out
more
of it.
Capital, as well as the potential for adding additional facilities. So I expect to allocate all the capital as needed, as was given to us.
And
so they got all this money approved, but it has not gone out in the system yet.
Once the money is allocated, as you've just indicated, to a particular facility, and the Fed implements that facility, then that money can actually be leveraged into much greater amounts of liquidity for whatever market or situation that is addressed, correctly? Is that correct?
That is correct. Depending upon the credit risk, it depends on the leverage. We've allocated with the existing capital up to about 2.3 trillion in existing facilities. And Mr. Chairman, let me just make a comment, because I know there's been a lot of questions as to whether the Treasury
hold on, we'll talk. Someone remind me about that.
With that, I would say the answer is
the leverage of the allocations.
Yes. The way these facilities work is in the facilities that don't have any credit risk, such as the PPP. I approve those without capital allocated. By definition, any facility that the Fed believes puts them at risk, I do put up capital. So by definition, that capital is at risk, and we are fully prepared to take losses in certain scenarios on that capital.
Well, thank you. And I have just about 50 seconds left, and I want to stay with the time. But there have been some allegations that just big companies are being benefited by these facilities. Could you address that, Secretary Mnuchin?
Well, let me just comment. The announcement of the corporate bond facility without putting up $1 of taxpayer primary and secondary market for corporate bonds. So companies such as Boeing that I had expected would need to borrow from us on a direct basis were able to borrow $25 billion in the primary markets. So I would say in the best case scenario, the markets open up and we don't need to use these facilities.
They gave Boeing $25
in the case
billion?
of Main Street facility and the municipal facility, which we expect both to be up and running by the end of the month, we expect these to have a big impact on both those markets.
Thank you very much. Senator Brown.
There. You ain't going to hear about that in taxes,
the workers
right?
who have kept our country running during this public health emergency.
My guy.
The essential workers that we all pay
He's ready to clap.
service at least to are often the lowest paid workers in our economy. They're usually women. They're disproportionately black and brown workers. Too often they don't have a union. They're low-wage workers who do the laundry at hospitals, who prepare our food. They put their lives on the line to keep our country running. They're still worried about paying the bills, staying afloat, and staying healthy. Ms. Secretary,
he's saying they were going
to,
then it led to something else. What?
Mr. Senator, I apologize due to the technical issues. I didn't hear the beginning of your question, so I heard you think that's fair, but I didn't hear the question.
The people who are we call the essential workers, and we call out and thank, those essential workers are often the lowest paid workers. They do the laundry, they're the custodians, the security people. They prepare our food, they put their lives on the line for very low wages, and they're still worried about their paying the bills. Is that fair?
Well, Mr. Senator, I just want to thank all the essential workers, whether it be the healthcare people, the
thanking is great, but these are people. Is it fair that our economy pays the essential workers so little in such work conditions?
Mr. Senator, some of those people are paid less than others. Again,
my question is that fair?
Again, Mr. Senator, I don't know what specific workers you're referring to.
I can lay them all out. I'll try the chairman of the Federal Reserve. Chairman, is it fair that those workers who are exposing themselves to this virus, that are making low wages, we call them essential by all of our definitions? Is that fair?
You know, those are workers who are in.
He won't answer the fair question.
In the service sector. That's what's unusual about this, is it's all about the service sector, and particularly those parts of the service sector that are where there are lots and lots of in-person contact. And those tend to be lower paid workers, and they're definitely the most affected. And I would just say that, you know, all of our efforts are to do what we can to help those people and create conditions so that they'll have the best possible chance to get back to work.
Well, some of the best things you both could do is to support pandemic pay for these workers and support another recovery act that included more dollars for these low-paid workers who we continue to celebrate as essential. Mr. Secretary, we passed the CARES Act to help millions of workers who make our country work. You've set up CARES Act programs to lend trillions of dollars to companies. Am I right that you're not requiring companies to use the money they borrow to keep their workers on the payroll?
Mr. Senator, I am following what was the exact letter and spirit of the law that we negotiated with you and others on a bipartisan basis. In some of these facilities, there are specific requirements, and I assure you that the chair and I are absolutely enforcing those requirements as required in both the literal and spirit of the negotiations.
Well, that was nice sounding words, but the administration is willing to send people to work without regard for their safety. But the administration is unwilling to make sure these trillions of dollars in taxpayer money will help these workers directly. Secretary Mnuchin, let me go somewhere else. Public health experts have told us it's not safe to reopen the economy until we have worker protections in place that will control the spread of COVID. Things like testing, contract tracing, protective equipment, efforts that the president has clearly failed to lead to help our country. Secretary Mnuchin, you said there's considerable risk of not reopening, that keeping some businesses closed could cause permanent economic damage. How many workers will die if we send people back to work without the protections they need? Mr.
Yeah,
Secretary?
you guys are gonna.
Mr. Senator, we don't intend to send anybody back to work without the protections. And
I'm
I would
trying to
say
kill
I was
nobody,
prepared
bro.
to come there today. I thought it was safe to testify. Matter of fact, I already was at the Senate this morning
That's why he
wearing a
doesn't.
mask.
Yeah, watch.
And I assure you,
The
both
senator doesn't like
myself
that.
and everybody on the
He
task
doesn't like
force,
people
the vice
going in.
president and others are following the best medical advice. And I couldn't be more proud of the medical advice that we're getting and the way the economy is opening up in a safe way.
He's so mad at that.
So how many workers should give their lives to increase our GDP
Yeah.
by
See, but watch.
0.5%?
So watch. You guys are gonna realize like it's gonna be like funny. They're gonna like clap back at each other. I mean, Mnuchin's like definitely getting the business from this guy. But if you've never listened to any of these, this is normal. This is Congressional Senate Bank. This is the Senate Banking Committee. So these guys just literally their job is to grill what the Federal Reserve just did. So some guys like him, they're going to get real emotional. They're going to just say, tell me if it's fair. Tell me how many people need to die. You know, some of these guys won't understand certain things as much, or they're going to have different views. So keep that in mind. Pay attention. This shouldn't move the market too much. However, I know there's going to be a gem drop by either Mnuchin or Powell on this. This is Fed guidance. So
state against state, he's played
just giving you guys the
hospital
update
against
so you
hospital
understand.
to get protective equipment. Everybody in the country, your comments notwithstanding, knows that. Chair Powell, you said last week the additional fiscal support could be costly, but worth it if it helps avoid long-term economic damage and leaves us with a stronger economy. So Congress needs to think about more than just the national debt right now. It's less costly to act today to help people than to pay for our failure to act in the future. Is that right, Mr. Chairman?
And if you'd answer quickly, Mr. Chairman.
Sure. Well, that is what I said. I said it could be. This is really a question for Congress to weigh. I wanted to call out a risk there, which was the risk of longer-term damage to the economy, and that's what I was doing. And I said we may need to do more, and Congress may as well.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, one brief comment. The administration thinks we should put more workers at risk to juice the stock market. They haven't come up with a basic plan for how to protect workers when they go back to work. When President Trump and Leader McConnell want to give away trillions and tax breaks to billionaires, the price tag didn't matter a couple of years ago when that happened. But we need to spend money now to keep workers safe in spite of the comments of some in the administration and some in Senate leadership. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, thank you. I think that I would disagree with that characterization as well, but let's move on to Senator Toomey.
All right, Mr. Chairman.
Everybody like the video. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before. Drop your thumbs up on the video.
I just want to follow up on this discussion about additional
That's what they said on the Zoom call.
Remind everybody, while we authorize something on the scale of $3 trillion to round things off of direct spending and lending, and then authorize the Fed to complement that with another roughly $3 trillion, that could be $6 trillion. That's like 30% of our entire annual economic output. And in fact, actually, more than half of it has not yet been spent or lent. So I think you can make a pretty strong case that before we rush out and do another spending bill, we actually let some of this stuff go to work and understand the consequences of what we've already done. I appreciate the chairman observing that his comment, while I think it was often mischaracterized as calling on Congress to pass a new bill, in fact, it was much more nuanced than that, and it acknowledged, among other things, the potential cost of new spending. The comment that you made at the Peterson Institute, Mr. Chairman, do you still stand by that comment?
I do. And would you like me to expand on that, Senator?
I think we covered it, so I appreciate that. Let me move on to follow up on something the Secretary said about reopening. I think it's worth remembering why we shut down our economy in the first place. It was a very specific reason, and that was to prevent the virus from spreading so rapidly that so many people would get sick so quickly that we would overwhelm our hospitals. Well, it's been clear for weeks now that we're not going to overwhelm our hospitals, certainly not in Pennsylvania, and I know not in most of the country. And so I think it's essential that we begin the process of carefully, thoughtfully, and safely reopening the economy. Secretary Mnuchin, the longer that we continue a shutdown, when weeks turn into months, doesn't that necessarily increase the risk that some businesses will fail, some jobs won't be there to go back to if a lockdown and a shutdown continues indefinitely?
That's absolutely the case, Mr. Senator. There is the risk of permanent damage. And as I've said before, we're conscious of the health issues, and we want to do this in a balanced and safe way.
Thank you. So
why y'all phasing me like that?
For either of you on this one, I want to talk a little bit about the Main Street programs. First, give us your best estimate of when we can expect borrowers to actually be able to access funds from these programs.
I'll go ahead. So on Main Street and frankly on all of the other facilities, we expect all of them to be stood up.
That's the
and,
information we want. We want Main Street
I don't say
lending.
that it won't be a day or two into June, but that's our expectation, and the funds should be flowing directly after that.
And very briefly, would it be possible to characterize the remaining hurdles you've got to get over in order to start actually being operational?
Sure. So it's all of them are complex and challenging. Main Street is in a class by itself, really. It is. It's not the bond market, right? These are small and medium-sized companies. They live in a world of bank lending. That's a world of negotiated documents, and we're trying to enter that world and make loans to qualifying buyers. So we've set up, big operations at the Federal Reserve Bank of Boston and hired service providers, and we're doing all of that to be ready to face off against it. It's a very diverse, small, medium, and large.
This is what it
companies,
means in English.
With very different credit needs. Some of them asset-based, some of them cash flow-based. So it's a really complex undertaking, and people are working literally around the clock and have been for weeks to get it ready by the end of this month.
Thank you for that. I also observed that one of the conditions of these facilities is that the banks who are acting as lenders, and by the way, I'm hoping that non-banks can participate as well, business development companies and others, I think.
It's not skipping them. It just allows less regulation for the Fed to give money to literally whoever they want.
Some of the risks on their own books.
Which is new.
And I'm wondering what kind of reaction you've gotten from lenders and potential borrowers. What kind of participation are you anticipating? Do you think there'll be strong demand for these facilities given the way they've been structured?
There are three facilities. We've had a lot of outreach to borrowers, lenders, everybody going back over the last couple of months. And three facilities will probably attract different levels of demand. We are getting a good deal of interest and inquiry on them. And I think we'll find out fairly quickly. You should know that we will continue to be prepared to adapt, as we have shown. If the uptake is not what we would hope, then we'll be prepared to go after that and try to find ways to address the needs of this area of the economy.
All right. Thank you very much. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Reid.
Chairman Powell, thank you for your great leadership. And I think you recognize that state and local governments are absolutely critical to our response to COVID, but also to our economy. It's been estimated, for example, that there are 20 million jobs in state and local government, that they contribute, state and local governments, 8.5% to national GDP. And we all know they're facing dire economic circumstances, projected 10% budget losses this year, 25% next year. How likely will it be for us to have robust recovery if our states do not receive additional and flexible fiscal relief, not alone from the Fed, which increased their leverage, but fiscal grants to the states? How robust can our recovery be if this key sector is out of play?
Senator, I don't want to get too into individual fiscal proposals. Those are really for you. I've tried to stay at a fairly high level on this. I will just echo, though, that I think something like 13% of the workforce is in state and local government. A lot of the critical services that people rely on day to day are, provided at the state and local level. With balanced budget amendments, that means that balanced budget provisions in state constitutions. That means that when revenue goes down sharply, it can mean job cuts, service cuts. So those are all important things to consider in going forward.
Well, thank you. Secretary Mnuchin, I just want to make a comment because I made this comment to you repeatedly. That is, I do believe that within the coronavirus relief fund that we passed, you do have the flexibility to provide support for the states when it comes to lost revenue.
That was a weird Uber move.
This lost revenue was not anticipated in their budgets, far from that. And second, it is directly related to the COVID virus. If you go to most states, it is directly related. So I would urge you to relook, as you've done at PPP, and you've tailored that several times, look back again and reconsider the ability to use flexibility in this coronavirus relief fund. So that's just a comment, Mr. Secretary. Let me return back to Chairman Powell. Chairman Powell, we know that unemployment is going to be something that will be with us for a while. It's about 15% now. I've seen estimates as high as 20 or 25% next year. And yet our unemployment insurance programs are keyed to a date. They will end at a certain time.
Remember, keep in mind the dates.
Do you think it's important for us to have the confidence and give confidence to people that they can still receive funds like this, even if the date is surpassed, the economy is still in disarray, and states are still looking at 10% unemployment rates? Don't they need that certainty? So we'd have to build in some type of test, not a date, but a test for unemployment compensation?
Senator, again, that's a question about a specific fiscal policy, and that really falls to you. We try not to get into too many specifics.
My job.
I will say though that the risk that I called out last week and that I've been concerned about and others have is that long periods of unemployment can really affect people's ability to go back to work because they lose their networks, they lose their skills, they lose contact with the job market. So I think anything that keeps people intact is probably hopefully in their job, but in the meantime, keep them out of insolvency and things like that. Should the expansion start later or take longer to get going, those are appropriate things for you to look at.
Thank you. Just a final point, Chairman Powell, that I think we're missing the boat once again. This is sort of like deja vu. I was here in 2008, 09, 10. And we leaped in to help the mortgage market with both feet, but we didn't help people avoid foreclosure. It seems to me that that's what we'll do again. Unless we have a fiscal program that provides resources to keep people in their homes, when they can't pay their rent, when they miss their mortgage payments, that'll put pressure on the mortgage community, and you and the Fed and the Treasury will rush to the help. Wall Street will get to the help. Main Street will be left behind. There'll be, as there was in 08, 09, and 10, thousands and thousands of people without homes. And any economic recovery is going to be slowed by people in those conditions. So I would just ask whether you consider this fiscal response to the core problem. People can't pay their rent, they can't pay their mortgage, is probably the best response rather than filling in later.
I think you're right. It's foreclosure. Waves of foreclosures can undermine household finances, obviously, and or as a result, bad household finances are troubled. But of course, in this case, there has been some significant forbearance on that, and I think that's again something to continue to consider.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chairman Powell and Chairman Crapo. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to the panel. Thank you all for being with us this morning. Really important time in our country, and no doubt that the global pandemic has really shocked the world and, frankly, shuttered a lot of businesses. And because of the Paycheck Protection Program, I think the two tranches of the Paycheck Protection Program has saved, from my understanding, somewhere near 50 million jobs. The first tranche, about 30 million jobs. The second tranche, about 20 million jobs, and we still have about $100 billion left that we can deploy into our communities. With that said, thinking about the backdrop of $100 billion left in the PPP, Mr. Secretary, I think you know that I feel really passionate about helping the underserved communities, whether that's Horry County in South Carolina or West Virginia and some of the rural parts of West Virginia. Very often, small and minority businesses are the lifeblood in those small rural communities. And frankly, we have the Minority Business Development Agency that has done a really good job of helping to deploy some of the resources from the Triple P into those underserved communities. My question is,
Triple P sounds so much
use the
less
MBDA
LOL
or some other mechanism to get
than
more of those
PPP.
resources in our rural communities, or frankly in our inner city communities, where perhaps the Paycheck Protection Program has been more intimidating for smaller businesses like barbershops and beauty salons, some of the rural gas stations that may not have the banking relationship that was necessary at the beginning of the program, or
the people's paycheck
1099, which means that basically they had to wait a week before they were able to get in the cycle. How can we help those organizations and agencies like the MBDA actually provide the marketing so that more people understand the benefits and they understand the program of the Triple P? Mr. Secretary.
Well, Senator Scott, first of all, thank you, because we appreciate the work you've done with us on this issue already, and we will continue to work with you and others. One of the things we are very pleased about the additional money is that the average loan size has come down considerably. I think we all had certain concerns about, in the first tranche, how larger companies were prioritized. I believe that's now been corrected. I also couldn't be more pleased how we've been able to get sole proprietors and others into the program. And as I have said, is fortunately right now we still have a significant amount of money left, but we are very much willing to consider the bipartisan request of reserving money for CDFIs at the end to make sure that the underserved communities are properly served in this program. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Once again, let me just say to you, since I can see you on the screen, you have done a fabulous job under intense pressure and without any question.
Not what I heard.
Recognizes the valuable service that you've provided to our country. And
I wish I could see the face of the other guy.
Your accessibility. Under pressure, you have still been very receptive and responsive, and that is to say a lot under the current conditions. So thank you very much on that. And
what if he was like, but tell me, do you think it's fair?
You talk about forbearance very quickly there, and this is an issue that continues to grow in importance and really in urgency, whether it's a small business, whether it's the residential market or the commercial market. The one concern I have that continues to grow would be commercial mortgage-backed securities. There are a number of shopping centers in South Carolina and frankly throughout the country where, having spoken to some of the folks who own those shopping centers, like 20 to 22% of the folks are able to pay their rent, which means that we're looking at a domino effect in the mortgage market, whether it's commercial and frankly residential, the same concern. I'm not sure what the answers are. Certainly, it's either forbearance or frankly bankruptcy for many firms. What should we expect? What should we anticipate from the Fed and from the Treasury as it relates to creating more liquidity in that market? And is there, I don't know that there's a silver bullet. I don't see a panacea, but what would you both suggest that I should tell my constituents on this really important issue? Thank you.
So it is an important market. As you know, we've supported the CMBS market with our open market purchases, and that did help that market keep functioning.
I love Powell.
In addition, legacy
I love
CMBS
watching him, and I love listening to him. It's
term
so
asset loan facility, which
no
is an
homo, man.
asset-backed
I love
security.
him.
It's an important market. We continue to monitor it. The 13-3 facility is a lending facility, and that's the tool we have. Not every problem can be successfully addressed with such a facility, but where it can be, we're willing to take a hard look.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Secretary, anything to add to that, sir?
Quickly, please.
Again, I would just add both working with the FHFA as well as Ginnie Mae on the agency side, and then working with the Fed on the securitization side. Unfortunately, securitizations have certain limitations, but we continue to do this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I may be over my time. I can't see the clock, so I assume that I have 5 more minutes left.
I've been trying to tap. I'm not sure if everybody's hearing the taps, but I'll do something louder.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. Senator
This is like your parents on like Xbox Live.
State and local governments are facing unprecedented budget
Yeah, I've been trying to
challenges.
just send you an invite.
We're looking at an enormous wave of budget shortfalls about to crest, which will lead to a devil's cocktail of devastating layoffs, dangerous cuts to public safety and essential services, and massive local
It's not a
tax
physical
increases.
facility. No, good question.
Any one of those ingredients alone threatens to make this economic
It's like a new
crisis
company, a facility.
even worse,
Think about it in that sense.
and the combination of all three is almost unthinkable. The Bureau of Labor Statistics just reported that state and local governments laid off nearly 1 million workers in the month of April. That's almost 1 million firefighters, police officers, teachers, emergency health personnel that should be on the front lines of the public health crisis, but are sidelined instead. So, Chairman Powell, let me just start by asking, do you agree that our economy will get worse if state and local governments are forced to lay off even more firefighters, police officers, teachers, and emergency health personnel?
Well, let me say what we are doing, Senator. We are, we have a liquidity facility that is there to address the short-term liquidity needs that these entities have because of their loss of revenue due to the effects of the pandemic.
Do you think
that's really the tool that we have to?
I appreciate that, but that's not my question. My question is, if states, counties, municipalities continue on the path to lay off, we have 1 million laid off, even more. Just from a economic situation, doesn't that make the economic recovery even worse?
Essentially, yes, Senator. And we have the evidence of the global financial crisis and the years afterward where state and local government layoffs and lack of hiring did weigh on economic growth during the period.
Well, one of the tools we have to alleviate this problem is by using the money Congress provided in the CARES Act to bring down borrowing costs for our state and local governments so they can set the stage for a strong recovery. I was glad to see the Federal Reserve support local governments through the municipal lending facility, but frankly, I don't think it's enough. In a letter that I, Senators Tillis, Brown, and Murkowski sent to you and Secretary Mnuchin last week, we called on the Fed to establish another facility, one that would purchase medium and long-term municipal bonds, both directly from issuers as well as on the secondary market, and thereby ensure our state and local governments can continue to finance key public services and invest in infrastructure in other areas to jumpstart our economy and get Americans back to work. Will you commit to work on that proposal that the senators sent to you?
Yes, we'll take a look at that, Senator. I will say, though, that generally with 13.3, what we're trying to do is address liquidity needs, and those are really longer-term funding needs. But notwithstanding that, we are taking a look.
I appreciate that. In a speech last week, Mr. Chairman, you said, quote, additional fiscal support could be costly, but worth it if it helps avoid long-term economic damage and leaves us with a stronger recovery. The trade-off is, of course, for our elected representatives. And, I agree. The hit to our states, cities, and counties is tremendous, and it's not just specific to my state of New Jersey. Projections released by Moody's reveals that every state in the nation is already or will soon face historic budget shortfalls. Just to pick a few examples, they found that Ohio and Arizona are each facing a fiscal shock totaling about 20% of their entire state budget. And for some states, the numbers are even worse, like West Virginia, which is facing a 40% fiscal shock. Like you said, the Fed can't be expected to solve all of our problems. Yesterday, I introduced SMART Act, which is a bipartisan, 3 Republicans, 3 Democrats, to provide $500 billion in direct support to our state and local governments. It's the first bipartisan bill of its kind in the Senate. And I think when we have colleagues from Mississippi, Louisiana, and Maine on the Republican side, it's not a partisan issue. Would that be the type of solution that can get us back in terms of the states into fiscal recovery?
Senator, we try to stick to our knitting over here, and we that we've done what we can with the municipal liquidity facility, but those questions are really for elected representatives.
Let me just close on this. A lot of minority-owned businesses are not getting access to the Paycheck Protection Program as we in Congress intended. I know the secretary has been receptive. I hope you will be receptive as well to allowing community development, financial institutions, and minority development institutions get greater access to these programs and to the lending facilities set up on the CARES Act, so these funds can reach businesses in low-income and underserved areas of our country. It's just still not happening. And I urge, the Secretary, I believe, has been rather receptive about this. I'd urge you, Mr. Chairman, to be receptive as well.
Thank you. We'll next move to Senator Sass, who will be with us by telephone. And Senator Sass, I will tap at about 30 seconds left of your 5 minutes. You can proceed.
Perfect. Thank you, Chairman. And gentlemen, thank you for both being here. Sorry that I'm in the hallway outside of a Judiciary Committee hearing, so don't have the Zoom camera here, but I'm grateful for both of your time and responsiveness on this. I want to start by asking about some of the recent cyber attacks. We've obviously seen an increase in schemes directed at financial institutions that have been active in trying to help with corona response. And I'm just curious as to if you have any update for us on the cybersecurity attacks we see in this space.
That's a good question. He's like, I know I'm not. He's like, that's why I'm not on Zoom.
Well,
And I'm
I
calling
would just
it.
comment on that we have a department within Treasury that is actively working on all these issues and coordinates and make sure that our infrastructure. I will just give a pitch for our Secret Service bill of moving the Secret Service back to the Treasury, because the issues I think they can help with is on these cyber-related issues. But I can assure you we have all the resources working on this jointly and take it very seriously.
Awesome. Very reassuring.
Institutions that don't have the scale to have huge cyber defenses on their own. And when we see foreign actors doing stuff like this, it's obviously critical that we view this as a whole of society problem, not just these institutions alone. So thank you for your pledge to keep looking at that. Chairman Powell, the Fed has done a series of announcements over the last 2 months about the 13.3 lending facilities. And in the announcement of April 9th, the Fed announced that the term asset-backed securities loan facility would be expanded to include commercial mortgage-backed securities, as well as static collateralized loan obligations. The Wall Street Journal described that expansion as, quote, the Fed will in effect be buying the worst shopping malls in the country and some of the most indebted companies, close quote. Could you give us your perspective on the Wall Street Journal's characterization of this expansion? And are they right about the risk levels with some of the commercial properties? Obviously, as America goes through this experience of Corona time, lots and lots of people are not just doing telecommuting and distancing for the present, but we see in Silicon Valley lots of companies planning to migrate their long-term strategy, and I would assume that's a
don't say that. Lending tips is going to go crazy.
Be on the hook for flooding into that space. Can you help us understand how you'd respond to the Wall Street Journal's argument?
Sure. First, in TALF, we're supporting asset-backed securities markets broadly, which that's consumers, that's car loans, that's credit card loans, things like that. In addition to the CMBS you mentioned, now we're only buying the AAA rated piece, and we're only buying it with a good size haircut. So the credit risk is actually very, very low on this to us. And the same thing is true of the CLOs.
This is important. He's saying, so they're only going to buy the top-rated shit. High HYG is going to get clapped. I don't know if it's HYG, but any high-yield credit.
Some China IP issues that you and I have discussed before. Obviously, the Chinese government has been stealing American intellectual property for decades to fuel its economic rise. And while we've indicted companies and individuals for cyber espionage and for some of the theft of this intellectual property, we rarely see any sanctions for these crimes. For instance, we've indicted Huawei and its subsidiaries and its CFO for a long list of crimes, from the theft of trade secrets to sanctions evasion to money laundering, but we haven't placed any sanctions on Huawei itself. How do you and the Treasury Department assess the costs and benefits of utilizing sanctions against some of the Chinese Communist Party's economic champions like Huawei that obviously are not really private sector companies? They built the business side, the sort of ostensibly private sector side of their organizations by stealing IP, but the back end of Huawei is obviously hooked in not just to the Communist Party, but to military intelligence. So why do we continue to treat these quote unquote companies as if they're really private sector? Where do you come down on the cost benefit analysis on utilizing sanctions?
Well, I think as a matter of policy, and I've said this before, I don't comment on future sanctions actions, nor do I comment on specific sanctions on specific companies, although I will tell you that the issues related to Huawei, we do discuss on an interagency basis and do coordinate. I would also just comment that I've worked very closely with Ambassador Lighthizer, obviously on the China agreements, and forced technology transfer is a major issue that we've been combating.
Fair, Secretary, but we've heard U.S. government officials of both administrations for 2 decades talk about agreements that are eventually going to have teeth, and they almost never do. Ambassador Lighthizer has been a bit of a pit bull.
Now the Facebook news comes out in 2 hours. 10
discussing
Pacific.
it in the interagency process isn't really the same as us pushing to help Huawei and their state-based backers understand that IP theft has real consequences, not just press releases. So I'm glad that it's a topic for interagency discussion, but I would just say, and I know that the chairman's gavel there implies that I'm at time, but I would just say in the intelligence community oversight committee of the community in the legislature, this is an increasingly bipartisan issue that Republicans and Democrats believe that it's important for us to be holding these faux private sector companies in China to more account, and the Chinese government needs to know that we mean it, not just say eventually, somebody's going to come up the stairs if you guys keep stealing IP, and they continue to do it. So for what it's worth, I think the Article 1 perspective here on an increasingly bipartisan basis is serious. Thanks, Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Tester.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ranking Member Brown, I want to thank both Secretary Mnuchin and Chairman Powell for being on the call today. We've all seen what's transpired over the last couple of months as far as inspectors general go. My question is quite simple. Can I get both of your commitments individually, of course, that if an IG submits a request to you, that you would provide any information to them and do so in a timely manner?
Yes.
Yeah. Good.
Yeah.
So Secretary Mnuchin, can you tell me how, from your perspective, how active has the Congressional Oversight Commission been?
I've seen the recent report. I can't comment on what meetings they've had or what they've done on that.
Okay. And you guys, I would assume, comply with any requests that they may put forth too, correct?
I see no reason why we wouldn't.
Okay. Well, it's just. I mean, I think I value that and I appreciate that from both of you. I think the president has a bit of a different opinion, and I say that by what he said, not by what I think about the values of inspector generals. Secretary Mnuchin, do you think it's right to be able to remove public servants that their job is independence and holding the governor accountable?
Canada and United States agreed to another 30-day extension on ban on non-essential travel.
The IG again, which
that just came out. I don't know if there's a little move in the market, but
yes,
that news just dropped.
His authority.
I'm seeing it at least across the wire.
Even if they're doing their job.
Again, that's an appointed position. He has the right to withdraw, just as he's nominated a new special inspector general to work with the CARES Act, which we look forward to the Senate confirming so we can work with that person.
I have a totally different perspective on that. And I will tell you why. I know he has the ability to remove anybody, including yourself. And I would say that if you're doing your job, in this case, the inspector general, they're doing it on an independent basis. I think it's just not. I think it's a clear misunderstanding of the three branches of government. So I talked to you a little bit about reporting to the IGs, and I will tell you, I learned something on today's call I didn't know before, that nearly half, this is by Senator Toomey, of the dollars that we've allocated, the $3 trillion, has neither been spent nor lent. So can you guys, we need more transparency on these programs, and I think you would agree with that. When can we see full information about who's getting the dollars?
Well, let me just comment. When we negotiated this bipartisan deal, we agreed to unprecedented transparency. So we agreed to release things that are not required by 13.3. So I don't know why you haven't seen that. Everything's posted on our website or the Fed's website. We take great pride in the transparency that we've provided and we've agreed to as part of the CARES Act.
Secretary, you're saying that the information about who's getting the dollars and who's getting the money is already posted on your website.
Again, what I've said is every single commitment we've made is listed on the website, every single term sheet. And
so
yes,
every dollar that's gone out is being listed on your website. Is what you said. That's what I heard.
Again, within the CARES Act facilities with the Fed, when we do individual transactions through them, they are listed.
Chairman Powell, I look forward to seeing that list, by the way, Secretary Mnuchin, and I'm going to go online and I'm going to search it because I'm going to tell you that as much transparency as you said are with this program, as a senator from Montana, as a member of the banking committee, I'm not seeing any of it, quite frankly. I'm seeing general numbers. I am not seeing any of it. We will deal with that at a later date. Chairman Powell, I have a question for you. There's been $3 trillion been put out. Can you give me an idea how many dollars, because of the leveraging that the Fed used, has actually been infused in the economy?
Well, Senator, our facilities, the big facilities to which the equity's been committed, are really just coming online. So it's all ahead of us. You know, we've taken some time to set these facilities up. So the amount that's gone out so far is in the context of the U.S. economy fairly modest. We have committed, though, to disclose all of the borrowers and the amounts in a timely way.
And I appreciate that. There's $200 billion that I believe Secretary Mnuchin said would be leveraged to $2.3 trillion. Do you agree with that?
Yes, potentially. It's, you know, we can't be precise about these numbers, but we can leverage their equity at about that rate.
Yeah, what's $100 billion among friends? Hey, thank you very, very much. I appreciate you both being here. I look forward to being able to find the information Secretary Mnuchin said was online. Take care. God bless.
Senator Cotton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Mnuchin, Chairman Powell, thank you both for being here. I want to speak about the primary and secondary corporate credit facilities. As of today, those facilities are available to companies that have ratings from public rating agencies like S&P and Moody's. As you know, that can be a very expensive process. Some companies don't want to go through the cost or the rigmarole of getting those ratings, but they are highly creditworthy. These companies often tend to be privately owned, sometimes family owned. They can have very large employee bases. We have some in Arkansas. In the aggregate, they're employing thousands of workers. I think probably all the senators on this committee, maybe all 50 states, have companies that are in this category. Oftentimes, they sell loans directly to insurance companies like life insurers that are rated by the National Association of Insurance Commissioners. Those ratings are high quality. They are the functional equivalent of a public ratings agency like an S&P or Moody's. Secretary Mnuchin, what is the possibility of opening up those facilities to companies that are selling those kind of loans with those kind of creditworthiness ratings from the NAIC?
Senator Cotton, I've appreciated the opportunity that you've brought this to our attention. And as I've suggested, I'm working with the Fed very closely to see if we can accommodate using those NAIC ratings. And if in need, there is some private ratings that can be done on a level that is not costly to the companies. But we are committed to make sure that these companies can use the facilities as well.
And Chairman Powell, can I get your perspective on that question?
Yes, if I understood your description of the companies, they sound more like Main Street companies than primary or secondary credit market. Those are for investment grade issuers who issue public bonds. If I misunderstood, I'm sorry, but
so on the Main Street facility, Mr. Chairman, I think the limitation that some companies might face is that they exceed the employee cap, which I understand to be 10,000. It is similar. It would be similar to the Main Street lending facility.
Well, I'll just echo what Secretary Mnuchin said. We're working on this problem.
Thank you for that. And Mr. Secretary, any thoughts on when that decision might be made so some of these companies can get the certainty on whether they'll have access to that facility or another facility or perhaps a brand new facility?
I understand the importance of this, and I'll commit to try to get back to you within the next week. And we want to make sure that if there are companies that slip through these two facilities, the chair and I will work together to make sure that we deal with those issues, that they have funding.
Okay, thank you both for that, and thank you for your work on this question over the last couple of weeks. Secretary Mnuchin, I want to turn to a question about the Paycheck Protection Program. It's a very specific question, but I got it coming in my office this morning from one of our small community lenders in Arkansas. I suspect many other of our lenders have the same question. I suspect that banks across all of our states have this question. The note we received said that we are required to file a PPP version of SBA Form 1502 by Friday for all the loans we funded, yet the guidance and format of the reporting requirements have not been issued.
What's going on with Pinterest?
A critical point in time.
Yo, Pinterest.
As you know, banks have to extract this information from our core, and that can be both time-consuming and tedious. We asked for a little more detail. That detail is as follows. Banks will have to extract these data points from our primary core software system. This will require programming to mine these data points, then merging into the required format. Then we have to inspect for accuracy. This will require several days to accomplish. It is not as simple as pushing a button and the data is populated. Mr. Secretary,
Pinterest is ripping, but I'm not finding any news.
The deadline for this is Friday. What's the prospect of getting more detailed guidance from the SBA as soon as possible, or perhaps pushing that deadline back a little bit so all of these smaller lending institutions will be able to comply with what you need?
Mr. Senator, I believe we've already pushed that date back, but I will check on that and confirm it. And if there is a specific institution that has a problem, please let me know the name and we'll figure out how to accommodate that. We want to make sure that we get the information, but where there are small and medium-sized banks that have issues, we'll obviously try to figure out how to accommodate them.
Damn.
Thank you very much.
I grabbed Pinterest. Did you guys like the video?
Treasury and the
I don't know if you liked the video or not.
With all of us over these last
I have to double check
to iron out all of these wrinkles as the CARES Act is applied in so many different situations. Thank you, gentlemen. I yield back my time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Warner.
No? Damn, that sucks. Well, Pinterest is a play. I just grabbed one.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. And thank you, gentlemen. I want to start, Chairman Powell, with some of the comments I think you've made.
Pins and
Microsoft. I want to reinforce them. I think we all realize and understand that losing a job at any point in your lifetime is an enormous challenge. Losing a job in the midst of a recession.
I grabbed some with time.
Or depression could be devastating. I point to the survey that the Fed put out last week that literally said,
like the video. I mean, it's already went up. I'm already up on it.
Of our fellow Americans,
it's not gone up too much. I already went up like maybe
$40,000.
10% on it.
Of those folks had their jobs disappear between February and March. We all know as well that 36 million Americans were unemployed. We're at depression levels of unemployment. And I think statistics have always shown that particularly losing a job during a recession
we're at 50%.
Actually,
do not trade this. Not a recommendation. It's already up a lot. Again, the thing's moving. I was a little late. I could have got a better play. I grabbed Pinterest June 19th. I grabbed 3 of the 22 contracts. Call side for June at 50 cents. I grabbed them right in front of you guys. I did it on this account. So do not trade it. Not a recommendation. I'm letting you know that one, but we'll see what happens from here. I think Microsoft partnership is the news, but there was just some activity. I was like, all right, I'll go in $150. Try to keep it small there.
We don't take aggressive action.
Thank you. I'd be glad to. So there is clear evidence that when you have a situation where people are unemployed for long periods of time, that can permanently weigh on both their careers and their ability to go back to work, and also weigh on the economy for years. Equally so with small and medium-sized businesses, which are the jobs machine of our great economy. If we allow unnecessary, avoidable insolvencies because of effectively a natural disaster, that too will destroy the work of many families and generations, but it'll weigh on the economy. So those are things to keep in mind.
Pinterest isn't a big mover, though, so just keep that in mind.
This is the biggest response by Congress ever.
It's going to move like Snapchat.
And the biggest from us. And still, this is the biggest shock.
So we're pretty far out the money.
Living memory, and the question looms in the air of, is it enough? And we'll we'll have to.
And I would argue that historically, whether it's our country or other nations, that governments tend to undershoot during these periods, and we now have 36 million Americans without work, and 40% of the folks under $40,000 a year losing their work. That this scar could be deep and wide. One of the reasons I want to turn to you, Secretary Mnuchin, and we've discussed this, and I think a number of our colleagues on both sides of the aisle understand this. We did some aggressive things for folks in the airline industries. We did some aggressive things for folks under 500. But that middle market that the Main Street facility is supposed to address, I am gravely concerned that we need to both get that out and we need to be very aggressive with it. I get a letter to you all, to you, Secretary, yesterday, outlining some of the ideas that I hope you'd be willing to lean into. But I want to, and you made mention earlier that you were willing to have some of that $75 billion at risk in this facility. But I'd like you to speak to that a little bit more, specifically in terms of which, as you built out the baseline of this facility, how much risk and how much of that capital did you expect to potentially lose? And I'd love to have then the Fed chairman very quickly echo whether he's willing to relook at some of the penalty fees that are, my understanding, Fed regulations, but not legislatively mandated. Secretary Mnuchin, you first, please.
Thank you. Well, Senator Warner, first of all, I want to personally thank you for the time that you spent with us during the legislative process in helping to craft these different pieces and your availability since then to work with us. So we appreciate your thoughts and we'll continue to work with you. As it relates to risking capital, as I've said, almost by definition, any time that the Fed thinks they need capital, there's a risk to us. We obviously model out various different scenarios. We've obviously continued to adapt the Main Street program to let more and more companies into it. And although we refer to it as one program, it effectively has 3 sub-programs. So we run different scenario analysis. There's scenarios within Main Street where we could lose all of our capital, and we're prepared to do that. There's scenarios where the world gets better and we could actually make a small amount of money. But again, as I've said, no different than Secretary Paulson during the TARP period. They didn't think they were going to make money. Our intention is that we expect to take some losses on these facilities. That's our base case scenario.
And Mr. Chairman, do you want to address in terms of the penalty rate?
I'd be glad to. So what we're doing here with these programs is we're making loans in times of severe stress where markets are not working and not providing credit on reasonable terms, the original purpose of central banks. So what rate should we charge? And what we do is we charge a rate that is a little bit higher than the normal, below what the market is currently providing. That encourages prompt repayment.
Excuse me.
It helps those who can't get credit, but not those who want credit from us to save a few basis points. And if markets are functioning reasonably well, we don't want to replace them. We want to be a backstop to those markets.
I think, Mr. Chairman, my time is up, but I would just urge you, these are extraordinary.
Play critical economic roles in this country.
My bad. Hold on.
Intention is that we expect to take some losses on these facilities. That's our base case scenario.
Yeah, Uber's making a move.
Chairman, do you want to
a little bit, just back up to, or back up to break even.
What we're doing here with these programs is we're making loans in times of severe stress where markets are not working and not providing credit on reasonable terms, the original purpose of central banks. So what rate should we charge? And what we do is we charge a rate that is a little bit higher than the normal rate, but in most cases much below what the market is currently providing. That encourages prompt repayment. It helps.
Wait, why is this behind?
Credit, but not those who want credit from us to save.
We already heard that.
Basis points. And if markets are functioning reasonably well, we don't want to replace them. We want to be a backstop.
What the hell just happened here? You see this?
Mr. Chairman,
How did it end up like that?
I would just urge you, these are extraordinary times, and I hope you will lean into this as much as possible.
First of all, thanks, and I appreciate the hard work that you have done and your organizations have done in making this whole thing work as well as it has in a very short period of time. I would ask, first of all, to Secretary Mnuchin, in discussing with our local lenders, they've got a number of questions coming in with regard to PPP, and specifically,
yeah, same. I think it's him.
Portion of it, number one, was
nah,
the rule
it's this
in
guy.
which We asked that
You guys,
these loans,
you got a bunch of like
be
60-year-old
loaned,
senators using
divvied out
technology.
and
Just chill.
accepted within 10 days of the time of approval.
I'm pretty sure. I don't think this is
And
me.
second of all,
Yeah, it's
how
him.
that relates to a June 30th date for the execution or completion of the use of those loans. And Mr. Secretary, I don't find where there's actually a June 30th end date where that has to happen in order to facilitate forgiveness of that loan. Can you talk a little bit about
It's only on the left speaker. Your headphones are backwards.
flexibility you have with regard to the PPP and the forgiveness of loans and that June 30th date that so many people have concerns about?
Well, let me just comment. I think the concern that people have that's even bigger, that we'd like to get a bipartisan technical fix, as you said, there's the 10 days to disperse it. We've then given banks another 10 days.
Other live streams. I think that one's just the one that's like ahead.
Early during this period, unusual, unique period in our history, the banks have been strong. They've been making loans.
I think this is just behind.
Taking in deposits. And because of the growth in their balance sheet, they're constrained by some of these regulations because they're taking on board very low risk assets. So we try to provide relief so they can continue to do what they're doing. So I do support that, and we've done a number of things, and you know we'll let you know as we see the need for other adjustments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Mnuchin, one thought with regard to, in the middle of this COVID-19 pandemic, we still have a discussion about, and on a regular basis get questions from taxpayers here about the amount of money that we borrowed and what we're going to do about it. You're going to play a key role in how we lay out that repayment plan. Can you talk a little bit about the tools available to you, specifically with regard to long or ultra long Treasury bonds? I know it's been a hot topic, and I know that most recently you launched a 20-year bond. Can you talk about the maturities, how you plan on laying that out, the strategy that you're using to best accommodate our needs for the immediate liquidity, but also recognizing that you've got some tools available, and with these ultra low interest rates that we're at right now, it may very well work to our benefit to feather this out over an extended period of time.
Well, thank you. I'm glad you asked that question because I think it's very important. So the first I would just answer, prior to this, we spent a lot of time looking at 50 and 100-year bonds and determined that there just wasn't enough demand to make it worth it given our borrowing sizes. We did get advice on a 20-year, so we've added the 20-year. That gives us the ability to both extend the duration as well as to raise significant amount of funds. So it is my intention, as you've described, to borrow a lot of money in the short term to have the funding, but then to expand our financing in 10, 20, and 30-year bonds. What I'd like to do is lock in a significant amount at very low interest rates so that the money we're borrowing can be paid back and dealt with over a long period of time.
That's how they break TLT. But when the minute they issue the 100-year bond, they
Senator
issue a new
Warren.
bond. That means they
Thank
need
you,
money.
Mr.
That's what happened in
Chairman.
2006 or 7. That would crash the market within 12 months.
Crisis of our lifetimes. Unemployment is now at Great Depression levels. Nearly 40% of people making less than $40,000 lost their jobs in March alone. Businesses are shuttered and they may never reopen. Congress passed the CARES Act
Elizabeth
and put
Warren?
nearly $500 billion worth of taxpayer money and corporate bailout money in your hands. This is not the PPP or the Small Business Fund, but $500 billion for mid-sized and giant corporations. So I want to talk a little bit about where that money is going. The law gives Treasury and the Federal Reserve the authority to write detailed rules determining which companies get taxpayer relief and how they can spend that money. And over the past few weeks, the Fed has been putting out these rules in the form of what you call term sheets. So Secretary Mnuchin, you have said that the jobs numbers will improve. In fact, on Fox News, you said, quote, we will have a better third quarter, we will have a better fourth quarter, and next year is going to be a great year. Now,
I can't wait till they quote me on the
people
stream.
are going to need jobs. So does this mean
You
that you
said
will require
you're taking a
companies that
dump.
receive
Is
the
that true?
bailout money
What?
from the taxpayers to keep their workers on payroll?
So let me just comment of, I have said publicly, and I'll say again, I think the job numbers will get worse before they get better. So I just want to be very clear that I think that June will be a very difficult quarter. As it relates to the CARES Act, I take great pride in the bipartisan support on these bills. And these specifics were negotiated on a bipartisan basis very clearly in each one of these programs. And it is our intent in the 13-3 facilities to fulfill both the spirit and the details of the law. So different facilities have different requirements.
So I'm sorry, Secretary Mnuchin, that's not quite right. What the law specifically does is gives you the specific authority to determine the terms on which these loans are made and who's going to be able to get them for these mid-sized and giant corporations. And so I had a very simple question for you. You say the economy is going to recover. It's going to take jobs in order for that to happen. So what I want to know is, are you going to require companies that receive money from this $500 billion slush fund to have to keep people on payroll? It's a simple question. Yes or no? Are you going to require that?
What you gonna do?
First, let me say that our number one objective is keeping people employed.
Good. So are you going to
I want to be very clear on that.
People who are getting taxpayer money? That's my question.
Again, we negotiated very significant restrictions on employee compensation, on dividends, on buybacks. And in the Main Street facility, we have put in a provision that we expect people to use their best efforts to support jobs.
For the last 48 hours, they've been attacking.
I'm sorry. I have very limited time here, Mr. Secretary. Let me understand what you're saying.
Mnuchin, bro.
In all the facilities that are not the Main Street facility, you're not putting in any requirement for payroll. And the Main Street facility is something about a commercial reasonable effort to be able to maintain jobs. In other words, if somebody if a corporation fires a bunch of people, then gets federal taxpayer money, you're fine with that. Or if they take a bunch of federal taxpayer money and then say, well, it didn't work out commercially for us, then they can fire people. So I take it your answer to my question that whether or not you're going to require as part of the terms of the loan that people be kept on payroll is no. Is that right, Secretary Mnuchin?
That was discussed with people on both sides of the aisle, and determination was made at the time.
Sheets. I'm sorry, Secretary Mnuchin. I'm talking about your term sheets that you're putting out, and you're telling me you're not going to require any payroll. Let me ask you one more question.
That is kind of messed up.
Taxpayers are on the hook here for nearly $500 billion. You're not going to require that they keep a single person on payroll. There are some rules, though, in the term sheets, as you identified earlier, like prohibiting companies from getting bailout
Yes, this is
money
very normal for a
from
Senate
double
banking
dipping in
committee.
Other CARES programs.
This is actually even light,
and
if
by
anything.
law, companies that get this money are going to have to sign agreements certifying that they're in compliance. So, Secretary Mnuchin, here's what I want penalties if they provide false information or misuse bailout funds.
And if you could be brief, Mr. Secretary.
We will review that. And again, I would just comment on programs like the airline programs have very specific requirements
get back to you on that.
To keep jobs, which was the intent of Congress.
That's right. And the rest was left up to you. And what you're saying is that you won't do it. You know, we're in a situation where 35 million Americans have filed for unemployment. You're in charge of nearly $500 billion. You're boosting your Wall Street buddies, and you are leaving the American people behind. I think
Senator Warren, I think that's a very unfair characterization.
He said, "Oh, they cut him off? What? Hold on. What are they doing? The CBS guy fucked it up."
And these issues
the CBS guy fucked it up.
Republicans and Democrats at the time. You were not necessarily part of those discussions, but these were completely discussed.
You were given the authority to determine the terms. You've said it yourself. You're putting out term sheets. And those term sheets do not require that a single
with the debt being at $23 trillion.
So this is the real time.
2/3 of what we've done so far in the $3 trillion relief package.
I wanted to hear that,
looks like
but
goes to debt, and with the potential for more
now we're live
movement by the Fed that would take the balance sheet now from $4 trillion just in March. The 5 moves you made takes it up to potentially $13.5 trillion. It's around probably $7 trillion today. And it could go north of 14 if, in fact, the Main Street program is fully levered up. Help us understand, I mean, how do you put this genie back in the bottle? Help us understand how you're thinking about this demand on capital, demand for capital, and what it might do to interest rates in the short term and the long-term implications of what we've just done. This is not a criticism at all. It's just, I'd love to get your thoughts of how we should be thinking about that balance sheet, given that China, Japan, EU, all the other big central banks are doing fairly similar moves, just not as dramatically as we have done.
So when we expand our balance sheet, when we buy securities, as you know, Senator, so we bought a lot of Treasury and MBS securities to get those markets working. As these facilities grow, we'll also expand our balance sheet, and those also, that expands the money supply. I would expect that over time, and that time will probably not be very soon, but over time, the assets that we have on our balance sheet from this era will come to maturity, they'll roll off, and the balance sheet will again very gradually return. This will be some years down the road, I would think.
Sorry to interrupt, but I watched how hard it was to get us down from just 4.1 to 3.8 in the latter stages of that, and the consternation it had, both politically and economically. So you're confident that over time we'll be able to manage that size balance sheet.
Push-ups, do them.
What really matters is the size of the balance sheet relative to the size of the economy. And we actually, that came down quite significantly from the end of 2014 until 2017, just by holding the balance sheet constant. So it can be done in a way that is sort of passive and gradual, and it was for about 3 years then. And we came down from, 25% of GDP to 16 or 17% of GDP. So it can be done over time. And in the meantime, I would say it doesn't have implications for inflation. It doesn't have implications particularly for problematic implications. I'm not saying there are no limits to this, but it's not something that raises financial stability or inflation concerns today.
Secretary Mnuchin, I just want to thank you and echo what Tim Scott said earlier, and that is about your availability through this crisis. I know you're recently married, and I don't know where your wife is these days, sheltering in place, but I'm sure you haven't seen much of her. Thank you for all your sacrifices making this thing happen. I want to correct the record. We've been told in this meeting that there's no data out there, but I want to highlight some numbers for us here. First of all, the Dodd-Frank bill killed about 4,000 community banks in about 6 years. There was a bipartisan bill done in January of 2018 that modified the most onerous parts of that and saved our community banks. And they are the rock stars in this process in the PPP program anyway. And I have a question, Secretary. They had 800 SBA banks were approved under the SBA system prior to this. Some 5,000, almost 5,000 banks made 4.3 million loans, and so far put out $520 billion to companies under 500 employees. And by the way, 99.8% of that $520 billion went to companies with fewer than 500 employees. So it did what we wanted to do. And 93% of those loans are $350,000 or less. My problem is this, Secretary, is that I think we have on two levels, one in the bill itself and one that is happening now in what we've done here, is that we've disincented people to come back to work even now. My state is beginning to open up. And by the way, safely. We have two constituent groups out there, the military and essential workers, to look at how they manage their protocols and so forth while they manage through this crisis. And it gives me great confidence that we can open the economy up. The unemployment premium is keeping people from coming back to work. There are employers in my state who really want people to come back to work, but they're saying, no, why would I do that? I'm going to enjoy this premium right now, and then I'll call me back in a couple of months. The second thing is a lot of small employers actually encouraged a few weeks ago their employees to go on unemployment, even though they were getting money, and they were hoping that they would, when the revenues started, when they opened up, they would begin to then bring the people back and then use the loan to pay salaries in there. How would you help us think about, how to deal with it? The Labor Department at one point said they were going to put some rules out about this
producers.
premium.
Nice to meet
and
all
the
of
second
you.
thing
It's
is
really
the
good to meet
enforcement
you.
behind if an
Zippy, you
employer
doing
wants an
okay?
employee to come back to work.
Okay, we'll come back to this. Trump is live. Let's see, because if anything, the Senate banking goes for a long time, and they might not drop anything, but they might with Trump might with this.
Yeah, no,
this
she's
is
a
live.
great person. From day one, my administration has been determined to protect our nation's incredible farmers. We enacted historic tax cuts and helped family farms stay in the family. What we did is we passed, as you know, in the tax cuts, the death tax, the inheritance tax. Small farms and ranchers and even businesses, you don't have to pay it. It's a big deal. Instead of losing your farm, you keep your farm. I think that was a big deal. What do you think? Maybe your farm is so big it doesn't qualify. No, but we eliminated that horrible death tax, and many of the kids lost the farm. They go borrow and to pay the tax, and then they ended up losing the farms, right? You don't have to pay that tax anymore. I think that's one of the reasons the farmers like me, I guess, but hopefully that's not the only reason. We eliminated crushing Washington regulations, kept our promise on ethanol, and replaced and negotiated our badly broken trade deals to finally give you a fair and level playing field. When China unfairly targeted our farmers, we provided $28 million in direct assistance, and it came from China, not from our government. And, that happened, and they paid for it. We didn't pay. They have this misconception. They like to say this as much as possible. China devalued their currency in order to pay it. We didn't pay it. And what we did is we helped. I went to Sonny. We had $12 billion 2 years ago. We had $16 billion last year. And this year you'll be hearing about what we're doing because it's very substantial. And through the Paycheck Protection Program, we have approved billions of dollars in relief to farmers as part of our unprecedented coronavirus relief efforts. So the paycheck has been a fantastic success, as you know. Now we're standing strong with our farmers and ranchers once again. In normal times, roughly 40% of fresh vegetables and about 40% of beef grown and raised in the United States is distributed to restaurants and other commercial food establishments. But as you know, the virus has forced many of our nation's restaurants to temporarily close, and this has taken a major toll on our farmers and growers, some of whom were dealing directly with restaurants. I didn't realize that until yesterday. We were with the big restaurants, and they sometimes will deal directly with your farmer. No middlemen, no nothing, just directly. And it's a big business. For this reason, my administration is launching a sweeping new initiative, the Coronavirus Food Assistance Program.
Check food stocks.
Through this effort, we are providing $19 billion to support our nation's agricultural producers, maintain the health of our critical food supply chains, and provide food assistance to American families. $19 billion. No other president's done this, Zippy. I tell you could go back to Abraham Lincoln. There's no president that's treated the farmers like Trump. I don't know.
Thanks, Trump.
I hear we're doing well with the farmers, but I can't imagine. I want to find out who wouldn't be with Trump, right? But it's an honor to do it, actually. It's an honor. They're great people. These are great, great people. As part of this program today, we're announcing $16 billion
I'm going through farm stocks right now.
Payments to farmers and ranchers. Like none of them are $16 billion is going directly to the farmers and ranchers. Yeah. And it's authorized by the CARES Act and the Commodity Credit Corporation Charter Act. We fought hard for this. These payments will compensate farmers for losses related to the global pandemic caused by China. We'll be providing billions of dollars for corn, cotton, soybean, and specialty crop farmers, cattle ranchers, just about every category. I think we have almost every category, and if we don't, we're going to add them, all right? If we left something out, but we have a lot of territory. Dairy producers, pork producers, and more. I read yesterday where we take some cattle in from other countries because we have trade deals. I think you should look at terminating those deals.
Ooh.
All right? We have trade deals where we actually take in
You didn't
cattle.
talk about that before? He's just
and
telling
we have a lot
now.
of cattle in this country. And I think
write
you
that
should
down.
look
It's
at
like
the
when I tell you guys to
possibility
remind me of stuff.
terminating those trade deals. Now, if a country's been a great country and a great ally and a great friend, it's, you have to do that. But there are some countries that are sending us cattle for many years.
Yeah.
And I think
Remind
we
me
should
to
look
clap
at terminating.
Thanks.
We're very self-sufficient, and we're becoming more and more self-sufficient, probably one of the reasons I got elected. Sign-ups will begin on May 26th through your local Farm Service Agency offices. You got to go sign up to pick it up, to get the money, and we'll start issuing payments within 1 week of receiving your application. So that's a lot of money. You're talking about a total of $16 billion plus $3 billion. And, you know, we bought last week, and it's already in distribution, $3 billion worth of product for the food lines. And it's, is this already in distribution? I see that they're handing it out. I see where they couldn't get food. They're having a hard time. And we have these incredible ranchers and farmers that have so much food. And I said, let's spend that money and give it to our farmers, our ranchers. And
Yeah, I'm
it's
surprised
worked out
beyond
really
it.
well.
Just things aren't moving.
and
As
they've
things are
already got
not
it in supply.
reacting
That's already on the line.
as
I
they
saw them
should to
handing it
certain
out
stuff.
today. A couple of days ago.
Not just
actually.
even
It's
from
fantastic
yesterday and then
how
again
quickly
in
it worked.
summer.
In addition, this important initiative also includes the new Farmers to Families Food Box program, which Ivanka and Secretary Perdue helped officially launch on Friday. Through this effort, the Department of Agriculture will work with local food distribution companies, and we have a lot of great distribution companies. I've gotten to meet some of them, which have also been hit very hard to purchase $3 billion of food and produce from the American farmer, which I just mentioned, and to deliver to the food banks and charities that serve needy families. Already, we have allocated $1.2 billion to farmers to families, funding through 198 contracts with distribution companies, many of which are small businesses adversely impacted also by this horrible plague. It's a plague. Here today are a few of the American farmers and ranchers who can tell us why this program has been so essential and successful. Scott Sink is a cattle producer whose business has been badly impacted by the virus. He says this initiative will provide a bridge to help them move forward. And we've been helping them in a lot of other ways, too, but this was a great help. And, Scott, please come forward. Thank you, Scott. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. My name is Scott Sink. I'm a producer in
Duck
Southwest
is at 10
Virginia,
a.m. Pacific.
Blacksburg.
hour
We have
and
a
15.
catering business, so we do farm to table, along with raising livestock, produce, and custom hay. We were able to benefit from the Paycheck Protection Program, and now this bridge will also help us get into the new growing season. Talking to farmers all across the country, you know, farming is something that's always unexpected. We deal with that. We have to pivot at any time. But with something like this that's impacted the supply chain, producers, as well as consumers, that's why having a program like this is very beneficial to all of us. So we thank y'all for your work.
Thank you very much. That's great, Scott. And you love that business? You wouldn't trade businesses for anything, right?
No, sir.
What is it with farmers? They don't want to do anything else. They have some bad years, but we've helped them have very good years, actually. But they have some bad years, but they wouldn't trade it for anything.
What's up with you farmers, man? Y'all love doing that
that's true.
shit, huh?
And then they start making money and they go out and buy bigger tractors. Maybe they'll slow it up a little bit the next time, right? But you guys are great. Robert Mills raises both crops and livestock, and he believes this program will help countless farm families get by, and more than by, as we begin to reopen our economy, and it's opening up really fast. Robert, please come up. Robert, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm Robert Mills, Jr. I'm a first-generation farmer from south side of Virginia. We raise tobacco, beef cattle, poultry, hay, small grain, and industrial hemp for CBD. We're a pretty diverse operation.
You got there's your weed stocks. There you go.
We expect the unexpected.
You know you got
and
the
we wanna
hemp,
make sure that we
hemp
can
on
stay
deck.
in business. And we didn't expect this. But I will tell the American people that your farmers and your ranchers are out here working each and every day to make sure that those grocery store shelves stay full. And it's administrations like President Trump's administration and the forethought that he's had with the programs that's been put in place, and the one that we're talking about today, it's not a rescue program. It's going to help these farm families be able to make good, wise financial decisions in the months and weeks and years ahead. And it's also there to let them know that this country is there supporting them, because this country relies on what these farmers and ranchers do every day. And so I want to personally thank President Trump, the administration, and all those who've worked hard to make sure that these farm families stay there, that they stay whole, and that the American people will never have to worry about running out of food. Thank you, Mr. President.
Integrity.
I love his accent. I love that accent.
I know the accent.
Is that
What?
originally from Virginia?
See, look at y'all. Can't get mad at Trump. He said what you were saying. He said what you were saying. Oh,
That's
look at that.
great area.
Look at
Thank
that.
You very much. Great job.
Wow. I said, Tegger, you
the
guys are
farmers
like,
were
I love that
targeted
accent. You're
by
a Trump
China.
fan now. You're a Trump fan
When we
now. Oh my
started,
gosh. Oh my gosh. Go wash your
negotiating
hands.
Tough with China.
At least 30 seconds.
And what I did is we've taken in tens of billions of dollars of tariffs. Sonny was very aware of this because he had to distribute the money to the farmers. I said, Sonny, we've taken in a lot of money. How much did the farmers lose? This is 2 years ago. They were targeted for an amount. What do you think the impact? He said $12 billion. So I said, that's okay. We'll take $12 billion out of our tariff money, which was many billions more than that China paid. Never paid us 10 cents, by the way, before that. Before Trump, they never paid anything. I said, we'll take $12 billion out of the tens of billions of dollars that we took in, and we're going to give it to the farmers. And you distributed that money. And Zippy, I think you were shocked because you've never seen anything like it. Otherwise, these farmers wouldn't have been in business. So we took $12 million, we gave it to the farmers. We said, thank you very much to China. Thank you very much, China. And then the next year I said, Sonny, what's the number? We called Zippy, we called some of the other people. We determined it was $16 billion that the farmers were targeted, $16 billion by China. So I took $16 billion out of the tariffs, which were many, many billions of tens of billions more than that. We gave it to the farmers, right? And this year, the same thing. It's been pretty amazing. And the farmers are doing fine. One of them said, I do better this way. But you know what? They don't want to do better that way. They just want a level playing field. But we took care of our farmers, right? And ranchers. Thank you, Robert. That was great. Appreciate it. David Hickman is a vegetable grower who runs Dublin Farms in Virginia. His potatoes will be among the produce distributed to local food banks through the Farmers to Families program. And David, please come up and say a few words. Hi, David.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm David Hickman with Dublin Farms in Horntown, Virginia. We are a fifth-generation operation, produce fresh market potatoes, redskins, yellows, whites. This program is going to help tremendously with the movement of potatoes this summer. For us, we have 6 distributors who are our current customers that are doing the food box program. So our potatoes will be in some of these food boxes. We've submitted bids for 5-pound bags to go directly to the food banks of yellow and white potatoes. So certainly going to impact the Virginia potato business.
So you have 5-pound bags. What other size bags do you have?
We have a packing operation. We pack 5-pound bags, 10-pound bags, 50-pound bags, and then 2,000-pound bags that go to other packers. But a lot of our business goes into the terminal markets also. That's dependent on restaurant business, so we're anxious to see our restaurants get back up. Certain sizes of potatoes are used primarily for food service, so it's important.
So is potato a big business in Virginia?
Regionally, it's a big business in our area called the Eastern Shore.
And how does that area compare with Idaho?
Oh, we're very, very, very small compared to the Idaho production, but we fit a niche between Florida and North Carolina's spring production before.
Is it a very similar product, would you say, or is it different?
No, the Idaho potatoes are like the russet long potato.
Right.
We grow red skin potatoes and round yellow potatoes.
Could
like
you grow in Idaho?
We do, but we fill a different market.
That's very good.
Our potatoes.
Just interesting to me, right?
Yeah, our potatoes.
I was like, I ain't know shit about potatoes, bro.
Right from the field to the
said,
store.
put me on game,
Idaho,
son.
They store them through the winter. And we also grow green beans for fresh market, which is
I can tell you about tariffs,
on
but potatoes?
restaurant business.
Nah, I ain't know
also
shit.
grow corn, soybeans for the culture.
Can you take an Idaho potato and take it to Oregon and it's still a potato?
There's been potatoes planted there since 1887.
Yeah, no,
which
run
is
that
so
back.
unusual in the country. All different parts of that field farm has been in potatoes.
It's a beautiful
sometimes.
business. Beautiful way to
We
live.
appreciate what you're doing for us.
Thank you very much. I
Thank you.
appreciate it. Great job. Gave me a little education in potatoes. That's interesting. I wonder if the media enjoyed that. I don't think so.
I wonder if I
but
could
that's
sign up for a course on that. That's crazy. I didn't know there was that much money in potatoes.
I'll be there. We're going after Virginia with your crazy governor. We're going after Virginia. They want to take your Second Amendment away. You know that, right? You'll have nobody guarding your potatoes. As each of you demonstrate a healthy
He's like, they got an
economy is vital
accent. Tell them we're going to
maintaining
take
a
away their
healthy
guns.
Society. And
That's how
by
we get 'em.
working together, we can restore our economy, shield the vulnerable, care for
like, you know
the
they want your
needy,
guns,
deliver
right?
world-class health care,
Yeah,
and
okay.
vanquish
Just
the
making sure you
virus.
know.
And I have to say, the job you do is so powerful and so important. The American farmer is very critical to the success of that mission. And what I'd like to do is, just before I finish, I'd like to ask Zippy to come up and say a couple of words, because he really is at the forefront of so much of what we do. So Zippy Duval, come on up.
Zippy.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I remember 4 years and several months ago, I
Guy's
won
name's
the
Zippy.
election to be president of American Farm Bureau, and candidate Trump called me, and he says, I'm going to be a friend to the farmer. And Mr. President, I'm here to tell you today,
And then
thank
he
you.
gave me a $20
You've
million
lived up to
check.
those words that you made to me that day. I represent all farmers across the country. I also farm. My son and I'm third generation. My son's fourth generation. We run a 400 cow beef cattle operation, and we grow chickens for Pilgrim Pride, about 1.5 million chickens a year. And the farmers across America are very appreciative, Mr. President, of what you've done. You've stood behind us during the trade war. You stood behind us during all the difficulties we went through. And now with the pandemic, you stood behind us again. And you know, and you've made the comment, we're the only group that comes to the White House without our hand. We don't come with our hands out.
That's true.
We want that level playing field. We want that trade. We want to be able to make our money from the markets. But we appreciate, when we're going through difficult times, that you stand behind us. This pandemic's made us realize one thing. We live in the land of plenty. But there's a food chain that is just as important to us as our military is. We have to be able to feed our own people. We can't afford to be fed by other countries. That makes us a national security issue. And we know that you realize that.
This guy's politicking out here, bro. He's putting on for the farmers.
Go to the store.
Let's
and
go,
see some empty
Zippy.
shelves.
I like
and
Zippy.
We all now realize how
I
important
like
that chain, that food chain is, and the farmer is that very first link. Without that support, we wouldn't be there to produce that food. Our farmers are still farming. Hashtag still farming. You'll get some great stories.
He knows the hashtags
We've touched
too?
over 50
Zippy.
million people with that hashtag.
Don't let the name fool you.
talking
Zippy
about what
is
farmers are doing,
sophisticated.
still farming. But we want to thank you. We want to thank Secretary Perdue for his hard work, and his staff's done an excellent job putting
Still
this program
farming,
together.
baby.
And we want to thank Congress for thinking about agriculture too.
He's going
and delivering it
bipartisan.
to your desk for you to
Look at
sign.
it.
So many thanks for helping the people that feed the American people. And we look forward to continuing to work with you, Mr. Trump. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Zippy.
That's true. 4.5 years ago, I called Zippy. Never spoke to him. And he liked me, I liked him, and I don't know. I got good support right from the beginning, but we've come through. We've come through. Absolutely. She's a great woman.
I don't know. That just felt so
Great woman.
cute.
Thank
That was
you
like
very much.
genuine. That's like being my boy. That's
So
like,
just to
I met
conclude,
him.
American farmers,
We liked
ranchers, and
each other. That was
growers
it.
feed, fuel, and sustain our nation. They're proud defenders of the American way of life, and I'm
Hey,
proud
he was
to
chill,
stand
like, we
right
kicked
by
it.
their side in
Good
this
vibes.
hour of need. And the food chains are now back to almost working perfectly again. They had some interruptions, which you knew about, and we were able to take a very bold action. You saw that. And that action caused them to do what they had to do. And they're in good shape, and very shortly they'll be in absolutely perfect shape. But people were worried about that. The action we took was a very important action, Larry Kudlow, wasn't it? We did a good job. Now I'd like to ask Secretary Perdue to say a few words, followed by Ivanka and Marty Smith, if I could. Okay, please. Please.
Mr. President, I remember very clearly you calling me just a few weeks ago when you read about the effects of the pandemic on American agriculture. And once again, you directed me, Sonny, we're going to have to help our farmers. Bring me a program. What's it going to take? I want you to use all the available resources at your disposal, just as you've done before when China retaliated against our farmers there.
Fed can only buy.
President, but you instinctively know that American agriculture, farmers and ranchers have been the bedrock of our American economy since the founding of our nation, and there still are. And we talked about the food supply chain. You know that instinctively, but I want to tell you, I've never in my lifetime seen another president recognize that value among the folks standing here, and they're representing farmers and ranchers all across the country. So we're very appreciative at USDA that we don't have to push the rock up the hill. Usually when it comes to President Trump, the rock's coming down the hill. I have to catch it. So we appreciate that very much, so we don't have to sell you on the value of agriculture. But the program that we're announcing today will be a benefit. The $16 million of direct payments to farmers of all sizes and all production there will be very helpful, a real lifeline. But certainly the program that Ivanka and I were privileged to go out last Friday to Coastal Produce that you see here is also a lifeline, not only to those specialty crop producers.
I didn't even see it. I love when they do this.
Producers and meat producers.
I love when they put up props.
But also to the families who need this food. You can see this is high-quality food here that's being distributed all across the country to our food banks, and really a lifeline for them as well. So the food supply chain that begins with these producers representing farmers and ranchers all across the country, ending up in the families' tables that need this food, is a real noble profession. I'm honored to be a part of it, and I'm really particularly honored, President Trump, that you understand.
I'm trying to see if it's real or not. It looks real.
How valuable our American agricultural sector is, and I thank you.
Just double checking.
Thank you, Secretary. This is an incredibly exciting day as this very large relief package is announced. And you can hear today, and you can hear through the course of the campaign in the last 3 years, the special place all of you have in the heart of this president. Farmers and ranchers feed America, and that's never been more true than we've all realized over the course of the last several months. In addition to the much-needed relief, the $16 billion that will go to farmers and ranchers to help support them through this difficult time. This Farmers to Family Food Box program is just an amazing initiative. As the Secretary mentioned, the President saw that there were those in need, those vulnerable, long lines at food banks trying to get food, and yet there was this unbelievable, beautiful American fresh produce that was going to waste. So thinking about that supply chain and ensuring with $3 billion that those who are vulnerable, that those who are in need get access to boxes like these, 20 to 25 pounds of meat, milk, all forms of dairy, and of course great fresh produce is incredibly virtuous. It's a great cycle. It helps the small distributors.
I mean, listen, you let anybody say what they want to say. She looks just like Trump.
So we're very excited about this
That's all I'm
program.
saying.
These boxes
So you really think Trump is hot?
To a mission here in D.C., along with several others that we have at the White House, and we hope that these boxes will play a big role in feeding those who need it across the country. So thank you, and thank you, Secretary, for the hard work of your team in standing up this program so rapidly. We think that it will be extraordinarily successful for our small farmers and of course those in need. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Marty.
Thank you, Mr. President. You have provided unprecedented leadership to the United States and to the world throughout this crisis. And with that, you have shown so much concern and so much support for American agriculture. And on behalf of the National Cattlemen's Beef Association and the rest of agriculture, I want to say thank you. I'm Marty Smith, and I'm a rancher from Florida and serving this year as president of the National Cattlemen's Beef Association. Your executive order a few weeks ago directed toward the packers. We're starting to see the impact of that. We're getting beef, pork back online and getting the products back on the shelf. You know, America's farmers and ranchers continue to work around the clock to feed the public, to feed all of our nation, feed a large part of the world. What you've done with that and what we're doing with this current program enables us to stay in business and continue to do that. Again, we thank you for that. We thank your administration. Working with Secretary Perdue has just been a great way for us to all move forward. But even more importantly than that, I want to thank you and your family with us, it's all about our families and our family operation. Your family is just as dedicated to this, and Ivanka, we thank you for the support you've shown to us. It's just, it's so meaningful, and together we get through this, and we do beat this, and we keep the highest quality, safest, most sustainable protein sources on the plate of Americans all through this, and we thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, any questions real quick?
Mr. President?
I'm going to Capitol Hill. So.
Mr. President, thank you. Will any of this aid be directed towards cattlemen, chicken farmers, and pork producers who have had to euthanize their flocks already because of the pandemic?
Do you want to answer that question, sir?
Yes, we're gathering that data now. This particular direct payment is not directly for that. There will be help coming through NRCS over the euthanasia and disposal coming that way. So there will be certainly directed there soon.
Do you know when we could expect some of that guidance?
Yeah, it'll be after this is announced and we get more data. There are a lot of rumors out there about what's actually happening. We want to get the facts and the data and make policy based on good data.
That's being looked at separately.
Mr. President, how is your administration addressing the comorbidities that Secretary Azar said are responsible for a lot of the coronavirus deaths? Obesity.
Usually it's sad, honestly. Lately, in the last, so now they're at the they're at the questions. Lately, the questions haven't been bringing about news events. So we've been seeing, like, literally, I think there's more whether prepared statements or like actual statements have had an effect, but the questions have just literally, the questions don't cause market moves like they used to.
Strong on healthcare, as you know, and that includes pre-existing conditions. And we have done a terrific job on healthcare. Then we got hit by a plague like nobody's ever seen before, outside of maybe 1917. And I think we've done an incredible job in producing ventilators and producing testing right now. You probably saw the numbers were over 12 million tests. That's 4 times more than any other country in the world. And we're talking about countries that have done a good job. Nobody's done testing like us. Plus, we have the highest quality test. So very simply, we want our people to be healthy.
With diabetes, hypertension, and obesity, specifically, that's very closely connected to the food supply. How are you addressing those specifically? Your own Health and Human Services Secretary said that's why America has so many COVID deaths.
Yeah, we want to get people great food, and that's one of the reasons we have our farmers and ranchers involved.
Could you talk a little bit more about this problem? You say it's a problem of importing cattle from other countries. What is the problem there?
Well, it's a relatively small number. Actually, I heard Sonny speaking about it yesterday. It's a very small number, but it's still cattle coming in. We have tremendous amounts of supply, cattle, and all, but generally speaking, supply. Tremendous supply. Our farmers have done an incredible job. And now the distribution is being made much better than it has been, and better. I think it'll end up being much better than it's ever been, Zippy. But I'm saying, why are we bringing in cattle? Old trade deals that were made a long time ago. Why are we bringing in cattle from other countries when we have so much ourselves? Now, in some cases, I thought your answer was very good. They've been great allies. They've been working with us for many years. Sometimes we needed the cattle, and sometimes we don't. It's a farming business. But I would say, generally speaking, unless this is a country that really has been with us, we shouldn't be taking their cattle. You know that, okay? And that's the way we're going to handle it.
Could I, on a separate subject, you sent a letter last night to the WHO. Yeah. What reforms do they need to do to...
Well, it says so on the letter, so I don't want to go through it. The letter is a very detailed, long letter. But basically, they have to clean up their act. They have to do a better job. They have to be much more fair to other countries, including the United States, or we're not going to be involved with them anymore. We'll do it a separate way, okay?
On capital gains,
Some workers at meat packing plants say they're still concerned about their safety and that they want the government to do more to enforce and make sure that meat packing companies are keeping their workers safe with protective equipment, testing, etc. Is there any more that you plan to do to make sure and enforce that meat packing companies are keeping their workers safe?
I've been very much involved with plants since this problem came up, and what we've done, they've done a lot in terms of shields and other things, but they had a disproportionately high number of people that had the problem, and that's going away. The plants are very, very clean now. They're getting to a level where I think we had a report that they're cleaner than they've ever been. That's a good report, but I don't know exactly what that means, but they are cleaner than they've ever been. they're doing a very good job, I think, right now in terms of the Production Act and in terms of what we're enforcing. But the meatpacking plants are coming online. Many of them are online, and fewer problems are being seen. If we didn't act, we would have had a big problem. If somebody was in this position that didn't act, we would have had a big problem. But it's something that we were very much involved in because we saw it very early. Okay, did you have a question?
Yes, are you extending the ban on non-essential travel over the U.S.-Canada border?
U.S.-Canada? Mm-hmm. We're dealing with the Prime Minister's friend of ours, and we're very close to Canada. We just signed the USMCA, which is a big deal. That's with Mexico and with Canada. And we're dealing on that subject. And we're also on the southern border. As you know, the wall is going up. It's going up very rapidly. We're at 182 miles. Wherever we have the wall, it's just ended. It just ended. People coming into our country illegally. We're stopping drug traffic. We're stopping trafficking in people, mostly women, because they traffic mostly women, unfortunately. It's a tremendously big business. It's a horrible business. And we're stopping it. There's a worldwide problem. This isn't a problem for our southern border, but our southern border is a big point. And we're stopping trafficking. The wall has had an incredible power and strength on what we're doing. I have to say that so we'll have, by pretty early next year, we'll have 450 to 500 miles of wall fully built. So we're doing a great job on the border. We have among the lowest numbers we've ever had of people coming in, and we're moving them out as soon as they come in. As they come in, we're moving them out. Literally, we're moving them out immediately, and that's never taken place before, meaning in modern history, it's never taken out,
But on the question of non-essential trade, are you going to extend the ban that you put in place on non-essential trade?
For now, yes, but we're talking to Canada. As things clean up in terms of the plague, we're both going to want to do the normal. We want to get back everything. We want to get back to normal. I think we're going to have a fantastic year next year. I think we will do very well in the fourth quarter, and I think the transition quarter, which is coming up, we're starting it very shortly, the third quarter, I think you'll see some very good numbers, but you're going to see some great numbers in the fourth quarter, and you're going to end up doing a great year next year. And you can see it. Look at the states that are opening up. They're busy, and their numbers, interestingly, going down. So they're opening up. You look at Florida and Georgia in particular, their numbers are going down. So we're very confident that we're going to have a tremendous turnaround. And we had to turn it off artificially, and now we're turning it back on. And you're going to see some tremendous numbers. Thank you very much. I'm going over to Capitol Hill.
Are you going to be urging the Republicans
going to Capitol Hill? He's going to pull up on Mnuchin and Powell and be like, yo, man, they just grilled me too, man. That was crazy. I just had to do that. You know, thank God for Sonny and Zippy. You know what I'm saying? But they're like, shit, like, you still dealing with Elizabeth? I know that one guy, all he kept asking me, was, is it fair? Is it fair? And I'm like, oh, no, man, like, shit.
Anything will prevent BlackRock from taking their profits that they earn to invest in their interest in China.
We have a big day here. We're
Chinese
just bouncing back and forth.
So I guess I'll take that.
She said something about BlackRock. I got hooked.
For their expertise.
I got hooked on this.
They're actually an asset manager. They are a very large asset manager, which is active in the markets that we're concerned with the primary market and secondary market credit facilities. It was done very quickly due to the urgency and the need for their expertise. We will rebid the contract as HHYYUG going forward. Yeah. And so that's where that is. The fees are a matter of public record, and we'll be happy to supply those to you.
But what, if anything, can we do to prevent any of their profits from this to actually benefiting China and Chinese state-owned companies, which they're severely invested in?
Tell them, baby.
You know,
what did you guys say about that, Powell?
Large asset managers buy Chinese securities. These are global asset managers. It's in no way. I'm not here to defend or criticize them for that. It's just, it's not really relevant to the work we want them to do. What we're trying to do is create conditions in which U.S. workers can keep their jobs or return to them. And that's what our sole focus is. We're not trying to reach out for other public policy objectives or deviate from that. We have a laser focus on that. And we concluded that this company was the right one to be our fiscal agent in this place. Their views on anything else are really not important. What's important is that we do everything we can to support the United States.
Well, let me just say it's important to all of us, and thank you for all your leadership on this, to support our economy, to support jobs, to get our economy back on track. But it's also important that we wake up as Americans and that we hold China accountable, and that they're not allowed to profit because of these investments taxpayers are made. So I'm going to follow up with you on these issues. I really think BlackRock and others need to also wake up and do their patriotic duty, see what's going on here. China, communist China, should not be profiting off of unleashing this calamity on the world.
Amen.
And that should be something that should unite all Americans, even if they work at BlackRock.
Amen. Amen.
Senator Jones.
I like her.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Quickly, a follow-up. I agree that we need to hold all people accountable. China, the WHO, folks in this administration, everybody needs to be held accountable if they had deficiencies in what was going on in this pandemic. So, Secretary Mnuchin, let me say I saw recently that the Treasury is going to begin issuing debit cards for Americans for their direct payments. You will recall that Senator Cotton and I sent a letter shortly after the passage of the CARES Act encouraging that. So I appreciate your willingness to do that. I think it's going to quickly get money to millions of Americans that haven't received those direct payments as of yet. I wanted to also ask you about the payroll protection program.
He is rocking the AirPods.
As we've talked about a little bit early on in the first round
He's
of funding.
flexing, dude.
There were some
He's totally
problems with the
flexing.
banks, and there were underserved communities that are not getting their funds. And I think we've tried to correct that and doing much better. But the SBA Inspector General issued a report in the wake of that that recommended that the agency start collecting demographic information on who got those loans. Can you commit to work with the SBA administrator to make collecting demographic information mandatory for these PPP loans so that there is that much needed transparency?
Well, I can tell you in the forms that the lenders are required, there is demographic information. We've been advised to make that optional and not mandatory. But we very much hope that people provide that. And let me just say, we're very much committed to make sure that we serve the underserved communities with the money we have left.
Great, thank you.
What do we have left? Keyword,
Chairman
left.
Powell, you know,
I think that's the problem.
I also saw your speech and read your comments
Why
on
not
the 6
first?
Minutes piece, and it kind of reminds me, in listening to some of the comments about this, what Judge Taylor in To Kill a Mockingbird said, that, you know, people are going to hear what they want to hear and they're going to see what they want to see. What I saw is a call to action from that. And one of the things that was talked about, that 40% of the Americans that have lost their jobs and how it is affecting our minority communities, not only in their health and the disparities. What is being shown a spotlight is the disparities on so many things. And you mentioned how this pandemic can exacerbate the existing gap of wealth and assets and ownership between minorities and even just poor people in general. We started this pandemic with about 40 million poor people. It's going to get much better than that, and it's going to be a cause for racial lines. What can we do to try to narrow that gap, to make sure that the wealth gap does not even get greater as we open back up this economy?
Well, the job losses that have been happening in the service economy, and particularly in those parts where you're dealing directly with people. And that is a lot of less well-paying jobs and that sort of thing. So if you look at the industries that have been really hard hit with job losses, it's those industries. It's restaurants, it's hotels, it's travel, things like that, retail. So, and I recommend, by the way, that report, Survey of Household Economic Decision-Making, which we release annually. We just released it, and that's where those statistics come from. There's a lot in there. And it is stunning how quickly households get into financial trouble, how many lower income households have in the way of financial resources. These are longer term problems to deal with. I think for now, this very much calls on us to do what we can to support the economy. And as I mentioned earlier, we have 20-some million people out of work. We want to do everything we can to create a world where they can go back to their jobs or find new jobs. And I think that's something all of us as policymakers should be strongly focused on.
Well, thank you for that. And it seems to be connected to your comments of also making sure that we keep people in their livelihoods, to keep the unemployment numbers down. You know, I think from our standpoint, we have been focused on both saving lives and saving livelihoods. And while we don't want to give folks incentives to stay on unemployment, we certainly do want to give incentives to businesses to open carefully. I would encourage you, if you haven't, to look at the Paycheck Security Program that Senator Warner and others and I are going to be filing this week, so that we can give these opportunities, because I'm assuming that the more opportunities we can give employers to keep people on their payroll with benefits, that would aid in opening up the economy safely and trying to keep us from getting into that long-term recession. Would that be fair?
I'll be happy to take a look at your legislation, proposed legislation.
Great. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you for coming, Mr. Secretary and Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Moran.
I'm going to start hitting you
Mr.
guys
Chairman,
with that.
thank
I'll
you.
take a look at it.
Had I have more time, I would extol the virtues of both the Secretary and the Chairman and their efforts, their team, their public service during this crisis. In the absence of that time, I hope you understand the sentiments that sentence expresses. But I want to focus, I guess, Secretary Mnuchin. We've talked about PPP and we've seen the consequences, the positive consequences that have come from the program. There are large businesses, Main Street, in which the facilities are being developed to assist. But I'm worried about other businesses. I would use an example, not that I'm lobbying for any company, but an example that comes to my mind in Kansas is Yellow Roadway Trucking Company. Employs.
His wife is coming in.
Almost 30,000 people.
Laugh. Look at him.
It is not investment grade. It has leverage. And it is a company that, in the absence of assistance, the jeopardy of its employees are significant. I think there's a lot of companies out there like that. I think there's a number of other companies in Kansas like that. And I want to make certain that we are doing the things that are necessary to prepare to be of assistance to them. I think Senator Toomey and Senator Warner earlier indicated that very few of us expected Treasury not to have to take losses, that there needs to be some risk-taking here. And I want some kind of assurance that under the B4 program, the B4 facilities, that these kind of companies that are hugely important to the economy can receive some assistance with the facilities at Treasury and the Fed. Secretary Mnuchin, is there some level of comfort I can have?
You have my assurance that we will go back and look at that specific company and see what we can do and get back to you.
But I hope it's more than that, because it's not just that company. There's a number of companies across the country, not just in Kansas, but this is hugely important for us.
It's gone on so long, 90%
like
of the answers are going to be we'll get back to that.
We want to make sure that there are facilities that companies don't fall through the cracks. So between all the different facilities, we're trying to do as much as we can within our powers.
Let me suggest to you that timing is of the essence, just as it was in PPP. The circumstances companies face today and layoff and furloughing employees are present and around the corner. So I encourage the precipitous but thoughtful action in addressing these circumstances. Let me see if I can get two other questions in. One, do we have a time frame, Mr. Secretary, for further guidance regarding PPP loan forgiveness?
There's some guidance that just came
That's
out
what they talked about
loan
yesterday.
Forgiveness that we believe deals with most of the major issues.
Spies coming down.
And then the second question, Secretary Mnuchin, does Treasury and SBA plan to issue guidance that would allow 501c3 organizations to utilize the alternative size standards for PPP eligibility?
We're reviewing that specific request. So we've had that request and we're reviewing it carefully.
That's what they were
Is
talking
that
about
something
yesterday.
that's a decision is close to being imminent?
We're going to decide one way or another whether that's whether we can do that. So yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, and then
thank you.
I don't know. I'm kind of what's it called?
You get a gold star, Senator Moran, for yielding back a minute or so.
I don't know. I think I'm gonna cut it here. I think they're gonna go. I think if anything, because even while Trump was speaking, we got headlines. The market's reacting. Myrna's dropping right now. Spies coming down. I would check notes. There's a few things, and what I'd even want to cover here is we could go over some of those updates from yesterday. There's just broader stuff on this, and everything they're trying to figure out right now. Again, that was a Senate Banking Committee, so that was very, very typical except it was a little bit different there. So I don't know. Lately, these have been really exciting for me. I don't know why. Like yesterday, that was a very good one. This one was good as well, too. But as you're seeing, again, these could go for like 3 hours. So that's why I'm like, all right, I think we're just going to monitor the headlines here. We have all of our news stuff because, again, Mr. Hits was even dropping some stuff, too, as we were watching the Trump thing. But there was a lot of stuff now. We're even going to have in about 40 minutes, you're going to get the Facebook and that news. So very typical, except a little different. Yeah, it was different in the sense that it wasn't as aggressive. And that's what it should have been. You guys got to realize that's banking, housing, and urban, and I think urban, not development, but committee. So they are literally there, and they're tasked to ask about equal distribution of wealth. How does wealth and money get spread around to allow housing? Have you guys heard of HUD, housing of urban development and urban development? That is, it's the same thing there. So they're asking these questions. They want to know why money is not going here, or really asking them what they did with those plans. So, I mean, you guys will see, and I know a lot of some people, my few questions, some people say, oh, there's an agenda. Every single person has one, including you. So that's what I'd even ask. So what's your agenda as well, letting people know about an agenda? What are you hoping to accomplish with your agenda? That's the first thing. And even then, we've been listening to a lot of stuff on here. We have to make a few timeouts. Again, if you guys are sharing any like social media stuff in here, this isn't Craigslist. This isn't, eHarmony. I don't know what else, but be careful sharing any stuff in here. We're just going to ban it, and I don't pretty much allow it because if one person does it, we'll allow everybody, and then it's just going to turn into something crazy. So please respect that. If not, you will respect the wrench regardless. But yeah, Christian Mingle. Yeah, and I don't know. I don't know. We've been like that forever. So I don't know why it shouldn't be anything new. So if you're new, I get it. If not, I don't get it. But same thing. Mustafa, shut up. Mustafa, just tell him. No, Mustafa, no. Okay? No. Shh, calm down. Farmers only. That was good, though. I liked it. Traders only. Plentyofchads.com. Okay, you guys are really into this, huh? Onlybands.com. Okay, you guys are just taking this one home, huh? Cult dating app? I would not want a cult dating app. That sounds so scary and risky. Some of you guys are crazy. That's it. I feel bad if any girl signed up and looked remotely like Donald Trump. You guys would go crazy. Man. You guys were like, hey, what's up? I don't like your dad. It's weird. I don't like him, but you're hot. Does Jay Powell have a daughter? I don't know. So please read the rules. Everyone keep reading, okay? Just keep reading the rules. No flexes. That's all. Find me a girl who trades options. I had a girl once, and she knew options. And you know what she told me? After she learned options, she got mad at me one day, and she said she's going to short me. And I said, wow. She said, I deserve to be shorted. And that really hit home. So you don't want your girl to trade options, because then the disses will hit deep, bro. I'm telling you. She's just going to be like, what am I doing? This is just a bunch of theta. I'm just wasting my time. You know that you're worse than theta. I'm like, damn. It just hits different. You know what I'm saying? It hits different. Like, you suck. I'm going to short you. It's like, damn, I felt that. Like, you were definitely against the fundamental nature of everything my company's doing. Wow. Holy shit. You even think it's profitable, and you're willing to risk it. Damn, that's a good one, Mustafa. Imagine being 5'5" and still getting shorted even more. That's a good one. Okay. I don't even have anything to clap back at with that. That was just a good one. That's a point, bro. I'll give you a point on the board. I'm gonna get you when you least expect it. But that counted. That was a great one. That was a great one. Good delivery, good wording. That was a good one. That was a good one. There you go. He earned his keep, I guess. Man. But make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. If you're on mobile, press hi chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist, the main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. You're on Instagram. Follow me at the Trading Fraternity. I just said second link on that. Let me go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Get your push-ups in. I'm not doing burpees today, bro. I'm clapped. I was doing push-ups. I was doing a bunch of... My back needs... I've been neglecting the back. So get your push-ups in. We do that. If you guys can get the push-ups done now, I'll go knock them out too. I'll hit my back workouts. But then, do you know what comes after that? Do you know? It's coming. It's happening. Oh, there's going to be Facebook, but then Philo. We got that Philo, that Fuelosophy. It's a good one. It's a weird one, but it's a good one. I'm excited. I wasn't like too excited about it. You'll see. You know what I'm saying? Oh, X dividend 529. Ooh. I like that. Abby Vi went below 90, so we'll see. But let me go to the bathroom, get those push-ups in. Let's run it. Realty gives monthly dividend. Is it really? Is O a monthly dividend? Anton. We had a dope. It was that wasn't the same Anton in the morning. Oh yeah, I need to do my push-ups. Hold on. Do your push-ups. I just need to do the back end. Bro, I'm clapped. Dude, I'm honestly clapped today, bro. I think I've been actually getting killed by the burp. I think I need a rest day, bro. Excuse me. I'm gonna sell out the money calls on it. That's smart. What's O's yield at right now? $5? Yeah, that's solid. I like it. Was that 6? Yeah, that's solid, bro. That's great for the quality of O. You know they're in San Diego, right? I used to drive by their building every day. It's like Sereno Valley by Del Mar. They have a fat ass fucking building, and it just says O. Part of the S&P 500. So that's good quality for that yield. Their payout ratio is 186? No. No way. Really? Yeah, it is a low-key flex, bro. Part of the S&P is a REIT. There's a lot of trash REITs out there, bro. I didn't know their payout ratio was that big. That's crazy. Wow. Yeah, but it is O. That's what I'm saying. They got that. They're like Bitcoin. They got that brand value. Would I wait to buy it? I was going to... I flipped the coin on it yesterday. I went for growth, but yeah, O is long term, but oh, I see it now. With Lukin out the picture, do you think Starbucks? I think it's the same thing. Like Lukin, Starbucks it wasn't affected by them. You lost 2 more commercial tenants? Uh-oh. That's crazy. How long were they tenants for? Can I address the UNH play? Curious to see how I feel. What about it? How do you think I feel about it? Put $30 into it. It's been roughly 24 hours. 7 years and they backed out? No. What? That's wild. That's really, really wild. Damn. Yeah, I don't even know. I've just had people not been able to pay, but I don't have I don't think we have anything, like we have like somewhat commercial, like flex units, but nothing like full on, that long with a tenant like that. Yeah. I'm trying to think. Maybe if you have any tenants, if you have any companies like that, if you have any more tenants in that, see if you could either try to work out a deal with them or make sure make sure they apply for, because they should be able to, yeah. But no, you could maybe go, if you could make sure they're taking advantage of everything, because like it should be easy for them to stay unless they really can't afford it. But that's crazy. That is crazy. Ghetto dividends on. Oh, you got to be careful, because any of the REITs, again, like sometimes it's not going to offer too much crazy. I've never looked at O, but I'm assuming because it has such low volatility, your contract's out the money. Yeah, you see what I'm saying? Like you'll sell. I guess you can still get $10, but that's for like a month. That's a $7 gain. That's not bad. $30 is different. But some have no choice. That is crazy, dude. I'm sorry to hear, but that is that, and that's why I think, honestly, the next 6 months, 12 months, we really have only seen a part of the picture. That's why yesterday when they were talking about it on the meeting, and they were saying what's it called? The reopening and the capacity. It's like that was something I didn't think about, and it's gonna be an issue. Yeah, Facebook, 27 minutes. Say that money. On the street, data from Disney provided a false sense of hope that in-person entertainment will recover. Yeah, because you could get in-person entertained, educated at the cult, baby. No, okay. All right. So, stretch real quick. Little Dicky. He's good, bro. Have you seen his show? Hi, I'm Dave. I'm Little Dicky. I had to stand up real quick. Let's get it, baby. Let us get it. It is coming. Dun, dun, dun. Who's Dave? Hi, Dave. I'm Little Dicky. Somebody suck me. You want to meet Dave? Yeah, bro. Tell him pull up. I love Dave. See, Dave, Lil Dicky is I do think he is one of the best rappers. He's so good. It's weird. I was about to clap that. Yeah, no, that's from the show. Yeah. If you don't know. Dave, Tekashi. I don't know. Tekashi lyrically, he might have a step up on Lil Dicky. He might. You know what I'm saying? Like, are you dumb, stupid, or dumb? Huh? It's like, how come Uncle didn't think of that? You know what I'm saying? Like, that was just like, you say Elon tweet? Elon said, cancel culture. I don't think he really had anything. But I feel him. I feel him on that. That was the first thing he said. Oh, bro, No, but, like, there's, like, Tekashi has writers. Like, you know, he's like, it's like smart, stupid rap, if that makes sense. It's so weird. Yeah, no, Lil Dicky's the best. But, okay, here's your philosophy, okay? So, welcome. This is your philosophy time. This is the chance where you have to back out now. So here's the disclaimer. You know, we'll give you all of your other disclaimers. But now at this moment, you need to back out if you're not in the game right now, okay? So I hope you understand what that means. This is going to be for you. We're going to talk about something very, very deep. We're going to philosophize, okay? So we need to talk about something. I'm sorry, I keep having burps. This is going to be a good one, honestly. I thought of something yesterday. I was actually with Uncle, and Uncle was showing me that song. He was trying to, like, I posted it, you know. He wants to do one more song for the drip tape, but the drip tape's done, and then he wanted to delay it for this last song. It would take him it would add an extra 2 weeks, 5-week turnaround time. But he wrote this one lyric, and there was just something I noticed about the word. There's a set of words I want to talk about, and we're gonna do the etymology. You guys know. Remember when I've gone through that with you guys, and I've just shown you just like what does this word mean, and we've looked at it, and you know all of this, right? So there's a few words that got me thinking. And it's related to what we even talked about yesterday a little bit. But this is what the conclusion is going to be. And this is really, I mean, at the end of the day, I don't even know really what, all this philosophy was that I just noticed something. That's it. So, I mean, take it as it is. And I do have a conclusion. And this is what we're going to talk about. Well, actually, let me ask you a question, first of all. Let me say this word, impress. Okay? So, impress. When I say the word impress, what is a word you think of? Naturally, I say impress. Like, I'm going to impress you. What do you think about? What's another thing you think about? Flex, girls, dad, flaunt, knowledgeable, influence, pressure, perfect, girl, flexing. I was flexing. I broke it. Now I'm flexing. It's a blessing. We in the game like Maddie. Proving something. Awesome. Surprise, XX, show off, judgment, validate. Impression, like bread in a cow, consistency, enlightenment, knowledge, attention, Lexus, lots of different meanings. Faith, permanent, some expressed, surprise yourself, accomplish. Face could be 100 million, could not be 100, no? Oh, for the grants. Beneficial, okay. Now let me give you another word, okay? Depress. If I say depress, depressed, depression. Now what do you think? sad, lower, dark, unsuccessful, not pressured, depressed, empty, sad, poop, help, lonely, slow decline, Uzi Vert, I feel, stretched, inflate and deflate, no Lexus, that's damn, pressure, pull back, unhappy, blowing up an account. You really think so? Nah. God blowing up a lot of accounts. I should be depressed then, if that's the case. But that's what you think, though. Everyone, I'm trying to see something. Okay? So thank you for answering. I appreciate that. It's good to see. So I just said those 2 words. Do you guys notice anything about those 2 words? Impressed or impressed, and depressed and depressed. So think about that. That's what it was. That's all that caught my attention. Because I was trying to think about it, and Uncle gave me this line, and I was like, well, what other words would fit? What other words would change? What is the underlying meaning? But then I realized it was like impress and depress, impressive and depression. That's the thing. They're kind of similar. So that's what did I start doing? I started looking into the word. I said, well, hold on. Okay, let me look into this now. What word are we dealing with? Let me check the fundamentals on this. That's why we'll get into the etymology of it, and I'll show you that. But this is what I want to talk to you guys about. Because, again, it has to do with proving something, and think about impression, right? But here's the conclusion I'm going to leave you with, and this is what I want you to think about, and then everything is going to come back to this. And the conclusion I've got to pretty much is that trying to impress usually will lead to depression and vice versa, or it could. Depression can lead to needing to impress. That was part of it. But the end conclusion I pretty much came to is that these words are very, very close for a reason. And then after you go and look into what they literally mean, it means something. It's just crazy to think about. I think there's a fine line between these words for a reason. And when you play and you need to understand what the differences are, and it's hard. So like I'm saying, I don't know what to really give you with this, but I couldn't shake this idea yesterday. I'm telling you. I tried to write something else down. I tried to think of something else to share you guys, but this just kept coming up. I'm telling you, I was looking for something deep, bro. I thought about this when Uncle was doing that, and then I kept moving on, and I was trying to think. I was like, this isn't deep enough. I don't know the point. Like, I was just like, but there's something, but it's just like I couldn't figure it out. All I know, though, is that there's some relation between impressed and depressed, impressing and depression. All I knew is at some level, I don't know, I couldn't take it deep. I really couldn't make this deep, but I just knew there's something, and maybe that's it. Maybe there is just a relation. You know, they're so close, it's this fine line, but now, how do you know when one becomes the other, right? So let's now look into this. This is what I'm going to show you. Impress, is it etymology? Yeah, see? This is etymology. This is where you take the word impressor, imprime, imprint, impress. So where is it? Right here. So this is the word. This is where it's going to say where it comes from. Okay? I think it's it, yeah. So I want the rest of the screen, but it says, impress, have a strong effect on the mind or heart, to stamp deeply in the mind, from Latin impressus, past participate of imprimere, press into, upon, stamp. Also figurative from assimilated form of in, into, in, on, upon. Do you get that? So the beginning is to impress, to press in and impress. The root, the beginning of it is into, in, on, or upon. Okay? And then premiere, to press. So it's to go in, into, in, on, upon, and then press it in, to hold fast, cover, crowd, compress. Literal sense, to apply with pressure, make a permanent image in indent, imprint from early blah, blah, blah. Okay? Depress. Just let me... FB doing the... well, yeah, well, watch Facebook for when the news comes, but here's depress. Put down by force, conquer. A since now obsolete Old French depressor. So instead of impressor, it's depressor. To press down, lower. What's the difference? What's the first one? In, into, on, or upon. Instead, it's to press down, lower. That's it. Not into, not on, not upon. Just down and lower. That's from Latin depressor, frequentative of Latin de premier, press down, plus premier. To press, hold fast, cover, crowd, compress. That's the same end. See, literally meaning push down physically, press or move downward. From early 15th century, that of deject, make gloomy, lower in feeling. Even then in the 1600s, depressed in the economic sense. Lower in value. Isn't that funny? Economically speaking, depression is a real thing. It's when something loses value. So what do you notice about this? Do you guys see what's the difference? There's literally only one difference. What is it? Upon versus down, yeah. Not even into, in, on, or upon. But the only thing that separates depression is that it's literally just lower. Whether it's lower value or to press down. Instead of pressing in, instead of going in, you're going down. Okay? That's the literal only difference of the word, what it means. And again, that's why I'm like, culturally, how come impress? It's like, I want to impress you. But that word is so close to, I'm so depressed. But I feel like nobody, even when I ask that question, it just doesn't come up. So think about that, okay? So what I came from this is that the real difference is down. Even depressed means loss of value. So think about this. When you try to impress somebody and you do so going down or doing something even beneath you, it's depressing. It could leave you depressed. Because think about it. If you have to prove something that's apparent, that's a step back. They're exact opposites? They're not. An exact opposite would mean up. It would be oppress, or whatever the Latin word for up, not in, onto, or upon. It would be up instead of down. That's the biggest difference. That's it. The only thing that separates impression and depression is it low or not? Does it go lower or higher? Do you go into something or do you bring it down? Isn't that funny? Don't bring me down. Don't put people down. Think about that. But literally, like I'm saying, it's like if you have to prove something that's already apparent, that's a step back. Some of you go below yourself. This is what I was talking about yesterday, right? With having to prove yourself. Some of you guys are going through this stuff, and do you really need to prove to everybody that you make money at this? Do you really need to prove everybody who you are and that you are what you say you are and this and that? That's below you. That's literally taking a step down. You don't even believe in yourself if other people don't believe it. Some of you have all these skills, and if nobody tells you about it, what's going to happen? You don't believe it. So think about that. Isn't it? Again, and I just think it's just funny because it's impress and depress. It's just, they're so close. And it makes sense that the real key is just direction. The direction of what you're doing will be the difference between it being depressed or being impressed, to being good or bad. But again, the direction. So now let's look at impress. Or better yet, what about impression? Right? It's a similar thing. And that's what it says, to press into, on, into, upon. You're going into something and you impress upon it. And that's the difference. Depress, I'm pushing down upon it just to press down upon it. I'm not trying to leave anything in it. I'm not going in, unto, or upon. I'm not leaving an impression of your teeth. Josh left an impression on me. In or around, leaving an impression. You know, honestly, you may have been impressed by something I say or even how I say it. Some of you have gotten impressed. You're like, wow, that's great. And it may make you think highly of me. But that wasn't the goal. The key was not trying to impress and make you think highly of me. I don't give a shit. That's why I talk like Elmo. So I will tell you about philosophy and I'll tell you about anything it is. It's not about making you think I don't care if you think I'm smart or not. I'd rather see you watch me work and see what you get from that. But why am I saying this? Because what was my reasoning and motivation? I was trying to leave a little bit of me into you guys. That's it. I'm trying to leave some of what I did in there. It's not, I don't care, because even if you view negatively of that, at least you're going to, you know how I trade. You know expiration, in the money. That left an impression. I didn't care if you said out of the money stupid. Oh, you only this works. Only that works. It doesn't matter. You saw something. You saw how I did it. Something was left. I'm trying to leave a little of that, of my logic with you guys. And guess what? It's the same logic that I got about money. You know, the logic of how money works, God, all that's what God, that's what I got from the Bible. You don't read that book. You don't like the book. I read that book. It left something in me. It made an impression. Because it's not what I wanted. It didn't. Why did it impress me? Because it stayed with me. Proverbs, that was impressive. Because it had a huge impression on my life. Everywhere I'm going, I'm thinking wisdom. I'm thinking how to maneuver, how to handle business. Proverbs covered it all. Richest Man in Babylon. That book had an impression. Since 18 years old, I've never been the same since I read it. Very, very, very big difference. But again, this is that logic is I was just trying to leave something there. And that's the logic. That's what I'm saying. Maybe, and again, I don't want to say you do what I do this. No, but that is a good way to look at how to, if you want to, because now think about it. This is what I'm getting at. How many people would say they're depressed? I've already seen it 100 times in the chat. I'm depressed. Oh, I lost my this. And then how many of you guys are trying to impress everybody? Think about that. Everybody's trying to impress everybody. You guys are trying to prove something to somebody. You are trying to impress people. And maybe both. Exactly. Because that's what I'm saying. It's a fine line. That's the whole point I'm saying is that it's kind of a game when you get here trying. But now think about that. Because think about what impression is. Impression coincides with value. It's the same principle of value. You're giving something instead of impressing and expecting praise, admiration, or whatever. Do you see the difference? The impression, I just want to leave you with value. I don't care how you view it, but some people, they're not trying to, when you are trying to impress people, are you trying to leave them with value, or are you trying to give something where it brings you up? You want people to be impressed with you. You want people to look at you like that, but what are you doing? You're like, I made this much money. You're not giving them money. You're not teaching them anything, but you want them to know you have money, so they're like, oh, he's a successful man. He does this. He does that. He does this. But you're not leaving anything. You're hoping it violates the principle of value. You're just hoping somebody likes your photo. You're hoping somebody sees what you got and this and that. Exactly, a reaction or a feeling or whatever. Because that's what Uncle said. I need to see what it. Uncle said something. He said, let me find it. He said, so tell me this, who you trying to impress? And if you don't achieve this, would it leave you depressed? And if they don't like you now, why do you want their respect? If you got one life to live, why you do it for them? Damn. Damn. Damn, man. But seriously, who are you trying to impress? And if you don't achieve this, would it leave you depressed? But then that next point, if they don't like you now, why do you want their respect? You know, honestly. Like the same people, if you didn't like me earlier, I don't like you now just because you like me. Or it's not, I love everybody, but it's like, I'm not doing that for you. But that's what I'm asking some of you guys. That's what's it called? That was Uncle Unreleased. But what I'm saying is, like, what are you trying to get out of this? You know, what are you trying to, if you're going with people to have them impress them, that's what I'm saying. These words are so close. It's easy to get confused, and impress will lead to depressed, and depression will lead you to making you want to impress people. Maybe you feel sad. So if I just go do this to people and they feel this certain way, what's going to happen? 4 minutes till the Facebook thing. But Facebook is moving. Excuse me. Yeah, a little mini rip. So, what I'm saying is, instead of impressing and expecting something, leave an impression. You don't want to be impressive. You want to leave impressions. But it's asking yourself, are you doing something for somebody because you want them to give you something? Or is it because you want to leave something in this world? You want to leave something positive. That's what I'm saying. Honestly, and that's the whole point. Go leave something good in this world. Make an impression. That means make an effort to leave value. It's easy to try to impress people. It's easy to wear some nice clothes and then like, wow, I like your clothes, but it's a lot harder to let someone know that the clothes doesn't matter. Or make an impression that say, yeah, you know, the clothes don't make me. It was because of this. It's because of that, whatever it may be. You know, make an effort to leave value and try not to do things that make you appear more valuable. That's what it comes down to. You know, if something brings them down, but brings you up, or even if it just is down, it will leave you depressed because that is the difference. So if you try to impress somebody and you have to bring somebody down, that's depressing. You're not impressing anybody. Is it leaving an impression? I don't know, it may not be a good one. You know, if you're looking to impress people now too, and get more than you leave them with, it will probably leave you depressed. You know, and this is what I'm pretty much saying. I don't know what to say with all this. Like I'm saying, I don't know. You guys may think this is deep. I don't. Because I can't give you a real, again, I just think there's a fine line between, I think impressing and depressing go hand in hand. And if you're depressed, you're going to try to impress. And if you're try to impress all the time, it'll lead to depression. But the point I'm saying with this and everything, all I have to say is these words are close for a reason. And the answer is just watch out. That's all I came up with. That's all I could think about with all of this. It was just saying they're close for a reason. Watch out. Get to the point and move to Facebook. Get to the point and move to Facebook. Get to the point and move to Facebook. What's Facebook? Dude, we're already in Facebook, man. God is good. You see what I'm saying? That's why you prepare, so you won't get mad at people. But that's all it is, man. It's crazy what you do with your, they leave an impression. I hope so, and that's what I'm saying. It's like, and even that was the funniest part, because I was like, there's nothing deep about this, but it's like, I don't care if it's not deep. Like, I don't want to give, it's like, I'm not here, I want to give you something. And I couldn't shake this thought yesterday. I really couldn't get over this. And it just came down to that, and just be careful. That's all I'm saying. Are you impressed, depressed, or impressed? Huh? So apply that, leave value. It's very simple. If it's going down, it's depressing. If you're doing your act, if you're like, I'm depressed, where are your actions pointing? Do they point down? Do they bring people down? Is it, or do you feel down? So now you feel like I need to make people like me for this reason. But again, it comes down to even what Uncle said. Why? That's a whole nother philosophy in and of itself. Why? And I'll tell you, even for the young kids, I think this is for the younger people, man. Like if you're 17, 18, 19, even in your early 20s, I'd say it applies. Because you're going to be around all these people. You're going to be doing all this stuff, but then what's going to happen? You have people you guys are trying to get respect from people, and you're trying to impress people who don't care about you. You know? Simple as that. I'd rather leave a good impression on people who care about me than people who don't care about me. Like, honestly, that's why, like, it's negative. I clap back at that Facebook guy I shouldn't have. You know, I'm making, like, honestly, life is good. God is great. I'm making money. Like, I'm doing my thing. But at the end of the day, it's like, that's not who it's for. Anybody. Like, if you don't like me, like, that's it. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I'm not going to go on Reddit and read all the dumb shit that you're writing about me, because I don't want you. I don't want to impress you. You see what I'm saying? And I give value, and if people could find it, that's fine. But I learned that a long time ago. And that's what I'm saying. I think some of you guys need to learn that now. You got people following you, you got people in your life, all of this, and that's what it links to yesterday. You have all of this pressure, you're trying to prove something, but who are you trying to prove it to? Like people who wouldn't give a shit anyways, like we said yesterday. And then if you notice that you're trying to impress everybody, I think that's telling you something. And that need, you're trying to fulfill a different need. And you need to aim up. Isn't that funny? If you want to get out of depression, I don't know the answer to depression, dude. I'm not a psychologist. I'm not this. I don't know shit, man. But definition, I know words. All it's saying is aim up. I don't need to know everything. Just aim up. You're like, I want these people to know I'm rich. No, I want to leave them with something that will make them be rich. Do you see what I'm saying? That is the aim up. Stop going below yourself. Stop trying to prove to people anything. That's going, if you have to tell me, Josh, you're not a good trader, you have to do this. I'm not like, oh yeah, watch me flip this. Watch me do this. Yabba dabba do that. It's like, at that point, I'm really not that good. I mean, I have it, but I'm even looking at it now. I'm like, well, you guys are kind of annoying with the Facebook. I have it up on my screen already. I've been looking at it this whole, like, again, you guys don't know what I'm doing. Like, I'm looking at it. I have my plays. I'm trying to decide now. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna keep the peace here. I don't like you guys. Like, that's it. Like, you want to watch? I mean, you know what? If you want it, here you go. I mean, that's it. You could go watch it. You go find it. But I mean, I'm just, I don't know about it. I'm just looking at it. I'm making money with it. You guys know that, right? You know, we already made this. I hope you watched the watch list. And that's, I hope you were prepared. I mean, because guess what? I tried to leave you with this. You know that, right? And even then, even now, if I'm, what good would it be explaining this lesson to you? Like, what do I want to leave you with? I want to leave an impression on you right now. Stop moving all the time because of things that you think are, again, it's pressure. I'm not going to, you see what I'm saying? I have my plays. I already know who's talking. I knew before you, and it's up here. So it's like, I'm not, but the key is for all, don't be pushed into anything. Go at your own time. So this is a big point though, man. I again, like I said, even for the younger guys, it's just the people you're dealing with. Again, even you see it now. It's like even people here, I don't even want, again, if you're only here because of this or that, it's like, you're not the one I want to, that I'm really focused on. Honestly, I just said it. Like, even right now, I'm speaking to the younger people and the people who deal with this shit and the people under a lot of pressure and the people who feel it because it's real. And then also at the same time, you see all these movements and all these actions, and you guys are moving and working so hard for people that are what? That they didn't respect you, and then you're getting sad because you want people who would have never respected you to respect you in the beginning. That's what you guys know, and you want to know what the funny part is? That's business. You think I'm talking philosophy? Get the fuck out of here. If anybody, you know, if you didn't respect my value, and I've had people, bro, you know, they've came to me and they said, they didn't want to pay me for stuff. They wanted me to work for free, or I gave them a deal, and they didn't respect my work at that time. What did I do? I said, okay. But when I got successful and they come back around, it's like, oh, I wanted to work with them so bad, but no, my price goes up. And even then, even if you could afford my price, I've already seen enough. So understand this. And just understand, when you play the game of trying to impress people, that's where pressure comes from. And it is a very, very, very fine line between what? Impression and depression. Impressed and depressed. So I'm going to leave you with that. That is your philosophy. And the end of the philosophy is what? Watch out. That's it. That's it. Just watch out. Don't play. Take it slow. And just consciously think about that. Because that is the key. And look into those words. I don't know what the words meant. Again, it got me. It made me think it was good to go. So that's pretty much it. I like it. I hope it helps you, man. I hope it helps you. And again, I say the younger guys, but I know there's older people who have to deal with this. I don't like the pressure. And again, I feel it. I'm not under pressure. You're lucky I care. Honestly, you guys, and show love, please. Everybody in there who's like, Facebook. Like, do you guys want to know why they want Facebook? Think about what I told you. I'm already in the play. They have pressure. That's why I've noticed, man, the people who get mad when I talk, they say I'm ranting and doing this. I'll look back through the comments and I'll see their name. They're like, I lost money on this. There you go, Shopify. Get out of here. I didn't need to do shit. The fuck out of here. What are you guys saying? Shop drop. Oh no, what play? Oh no, what play am I going to do? Oh, maybe I should find a play. That's crazy. Oh my God. Oh, it's gapping down. Oh man, I better find a play. Oh no. Where's Mark Zucker's stream? I didn't hear a word of it. Oh my gosh, Josh. Oh, I'm unsubscribing. I can't do this. This guy, you're just talking about yourself. Oh my God. That's $1,200 right there. But that's what I'm saying. You would have hit this play if you didn't have the pressure. Y'all don't feel me, man. I'm telling you. It's mindset. Release yourself from this dumb shit that's forcing you into all of this, man. I'm going to go to the bathroom now. I'm going to go piss. I'm going to let it keep working for me. And that's it. Relax. Okay, I didn't need to do anything I'm up. Man, this is... I'm going to go pee, man. Damn, that's a big ass candle, bro. That's wild. That's crazy. See, I'm going to keep philosophizing. You know that, right? Because we already did this yesterday. You don't get it. Some of you are asking, you come here for me to teach you something. And just because it doesn't show up how you want to know what the lesson is? It's called read between the lines. That's what I was saying. I said, the people who come in here and they put pressure on you with plays and this and that, I read between the lines, just like I did with Zuckerberg. It's the same exact thing. You read between the lines and you notice something. You're saying he's saying that for a reason. You see what I'm saying? I read between the lines. Oh, I need this play. I didn't need a list. Once he said the one word I found yesterday, that's all I needed. That's all I needed. When you tell me, post the play. Oh, I hate this. All you're telling me is I need to keep preaching philosophy, because that means you're under an extensive amount of pressure, and that's why you feel the need to talk like that and to get everything. So I'm sorry. I'm not trying to even mess with y'all. I'm trying to say pay attention, and then people coming to me, you're like, I want to learn, and then it's not coming how you expect it to. But it's there. I mean, here. Like, watch. Just hold on. Like, look, I'm just going to do this. 3 of them. I don't know if it'll sell me at that price, would it? No. I mean, not even then. I could just sell out at that price. I'm kind of cool with that. I do want 3, though. I'll get 290 maybe. Nah, I'm gonna wait a little. I'll wait till it comes. I'll sell on a red candle, because that's what I'm saying. I'm gonna sell this out. I'm gonna make $1,200, and that was it. Our entry was yesterday. Middle of the day. Oh, now it's popping back up. Okay. Okay, I sold 3 of those at $250. I'm holding the last one for free because, again, those contracts only went up as high as the other thing. But we got profit on there. Only 300. I'm holding the last one. If I sold the last one, it'd be like 500 profit instead of It says 1,200, but it went too crazy on me. But there you go. 140 to 250 on that on 4 contracts, but I'm holding one of them for free now. So we made that play free, hold it. But then again, that has till next week, and then I still have the Facebook calls. Yes. What are the I haven't even looked at the Facebook calls. Oh, those Facebook calls are booming, dude. $20 in 78. Nice. I sold shop. I sold 3 of the shops at 250, and I have 1 more left. They don't fear you at all. It's cool. And it's not. I think most people, a lot of people got that play. You know? I know a lot of people in that, and then even the Facebook one. But the point is the pressure, man. Even when you're seeing other people do the pressure all the way down to like, you guys, I need this word. Like, that's the whole point of why am I good at stock news? Why am I good at this information? I know how to interpret it. And it's being efficient. Why am I going to waste my time listening to that whole damn thing when we already know what we're looking for and it will happen or it won't, and we're already positioned? I didn't need to listen. I'm not going to waste my time. It's literally efficiency. Because if you're watching that stream to make a play, you're too late. That's why I sold out of those contracts right now too. Because I noticed, I said the premiums only hit a certain point. So, yeah. I do that. That Facebook's dope though, because isn't that Facebook till next week? We're still far at the money, but it's a nice gain. It's nice for the small account. You know what I'm saying? We put $20 in. That'll, if you take out 70, that'll get you. It'll pay for the UNH play and the Facebook play. That was nice though. That was pretty funny though. That was another point for the philosophy lovers. That was just for you guys. That was a real life lesson in many ways. That was beautiful. I loved it. You should go back through the chat and see that. Just go back and see how Facebook. So applicable too to the philosophy. It doesn't get better than that, man. I'll tell you, hey man, God is good, man. All glory to be God, and I think that's a lesson, man. You guys just saw something, bro. That's all I'm saying. You saw something. If that wasn't a real life example of chill the fuck out, eliminate all this pressure, why? Like it's not going to change what makes money or not. Literally. If you were more relaxed yesterday, stop coming in, waking up and reacting to your bank account and how you feel, and then forcing a play, or I need to find something, I need to do this. Oh my God. And then I need to show my mom that I'm this, and my dad, and then my wife, and then, dude, you see what I'm saying? This is the talk. This is another philosophy. I had this talk with somebody literally yesterday, and it was just like, you will make better decisions when you're clear-headed. I said that to you yesterday. Oh my God. It's like the cop. Remember the cop analogy? So, and then you have the watch list too, even this morning. How many times this morning did we say 10 a.m.? 10 a.m. Facebook. 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 Yesterday, watch list. News at 10 a.m. or the news is going to come out. Do you see what I'm saying? But if you're so hyper focused on what you think, on making actions, it's not that I didn't say, it's not like you're ignoring what I said, but your mind was focused on something else. That's literally all it is. Because you want the play to look like this play right here at this price. I'm going to buy it. That's it. Even if I already showed the Shopify play, it didn't matter. Whew. People want handouts. It doesn't, but that's the weird part. That play was handed out. The news was, you could have done anything on this. But the question is, what were you looking for? That's all. You're looking for something else because you have a different pressure. Have you ever lost your keys and you're late? Think about that. It's a lot harder to find your keys when you lost them when you're late. Now lose your keys on a Saturday when you have nowhere to go. You'll probably find your keys easier. That's exactly what happened. So, you know what I'm saying? Relax. You'll find the key. They're somewhere in this house, I promise you. You have nowhere to go. You're on quarantine. There's nothing else. That's it. Just chill. That is the key to all of this. And if I'm telling you, here's for everybody else. All my OGs, new guys, I don't care. Because this is what will separate you, this concept. If you cannot chill out through your trading career and are constantly going to get dictated and pushed and turned with the wind and with everything and not just be clear-headed about this, that is going to be a test you will have to succumb. Or over, I don't even know what the fucking word would be. Hopefully you feel me. I'm literally telling you, trust yourself. Amen. Amen. Thank you, man. Thank you. Because at least I hope that's what you're getting out of this. I hope you're seeing that, whoa, like, you stop playing how you think other traders play. You think that's it, and then you've only watched me so little that you think I have to watch the stream to get, you see what I'm saying? Just relax. Just take a step back and chill and stop forcing all of this pressure and money and desires upon you and everybody else around you, and we'll get the bag. If not, we won't. I will, but you're going to be so scared and pressured. So let's relax and we'll get it. That's it. That's all I want, and you'll get what you want. Like I said yesterday, the minute you're willing to let go of it, you will get it. If you're not willing to let go of it, you have zero faith in yourself and what you're doing. Simple as that. I have faith in what I'm doing. I didn't even have to fucking listen to it. Every time. So let's go, baby. Shout out to all the people who hit that. And if you didn't hit it, I hope you got the lesson from it. And we'll hit it again because another one's going to come. The lesson wasn't the play. It wasn't the news. It wasn't anything. It was easy. This one was easy. The hardest part was the pressure of it. So there you go. Sold all shops. You saying good thing on shop. Yeah, those are down to like 180. You see what I'm saying? That was the IV. You see, that I said it on the watch list yesterday. It could have just been a sell the news. I said we'd look to sell it, but now that, so do you see how the Facebook's working for us? We got profit on the Shopify's, but man, now it's going off. Facebook Shopify collaboration. Shop CEO on Facebook. See, now that's new information. See, there you go. But look, I still didn't need to listen to it. Thank you, Chad. Do you see? Come on, baby. You see that? They're kind of expensive though. 85 to 160. That's on a weekly though. They're expensive. No, I'm riding the shit out of those Facebooks. That was $20. That's at $100 now. That's great for the small account. Ooh. People are going to like the bullishness more. Damn, I fucking missed it. I had a call and I just missed it. Oh, I got it. Damn, it was expensive. So I took some of the profit there. I bought the Shopify May 29th 900 call at 255. The chain is very volatile on the call side. That was going for, I paid $100 more than the low of the day, but only 10% above opening. Don't trade that. it's risky, but that's now playing the new information of a Shopify, what's it called? Partnership with them. But we'll see. But again, that's even then, we still have that put. I have the put till next. So now you see how I turned that into a strangle. It's expensive, but I still have a $180 put in there. So do not trade that. I haven't even put that out on the stream alerts yet because I did that one right in front of you guys. That one was fast. Because again, that one I had that same one at that one was going for 170. I slipped on that one. That one's all of the shops are like that. You have to be careful. There's going to be crazy volatility, but look at every contract above it. Go look at every contract above it. They're now sold for $4. And then every contract below, that was the issue. There's just wide spreads, but it's decent. There was just a fat finger on that. Okay, yeah, you could ghetto spread the shit out. The Facebook's a solid. You could do whatever you want with the Facebook. The Facebook, this is now a next lesson. Trust yourself and make a decision. You have a setup right now. Facebook's killer. You can do whatever you want with it. You could ghetto spread it. You could take the profit. You could let it ride. You're going to learn something. Make a decision and look at your balance. Look at how much cash you have available and the total amount of your account. May 29th for Shopify. So we bought those at 20 cents. Those are at 150. So this was the Shopify play. So if you wanted to ghetto spread it, view all options. Shit. Why don't I view all option? Why won't it load? No, it's not. There it is. So where's the one we have? May 29th, call. So you have this one, you would short this one. So you would sell this one, and then you could sell this one back for $87, collect the premium, and then you would have a $250 max gain, or you could get your money back and leave you more upside. But in this case, I would either sell it out completely or hold it. But again, make your decision and look at your cash available. You see, I only have 88 more bucks left. And if I got that $100 back, I'd have 200 cash, and then I would still have the UNH. So that would pretty much make UNH free, and then no more upside on Facebook. But then if I lost that play, you look at your account, because if you're holding Facebook now, and it's gone up a lot, your account is up a lot. So now, if you lost the full value of Facebook, what would your account go to? If you don't like that, you take the whole profit. That's what I do. You don't want to waste a day trade? No. Do whatever you think you need to do. You see, don't act on, it's okay. Don't follow the rules. In a weird way. You see what I'm saying? That's acting out of some bird in the hand is worth, you don't know what's going to happen. What if you never make a trade for the next week? What if there's no good trades at all? You may repeat the Facebook play. Like, what do you mean? The play we're already in the play from yesterday, so you can't get it now. The question is, do you take profits or not? Because it's at 500. It's a good enough profit. 500%, you're great. If you're taking profits, it's not a way. Amen. That's a great way to look at it, right? Never thought about that. How is it a waste if you run out with profit? That's not a waste at all. Thanks for the play. Good work. See, now that's what I'm saying. Learn. You guys are going off a little bit on your own. You learn how to do it and then go from there. That's it. That's all you got to do. That's easy, man. I like it. And you've seen you guys are making decisions now. That's exactly what you want. And you'll learn from it. Who cares what happens? You see what I'm saying? You got something out of it. You either got money, and then at the end of the day, it's a win you can't lose on. You know, if you took profits, you get, even if it went up a lot more, all you did was miss out on something you didn't have. But now you're getting to learn how to handle this situation and be prepared. That's what I'm saying. Don't ask me what to do. Go ask your Robinhood account. Go look at it and say, okay, where's my cash? Where's the total balance? What plays do I have open? Which plays are in the gutter? Okay, if I make this, what will it do? Okay, I'm going to try this, and then we're going to learn from it. So I'm waiting. We're going to watch it. I like the move, though. I like the move a lot. And remember, Facebook was lagging. Remember, that's why I said on the watch list yesterday, Facebook was lagging. So Facebook only went up, that's it, just screwed up not selling. No, you didn't. Stop evaluating your success and failures in 10 minutes. You thought I hit the Shopify, I sold out of the profits, and now that thing is below where we paid for it, but now I'm in call size all in that same 10-minute period. You see what I'm saying? Don't judge it so quickly. You'll find in 2 weeks, a month, you'll find out if it was a good move or not. Literally. I jumped all over the Facebook. The Facebook was a good one. That was a good small account play. $20. Literally $20. Did work. I'm new and I love you, baby. God bless you. You missed the shop. It's okay. We're going to find another one. That's what I'm saying. This is what the market's going to turn to. It's going to be new. I said this on the watch list yesterday. It's going to be news. It's going to be picking up information and then applying it, but you're not going to have time to wait for the market to confirm it. We were ahead of that the whole day for 48 hours, 24 hours. You see, but that's where we need to look at it. We got the same thing from Elon. We got the same thing now. Zuck did that 2 times for us. So there's going to be another one. That's why learn something from this, whether you got it or not. And then however you handled the profits on this play, you're going to take this. This is summertime. I'm telling you, it's going to be like this probably for the next 2 months. Off a 1,500 person. And remember, then everybody was saying that it was priced in. It was impossible because when the news came in, it had earnings and it ran up $100. But again, now too, do you see what happened? We were right and wrong at the same time. We got the news. You were supposed to sell the news, but then we knew the impact would hurt them. But then what happened? They announced the partnership, and that's what reversed it there. So shout out to Chad for keeping me updated. That's why we have a lot of people in here. It was beautiful. That was beautiful. I want from 50% to 20% on my account. Really tempted to YOLO it. So if you get an offender bender, are you tempted to just take a bat to your windshield and slash all your tires? Or you're like, fuck it, I got in a car accident. I'm just going to drink a bunch of alcohol and we'll run it. If that's what you would do, then do it. I mean, there you go. My analogies aren't on point. Literally, we need to find, there's a disconnect between money world and real life. That's all it is. That's literally all it is. There's a giant disconnect between the common sense of what you would do in the normal life and then with money. It's like, I lost a little bit of something. Let me destroy everything and do something extremely risky. You don't do that anywhere. Why? Don't do it with your account. It's temptation. I get it. You know what I'm saying? There's a reason why it's like that because it is a little different. So just be wise with it. The fact is, if you keep yourself alive and have access to this stream and you're just not a Dumbo about it and greedy, just keep your money. There's an opportunity is going to come up. I literally messed up for people on purpose. I don't think I did. I really don't think I did. I don't want to be God, bro. Are you kidding me? The fuck you saying? I don't want to deal with all your, man. If I had to hear your prayer requests, you know, like all this dude talks about is money. Gosh. I'm sorry you felt that way, but that's what I'm saying. I didn't clap you on purpose. You didn't watch the watch list. You didn't listen this morning, and that's it. Let's just be real. Let's take responsibility, and I'll take responsibility. You know, if I never discussed Zuckerberg and that play happened, I feel you. If I didn't put on the stream and I didn't talk about him on the watch list, anything, I feel you. But I did. That's all. So you're under pressure right now. You got to release that. That's the whole lesson. You're under pressure. That's what I'm saying. Read between the lines. So I'm sorry. I don't have to apologize. I mean, I'm not apologizing for the play. I'm apologizing because you feel this pressure, and I don't want you to have that. Can you show us how to Robinhood? Well, yeah, we did that trade on Robinhood. I could do the, like, you know, if you need me to show anything on Robinhood, I can. But it's Robinhood's really, I can't execute fast on Robinhood, so that's it. The coal is my only news source. Is that bad? Not necessarily, but you could get a lot from other places too. You know what I'm saying? And like usually you could confirm it with the Colt. I love Don. God bless you, man. It's all good, man. Welcome, Firek. Fireku? I don't know how to say. How do you say your name? Fireku? Fireq? Firek? How do you say that? Can I get the Webster's pronunciation on that? Fireki? Like Firak? Fireq? What's his name? How do you say that? I want to know. Fired K? K fired? Fire Q. Okay, Fire Q. Got it. All right, man. Welcome. That name got me. And I like it. Firak. I thought, yeah, I was like, maybe he's my Habibi. Firak. The credit card being down. Yeah, we can talk about that. I have all those notes from yesterday. We do need to discuss that. Be careful of USO. You guys, USO is a dud. Honestly, USO is baby mama drama. So if you guys want to play oil, I wouldn't touch USO. USO, again, oil ripped a lot, but USO hasn't caught the smoke. Boom, this is a wave of welcome. Rontes, all of these people. Who are we got here? We got Rontes, FireQ, Nintendo 64. Jordan Rarick, that name sounds familiar. Anthony Marone. Oh, a 40 bag for the, respect. R35 respect. I see you, baby. My bad, I didn't see that earlier. Thank you for not clapping me for not. There you go. Thank you for paying the plug. Shout out to new members. Hello, new member. You're a good guy. I've earned that, my respect. Awesome, man. Well, I mean, whether I earn the respect or not, I hope I left you with something, you know? That's the whole point of the philosophy, and that's it. That's what we do here. And, you know, shout out to people. You know, you guys gave me the information. You know, I was making my point. I was saying that, and somebody posted more information I needed to make another play. I responded very, very quickly, and amen. You know, we work together. That's really what it comes down to. I mean, honestly, and that's what I'm saying. Let's remove pressure. Watch what the fuck we do. Honestly, that's it. Like, that's it. Like, I don't care. You don't have to believe me now. If I've shown you a lot and you don't believe it yet, that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Watch what happens. Just take off pressure for a week, 2 weeks. If it doesn't make a change, I don't know then. I don't know. I'll retire. I'll retire for you. I don't know anything. Anything you want. Just did 10. Used to not be able to do 2. Amen, baby. Amen. And then we'll do that week break next week. Just starting out. Pay the plug, baby. God bless you. Holy hour gives me anxiety. Oh, wow. Dude, it's already 10:40? Shit. That Shopify's up a little bit, too. First buy was SPY, dropped the next day, experiment, instant addiction. Yeah, be careful. Just be careful, all right? Jordan Vu. Thank you, baby. God bless you all. Riley Strain. I just gotta give this on TLT. Let's go, baby. Always promise to be positive and respectful. You don't have to promise that. You promise that you're gonna try your best to be positive and respectful. Because watch me long enough, you'll realize I'm not always positive and respectful. The spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak, my friend. So just try. As long as you commit to trying, there will be times there. So then that way you don't feel defeated and disappointed if you don't do it. But I feel you, and I appreciate you. Lending tips. That lending tips video? Oh, I forgot. Bro, we have a lending tips video. I don't care. When I'm philosophizing, I don't care about anything. I don't want to hear Zuckerberg. I don't want to hear lending tips. I'm talking to my people, man. Y'all don't realize. I'm too much for some of y'all, I feel like sometimes. That's it. I get my zone, baby. So run that up. That's lending tips, free real estate. That's the link. So if you like the Facebook and you thought we were early on the Facebook, imagine all the real estate. I told that to a few people yesterday. I said, man, everything. In the next 5-10 years, you're going to look back at real estate with stuff, and it'll be just like that Facebook. You'll be like, I saw that on the watch list. That's crazy. So I'd run that up. Thanks for Facebook. Thank you. You guys really got that Facebook. So that was good. I could tell. Donations, memberships, comments. I could tell I'm on the same level as Zuck. That's nuts. Yeah, I mean, technically, yeah, I guess so, huh? But I was, what was it called? What was I saying? Oh, yeah, that's what I was saying with these. I mean, and I get to learn from that. You see your feedback and the Facebook and what you guys are telling me. That's because we did that on the small account. I could tell. Because that one, you guys, I made that one very clear. So I'm going to try my best to do that, but I just don't want, again, I'm going to gamble with this account, okay? So I'll tell you when I make the small plays on this account, but just understand you have to know when I'm gambling and when I'm actually going for, building. You see what I'm saying? So just understand that, okay? That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do. You do that, you'll be good. Would I buy back into Facebook after taking profits? Not for a week. You got to give it, I have to give it some time. I'm never going to jump back in on something if I just sold out of it in that same week. I've had problems with that. I've done that with Boeing, but I like to make sure that I'm like in there like swimwear. You know what I'm saying? And then once I'm out, I don't get back in because have you ever done that? Go to the pool and wear your bathing suit, go get wet and shit. And then go take it off, go put it on the balcony to dry. But then, when you put it on and it's still wet a little, it just don't feel good. You know what I'm saying? I don't like that. That's why you don't want to do that with these plays. You see what I'm saying? You got to let it dry off, put it in the dryer, let it really dry, and then you'll get back into it. And then it'll feel nice. It's not going to give you that, you know what I'm saying. Especially if you're a man, it don't feel the same way. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. That made me uncomfortable. Even talking about it, I envision it. Now I feel like I'm wearing a wet swimsuit, and I don't like it. So that's why I sell out. I let it dry off. Because, again, and that's premium. Because if you sell out, why is that? It's true, because it is. Because if you sell out, of that play, especially specifically for options, the premium's relative. So it's like if we made 500%, all of these are up there. You know what I'm saying? So it's like if you're going to sell out to buy back into something. Oh, Spotify 52-week highs, baby. So that Facebook, what's going to happen after this little top and drop here? That Facebook is going to either stay at this 120 value. If Facebook doesn't have a continuation next week, that contract's going to top out. So if you hold it from here, you're banking on a multiple day move to go up, or you got to just take it out here again. It was like Shopify. Shopify, we had more premium on Shopify yesterday, and then at the height of the news, and then it quickly went away. So understand premium, understand the value. Why are people willing to pay $120 for this call? Have you guys asked yourself this? Why would you pay $100 for a 232 call? Because given what has occurred and where the price is, you're assuming for that to continue. So if the pace of the stock drops and the stock's not moving as fast on that week, people won't be willing to pay that much. So keep that in mind. You have a good move and more uncertainty today, But now if it had a good move and then less uncertainty tomorrow, the price is going to come down. Came up nice. There you go. God bless you, baby. God bless you. If you got a membership, I honestly don't know how that works. It's through YouTube, unfortunately. I'm new, learning with Daniel. Let's go, baby. Daniel. Here we go again to retest. We got burned on the put. I don't have Spotify options. I have Spotify shares. Remember we added those shares yesterday? Nice. We got some 4% on that. I have the September. Yeah, remember I sold out most of those. I have 3 of those Septembers left. So those are still up. I have 3 of the September 275 still. Yeah, market closed on Monday, Memorial. Boom. So remember we were up like what? We were up 18% on Spotify. Then we bought it, but now we're up 11 on the total. That's great. I love Spotify. Shout out Spotify, bro. Oh, Shopify. My bad. Dude, I confuse them all the time. I literally say Shopify. I said that on the watch list yesterday. I don't look at a volatility percentage. I don't care about that. You know, because I just look at the break even. That tells me that inherently. You see what I'm saying? So I don't need to know the percentage. I just need to say, okay, if you're charging me $1 for a 230 contract, that's a 231 break even by this date. That is literally, it's at 220. You need about $10 move. That's a 5% move in a week just to break even. That's it. So you have to ask yourself, is that realistic? You know, what now looking at Facebook moves, what does 5% on this stock do? Is that realistic? Can it go 5%? And then that's just to break even. What would it need for me to profit? So this is the 1000% gainer video in the description. That's exactly what I'm explaining now. But I don't look at that. You know, I'm looking at what I'm literally buying and what it costs me, because that what I purchase and the price I pay for it, that defines the whole play. So that's where I'm able to say, well, if the volatility is high or not, the break even is going to be higher or lower. That's it. So if your break even is closer to your strike price, you're paying less premium. If it's further, you're paying more. That's it. But understand what that implies or what that is literally saying. Bro, it's 1047. Cult comedy is so funny. I just saw that one. Pins Big Red? Come on. Why do they keep switching gears on us all day today? Remember we still have that? Yeah, Pins is selling off. Those plays are now down, so those lost the preem. Bank dividends at risk. Yep. Mm-hmm. UNH being clapped. Not as much, though. I'm surprised our contracts didn't lose more value, but we'll see. Gold Comedy got that heat. I promote him, but I don't want to get clapped. Good. At least you fucking listen. Jeez. That's respectable. Now I've been here for a month. I'm starting to understand how this works. Just keep going, baby. You'll learn more and more. Thanks for teaching me about life stocks. You're underappreciated. Oh man, I'm overappreciated. Yeah, I think one comment like that means a lot to me, and then the other shit I don't really give a shit about. So I love you. Thank you. You know that's why that what's it called? Because I know, I mean, it's gonna happen. You know, it's gonna happen. What? I'm just telling you, you're just gonna get banned, and I'm not even gonna think twice about it. Because I know people, It's usually at the end of the day, they're going to comment once the video is up, and then they're going to write like a long ass paragraph. They put a lot of time into it, and they're going to say, like, they're going to try to make it sound respectful, but it's just going to be kind of being, it's like an angry post as to why we didn't throw up Mark Zuckerberg, but still had the play. And then they're going to say, this is that, and then I'm quitting this, and then I thought this and that. And I'm just going to press hide user, and then that's it. So save your time. And if you show love, you show love. That's it. And get some long-term stocks. You know what I'm saying? Your time would be better used for the long-term portfolio. Let that work for you. It's all love. I have some bonds in your long-term. How old are you? That's the question. Because I think if you're under 40, I don't think you really need bonds in your portfolio. That's my opinion, though. And even then, I'm not even a big bond. I like bonds, but I like bonds with like a shit ton of money. Like real fixed income. Over 40? Then maybe. What's the allocation? You could do like 10%, but that's a lot. Some people do 5%. Pretty sure some people couldn't be here yesterday. I know. That's why we put it on the watch list. I think it was like, what, 15 minutes? 15 minutes between 6 p.m. and 6 a.m. You got 12 hours. Listen to it in the car. Listen to it while you're laying down on quarantine. 1746. Okay, a little longer. Benjamin Graham says 60-40 bonds and common stocks. For 40, I don't agree with that. Because again, you could even do real estate. I think real estate is like bonds. Yeah. So if you guys did miss anything, second link, nightly watch list, main channel. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile, press high chat, X out the chat, the thumbs up. Second link, nightly watch list, main channel. First link, Scream Lords Bootcamp and real estate course. Do I invest in bonds? A little bit, and I like municipals, any bonds that are tax free. I like, but it's only with bigger amounts. Like an extra lesson. I like to watch. I watch the watch list with you guys. Only been 2 weeks, lost 65% point with it. My basic tips is go small and budget. So take whatever amount you have, or like you see you lost 50%, you should never lose 50% of all your money. So if it was $1,000, space out the $1,000, do $200 a month. That way you'll have 5 months to learn. Because what most people do is they lose money. You know? They'll go and they will lose money on before they have time to learn the lesson. That's what it is. So that's what we're doing with this portfolio. It doesn't matter. I'm giving myself $100 a month on this portfolio. That's it. So I blew it up. I have my $200. What am I going to do? I'm going to put $100 in. That's it. And if I make plays and I lose my cash by the end of the month, I can't trade until the next month. Then I make a deposit and that's it. That's how you learn to trade. Because then you learn how to stay there. You learn how to do all of this stuff. You see what I'm saying? You're actually in the game. You'll get to learn stuff. You get to watch the market, and that's it. Oh, wait. You guys couldn't see it. Sorry. I had this up. I was showing this portfolio. So you guys see it's at $200. That's it. I have $88 cash, and that's what I'm going to be doing. 53 guys thinking, I don't like, I think people get scammed on annuities a lot. However, if your father is older, an annuity might make more sense. And that's what I think. You just go, I can't give financial advice. I don't even know. You have to look at your situation. But the key is most people don't need an annuity. So they get a lot of commission to sell annuities. You got, man, if you could sell annuities, it's better commission than selling real estate. It's fucking crazy. You make bank off annuity commissions. So, but that's why they do it. They'll try to sell it to people who don't really need it. So make sure it makes sense. But if you're older, have a real benefit for it, then you'll be good. If I have only 2K, is it better to diversify? Well, what do you want? And how old are you? That question comes up a lot. So if you only have 2K and it's for the long-term portfolio and you're like, well, should I diversify or should I build a position? Mine initially, that's what we did with this. That's what we did with this account. We took the $500. So remember, Let me run it up real quick. What is a real benefit? It's life insurance, and then after like a certain amount of time, you could even borrow against it. So again, if you've had an annuity for a long time and you're older and you're a sophisticated investor, you could hustle it. So I know some annuities after like 10 or 15 years, you could borrow against it at way lower interest. It's weird, but they're very complex, and just most people don't need it. But what I'm saying here now, this was the small account for the long term. And remember, we started with 500. So what did I do? I started the 500. I split it up and diversified it. Then we made the first deposit. And then from there, I built up positions and I picked, which one. So I would diversify with the initial amount, pick like a 5 or 6 companies you want between growth and divvy, and then build positions. That's what I did. That's what I'm doing. And then I'm kind of reacting to what's valued and what's not, or has gained value and what hasn't. If you're diversifying for risk, the stocks carry more risk than bonds. Well, yeah, 100%. That's why I just think it depends, again, age, necessity, but then also I do factor it in, like fixed income or that security. I don't know. I view real estate with it, but bonds are great too. And again, if the market and deflation comes into play, bonds will be killer. If deflation hits, bonds are your moneymaker. That's why I'm saying watch TLT. Because if you start seeing big money dump in there, one, they want safety, but now two, think about it. If the dollar increases in value and there's deflation and you get all your money back, plus a little bit of interest, you're really winning. But then inflation will kill you if you have bonds. That's also the next thing too. You have to factor in inflation and inflation expectations for the year. Could you show the budget long term, 200 a month? Yeah, what do you want to see on it, baby? What you want? So this is this. I could show it on Thinkorswim or this, but this is that account. It's the YouTube one. This is all the companies: Spotify, Beyond, Snapchat, IRM, AT&T, Altria, Disney, Walgreens, Abivai. But don't get too caught up with the companies as much as the amounts in each one. So I'm weighted heavily towards growth in this portfolio. Heavily towards growth. Like heavily. $40,000 at 20, where to throw it? If you keep throwing money around, by 22, where is it going to be? You don't throw money. You're 40, you only got to get rich once. You're 20 years old, got 40 racks. I was 18 with a little less, and I got my first flip. Keep the money. Don't throw it. Be smart with it. Space yourself out. None of this is advice. I'm talking to my younger self right now, because this is what I would have told them. I said, you did good, but, spreading it out was the best thing I've learned. Best thing I've learned is just space out the money, bro. It's a strategy. It's war strategy, bro. It's war. It's fighting. It's very militaristic. Y'all don't feel me, though. They don't feel me. They don't even support. They don't even like the vets. Remember, I said the Pledge of Allegiance, and they said, what right wing is support? What right wing is funding me? Because I said the Pledge of Allegiance? Because my parents came to America with $20 in their pocket, and we have the opportunity to live how we do now, that I could even be talking to you guys, that we have access to internet, that we have the best military in the world that is volunteer-based. Are you serious? That's just, I thought you're Muslim. Pledge of Allegiance is straight up, straight. That's funny. Straight up. No, but that was my question, though. I was very serious, like, honestly. Like, when I even see people and, what were they saying during the Senate committee? They're like, everybody has an agenda. Everybody has an agenda. It's like, what is your agenda in telling me they have an agenda? Does that make sense? Because that's how I think. I don't know. It's crazy. I love the Pledge of Allegiance. I do, man. That's why I love it. Because that's all I'm thinking. I'm like, well, why are you telling? Because I didn't think about the agenda like that much. But then, like, you did say, it's like, I don't know. iRobot, I don't know. I've been thinking about buying a Roomba, but I just feel like it's a waste of money. I don't know how they're such a killer stock, but yeah. If I have 2K, yes, fractional You do fractional now to get it out of the way. Not even fractional, excuse me. I'm talking dividend reinvestment, drip. Because if you start the drip now, posture check, amen. I needed that. If you start the drip now, you're going to knock out the first 5 years of BS. Like, dude, isn't that funny, man? My AbiVi, like what? I'm getting like $30 in dividends, and I'm getting like, I've got like an extra 0.6 shares of AbiVi. You know how funny that is? Like my next dividend, I'm going to get like an extra 70 cents. And it doesn't seem like a lot, but that's because this is only Q2. So if you get like 10, 20 quarters of that, it's going to be ridiculous. So that's what I'm saying. Get it out of the way now while you're young, while you're this. You see what I'm saying? And then you knock that out now. Oh my gosh. Before you know it, it'll be crazy. US is better. USO's trash. Be careful with USO is not reflective of the underlying asset with oil. That's not what it is. So just don't get it twisted. Wish I met you. I was younger. Thank you for the good advice all the time. Early 20s people are lucky to be here. They are. But again, I've always said it, man. And God bless you. You know, it doesn't matter when you come across me. Because, like, if you're not in the, you know many young people, if they have to learn it. And I'm a big believer of that. I think, that's why I don't like to tell people what to do. You'll learn it. Just be wise. Try to listen when you can. But it doesn't matter what age. It starts with when do you listen? Philo hit hard. Facebook gave you confidence I needed. Thank you. What a time. Let's go, baby. God bless you. What's up, Irvin? Do I try to time the market? Not really. I mean, if it's news, I do. But that's just more responding to the news and doing it quickly. Sometimes I listen. And it's okay if you don't listen. That's what I'm saying. It really is like you got to carve your own path and you're going to find you know what I'm saying? But at the same time, though, like, there is some stuff you could learn from people that you don't need to go through that pain. You know what I'm saying? Like ACB, you don't need to go through that pain. Realistically, like spending 3 years trading stocks and not having a long term, you don't need to go through that pain. But again, if you don't, you'll have to, and if you don't listen to that, you'll learn. And regardless, whatever you get out of that, it's designed to teach you something. Finally got drip. Let's go. Buying weeklies. Yeah. Just get one extra week at the very least. See, you don't have to, you're not going to listen to me on weeklies and it's hard. Just get one extra week every time. That's it. The minute you want to buy, again, if you have to, I'm saying like, pretty much I'm saying if you were my child and you came to me and you're like, Dad, I want to do a bunch of drugs. And I'm like, that's not good. And if you were my child, I would beat you. But at the same time, I would say, listen, just smoke weed if you're going to do anything. That's what buying one extra week is. It's just weed. It's still not the best. It's still not, I'm not advocating it, but if you're going to do anything with the weekly, you know what I'm saying? Anything, just get one extra time. Just one extra week. That's it. You get one extra week, you're still doing drugs, but it's like in California, it's weed. In Texas, it's a crime. Oh, Spy, Big Red. Not seeing news. Could be with Myrna. Any of the drops today have coincided directly with Myrna. So this drop, Myrna. Second drop, Myrna. Remember, and I said this yesterday on the watch list, I want to see what's happening. You say Microsoft? Let's see. No, I think it's, because remember, we got more pricing in yesterday from the drug. Rosengren comments, yeah, that's Fed. I think he's kind of bearish. Man. Yeah, Myrna. Trump live again? Do you know what the price for Myrna is? At 73, but oh no. The stock market is one huge biotech. Amen. It's kind of cool to see. Myrna is dragging down. Should have listened. Again, I wanted to, but take it. Like, we could go. I said the Myrna puts, but I was looking at them. They're hard. You got to realize, because it's kind of expected. So, like, let's see. You see? They were at $3 in the morning. So there was more premium. This is what I said this towards the late of it. So Myrna, it was priced in to a degree. That's why you pretty much lost money on those. I'm in the money, but I have no long-term stocks. You recommend I exercise them? How deep in the money are you? You could just sell out. You know what I'm saying? Because if you're in the money by how much, if it just hit the money, it may not be that good of a deal. But if you're like in the money 10, 20%, then maybe that could be a good opportunity to just exercise it. But remember, if you exercise it, you lose the value of the contract. Okay? So if you exercise and it has a value of $300, that $300 goes away because you're not selling it. But again, if it has $3 of value, it should have $3 intrinsic value. No, this is E-Trade. We have a Thinkorswim too, but we don't. We use that for the long-term shares and covered calls. Gang. You get 100 shares. Yeah, if you exercise, you get 100 shares, 100%. Your philosophy has always helped me more than any single trade. Just know there's up that really value. Oh, I know, man. I get it. I appreciate. Thank you for reminding me too. But I love you, like for real. Like I think about that now. It's nice to know, you know. I'm thinking about you guys where I'm like, because then I see it. I read the comments. I read the chat. I read the prayer requests. I have emails. Like, I talk with people. I see a lot of stuff, and that's why I'm like, you know, I do think it's important. It's just, bro. It's trading without a mindset is just useless. It's nothing, you know, and that's why I think it's important. So I'm glad. Bradley Frizzle. All right, let me get Trump on. Trumper.
Have you talked to senators much about the reforms?
Yeah, this is following the Capitol Hill meeting, so this is live.
Yeah, they have a lot of views on Pfizer. I didn't get involved.
Why does he look so young?
I purposely said to Mitch, "You'd go do what you want. We'll take a look. We're going to look at Pfizer." But nobody's been abused by Pfizer like the President of the United States. Because what the Democrats did and the dirty cops, they're dirty cops. The FBI people are great. I'll bet you go in there, they like Donald Trump.
It's the hydroxychloroquine.
They were dirty cops. They were crooked.
They should act like Botox.
And nobody's been abused more than Trump. But you look at General Flynn, you look at so many others, not just us. Take a look at so many others. Look at what they've done, how they've abused Pfizer.
Bro, he looks 10 years younger.
So I'm going to be studying it very much.
From like some of the last ones we've watched.
The Pfizer process has gone awry. It was used by very dishonest people. It was used illegally. And frankly, the judges on the Pfizer court should do something about it. And maybe they will.
Mr. President, are you satisfied with how Republican senators have responded on the Flynn case and on the origins of the Russia investigation?
Well, I think on the swing states, you said?
The Flynn case.
On the Flynn case? General Flynn is a man of great respect. I was with General Milley, the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the other day. I said, "You know General Flynn?"
I don't know why. I can't stop.
He's a fine man. I've known him for 20 years. He's a fine man and a great soldier. General Flynn was treated horribly. General Flynn was treated illegally. These people, they broke the law. They broke the law. What they've done to General Flynn should never happen. What they've done to the presidency and what they've done to this country can never be allowed to happen again to our country. And despite all of that has been done, everything that's been done, we've had one of the greatest presidencies ever. We have never, I don't think anybody, Mitch, I think we can say it with surety, nobody's accomplished what we've accomplished in a relatively short period of time, a 3-year period of time. Nobody's been able to do that. When you look at rebuilding our military, regulations at a level that nobody's come close to, we've cut regulations, the biggest tax decrease in history. You look at all of the things that we've done, all of the things we've done on health care, with the individual mandate, with pre-existing conditions. Nobody's done anywhere close to what we've done. But despite that, if you look, despite an illegal witch hunt, and that's what it was. It was a hoax. It was a witch hunt. The Russian thing was a made-up, fabricated story, just like they went to Congresswoman Kelsey Gabbard. I don't know her at all. And they said, you're a Russian agent.
Kelsey?
I don't know
Tulsi,
her, but I know
bro.
she's not a Russian
Tulsi.
agent. Then they went to Dr. Jill
Kelsey.
Stein
Did he
of
say
the Green
Kelsey?
Party.
I don't know. I heard it.
They said she's a Russian agent. I don't know her at all. I know she's not a Russian agent. These people are sick. Pelosi is a sick woman. She's got a lot of problems, a lot of mental problems. We're dealing with people that have to get their act together for the good of the country. Okay, thank you very much.
That's it. That's it.
All right, there you have it. President Trump letting it rip.
Letting it rip. That was kind of, I don't know, that, yeah, quick roast session. He's like, I don't know, feeling cute. Might roast some reporters later, you know. He thinks hydroxy gives you an addition. Bro, he looks younger, bro. I'm going to get me some hydroxychloroquine just as a cosmetic. That's it. Give me whatever he's having. We're going to make a hydroxychloroquine biomedical spa. You know what I'm saying? I'll give you lip injections, Botox, and hydroxychloroquine straight to the face. It's great. It'll feel a little weird for 24 hours. You know, you'll be hella immune and shit, but it looks good. You'll be glowing. Wheatgrass smoothie. He's like, the farmers, the wheatgrass. So I'm going to try a potato. You know what I'm saying? That's good, though. If he starts calling Pelosi that, usually that means there's going to be an escalation soon. They don't, you have to realize they're pretty civil until there's a political point. House said they're preparing a new impeachment. Liar. I'm sorry. That's great. That's great. If that's true, no, I have to hold on. I need to confirm that. Where'd you hear that, Hits? If that's fake, Mr. Hits, man, I'm going to be so disappointed. Is that real? Is that real? Getting source. Hold on. I mean, he got it from somewhere. It came across something, but that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what happens with news sometimes. Like, you could find stuff, but some news will come out without a source. Or, like, it'll get dropped. You could pick it up through scanners, feeds, RSS feeds, whatever it may be. But then you got to be able to drop back to where it came from. Ongoing new impeach. I think it might be. The House, that was 5 hours ago. There is, but no, there's one from Jonathan Turley. He's just a professor. That's what I see. And then, no, there's some people. Yeah, no, I'm seeing it from some places. And then MSNBC. You know, Uncle Answer uses for his beard. He just has a mustache. That explains his freak out. Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what, remember, I was literally just saying that. That's what they will work together. When you hear Pelosi say something extreme or you hear Trump say something extreme about Schumer or Pelosi, it's usually on the verge of an apex of some development. That's why. So the more you see it, the more it keeps coming. Then that'll be something that'll develop. But that's what I'm saying. So I just view it as escalation. She called him morbidly obese. That's why you're on that. Well, that's the key. Just read between the lines. I think that's a whole new philosophy I'm going to have to teach you guys. That's just business. You know, it's like that's something I learned in China. China, they teach you to learn between the lines. Because if you don't know how the culture works and what they say, you're going to miss out on a lot. Even with business, that's even the whole philosophy I was telling you guys right away. Where I was saying, what's the point of, you guys are trying to get respect from people who never liked you in the beginning, and then they didn't treat you with respect in the beginning, and now you're trying to impress them. But think about that. Read between the lines. They're sending you a message for very, very, very clearly. You have to be able, once you get the message, read between the lines, and you could get it. There you go. There's your answer. So that's what we do with all the information. It may sound crazy. Sometimes they'll say stuff and it sounds stupid. The goal here, I don't care how it makes me. Like, I laugh. Like, I laugh at everything. Like, if you haven't noticed, like, Trump makes me laugh. Pelosi makes me laugh. These guys on TV, it'll make me laugh because I'm just trying to get the subtext, and I'm just going. I'm trying to get information. Information is valuable. That's all we need. And so it's if there's a message sent and we know how it works in the system and everything, that is the main goal. So this news now with what he just said with the reporters, we're now the past news, that Pelosi news or the Donald Trump impeachment stuff was a little bit older. That stuff comes up. There you go. We don't know anything yet, but we should start reading between the lines to see where it goes. I read in this news all day as it scrolls by like the Matrix. You put 2 and 2. Exactly. Literally, that's it. That's it. And that's what I'm saying. If you're looking for like a concrete like piece of pie cut out already, like a piece of news, if it comes to you that prepared, it's usually too late, or you're gonna have competition. Remember, you guys know information is an industry, right? And there's a lot of competition. It's just like data, but it's different. I don't know if data and information is the same, but they're different. Because there's an information market. The data is just the data points, but it's just like kind of just info. I guess it is the same, but that's the key. Send the hitman. Thanks for teaching us. Amen. I mean, you guys are doing good. I mean, we got people posting stuff in here. It's awesome. We want you to become assets. Let's go, baby. Did I really miss a Mustafa 11? Yeah, you did. That Mustafa's 11 out of 11 was a few weeks ago. How did eBay and every other company respond to the Shopify or to the Facebook news? See, they kind of got clapped a little bit. Oh, is this my spirits? Let's go, baby. All happens for a reason at one point. But maybe we'll see what happens. Keep your head up, though. I like that. I like the positivity. Zoom suspends new free users in China. Uh-oh. Is that because they're inflating their numbers and they're trying to make it look like they're not? Uh-oh. Didn't someone say that Zoom was inflating numbers? Am I the only one who doesn't understand call and put options? No. And if you don't understand it now, you will eventually. Just take it slow. Don't worry. And we have a bunch of videos in the tutorial in the main channel. Bro. Dude, this is so great. Yo, shout out Miguel. I want to show you guys the album art for Uncle's tape. He did it. I love the cult, man. You guys are great. I literally said something and the vision got brought to life. It's crazy. You want to peep it? It's pretty crazy, dude. No, I'm going to flip the coin. If the coin says I could show you, I'm going to show you it. If not, you have to wait. I've been leaking a lot of Uncle. Uncle's been getting mad. I got another leak for you. Hold on, I'll show you. Heads, I show you. Tails, we fall back. Tails says fall back. You can't see it. Unfortunately. Unfortunately, you can't see it. It's really cool, though. You hear the chat. Bro, I'm about to leak it. I emailed you back, bro. Listen to this, bro. I was literally about to leak that shit right now. I'm leaking it. That was so hard, bro. No coin cam, it's a lie. You heard it. I know you heard it. Don't play me. Don't play me. Come on, man. I know you heard it. Mm-hmm. Mm-mm. You're on a train? Oh, train. I say you're on a train. Bro, it's so crazy. You have to listen to this. It's wild. It's crazy.
Why you ain't showing love? Why you here showing out? Hit you with the wrench if you're running your mouth. You gotta keep it positive and don't blow up your account. Hit that prayer request. Don't get possessed by the FOMO or the YOLO, cause they cousins. What's the budget? I ain't budging. Got my armor on. I'm stunting. Call me Chad. Yeah, I like it like the button when you exit out the chat. Hit the thumbs up is nothing, cause I'm coming right back like that. Hey, uncle, let me tell you something about your nephew. I was alone, found a refuge.
Bro, it's a bang. I said I can't show you more, bro. I can't show you. Ain't that crazy? Ain't that crazy, bro? He say, uncle, let me tell you something about your nephew. Oh, man, bro. Oh, I have goosebumps, bro. I literally have goosebumps. I wish the camera was on, bro. That wasn't uncle, bro. All I did was I sent stems out. I said I needed somebody to edit a song. I sent it out. And then it came back with a verse on it. I was like, what the fuck? And I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. And I'm there, bro, it gave me the uncle vibe. I was like, what did he just say? And then I was like, did he just say that? And then I ran it back and I was like, yo, he just said that? What? I was like, what? It came back with a verse and it was emailed to me at like 1:40 a.m. That's how you know. I was like, damn, that hit, huh? Uh-huh. That was, I'll tell you who, that was Benny Beats, bro. I was a moderator, bro. He even said it. He said he'll hit you with the wrench. Bro, it was crazy. 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 I liked it. I liked it, bro. That was wild. So, yeah, man, finish that up. I sent you the emails back on it. You can listen to it. Mind blowing, bro. They're crazy. Oh my God.
If you're running your mouth, you gotta keep it positive and don't blow up your account. Hit that prayer request. Don't get possessed by the FOMO or the YOLO, cause they cousins. What's the budget? I ain't budging. Got my
Dog. He said the YOLO or the FOMO because they cousins. I ain't budging, but I don't even. Dog, that was crazy. 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 Crazy, bro. So hard. I tell you, bro, I listened to bro, I was like so confused in the morning because I woke up and I listened. That's why I was like, check the email. I was like, I don't know. I was like, this sound different. And then I like heard it and then I was just like, and then I kept listening to it and I kept running it back. Bro, I'm telling you, the first like 20 minutes of my morning, I was just so confused because I kept listening. I was like, dude, this is real. And I was like, this is crazy. It was, bro, it was beautiful. That was beautiful. Cold music, man. We got some talent in here, bro. So yeah, that was hype. That was real hype. You're humbled. Bro. I didn't even know you had that in you, man. This whole time I thought Benny Beats just made beats. I thought Benny Beats was a producer. You went full Kanye. You went full Kanye on there. You said, let me do this. Let me run this up, bro. Just read it up, bro. It was beautiful. It was honestly beautiful. Everything about it was beautiful. I can't wait for people I don't know. You're gonna be on. I don't know if you want the feature or not, but I mean, either way, I can't wait. The Colt's gonna listen to that. That was beautiful. It was gorgeous, bro. I'm telling you, everything about it. Y'all, you didn't even hear the second half, man. Y'all don't feel me, bro. You don't even hear the second half. He did pull it, bro. I wasn't even expecting it. And so I was like, man, bro, it's the last thing I expect. I thought I was just gonna get a mastered track back. I can't, bro. He made a new track. It's crazy. It was beautiful. Where are you at? The Facebook's coming. That's why I like the Facebook still. I'm still gonna hold those. And Tiger, all our music enthusiasts. Amen. Amen. We get a we don't do contracts. That's it. We know about contracts. We can wholesale it. No. The CBO forecast 38% GDP decline. Yeah, SPYs, I mean, it's tripping out. We're at the high. Actually, you know what we need? Boom, baby. Previous close. Man, that previous clothesline, though, huh? Paper trade, Thinkorswim. Yeah, but Thinkorswim, you could paper trade. Very, very easy. It's the same exact platform. You click one button. Somebody, I don't know how to do the previous clothesline. Somebody coded it on here. When's the drip tape? Well, if I don't add that other song from Uncle has like another song. If we send it in now, it'll take about 2 to 3 weeks. We have everything ready to go. But if we want to add that other song, it'll be a 5-week turnaround. So that's it. It's either, but then as I said, we can always add the song later, release it as a single. But there's already, I think you got 12 Uncle tracks ready to go. Make it deluxe. I didn't even know that's how deluxe album. Is that what they do? That's funny. You have the previous close code? Yeah, there it is. Someone put it. Plot day close equals close period day. So Troy just posted that. That's the Thinkorswim code to get it. Crazy electric guitarist. I mean, send them, man. I mean, I'm glad it took me so long to just get some of those emails out to people. And man, I'm happy because I finally got the emails out. I got it to Benny and that. I still have a couple people I'm waiting on with it, but that was just wild, dude. Wild. Hey, Uncle. No, bro, it's so wild, bro. Long call to get closer. Can I do a long call to get closer to the strike? What do you mean a long call? Like buying it? Yeah. But I don't know what you're asking.
Keep it positive and don't blow up your account. Hit that prayer request. Don't get possessed by the FOMO or the YOLO cause they cousins. What's the budget? I ain't budging. Got my armor on. I'm stunting. Call me Chad.
Got my armor. Oh my God. Oh my God. Why is it so hard, bro? I'm telling you, I couldn't stop. I couldn't stop, bro. Everything about it, bro. Everything about it, man. That's it, bro. He said, I'm stunned. He said, call me Chad. Dude, that's what I'm telling you. You'll listen to it and you'll replay it 20 times. It's literally a perfect Uncle answer because he's everything, bro. Got a budget. Oh my God, everything about it, bro. I said, why you got to do me like that, Benny? Why are you going to shit on me on my own track? That's not even cool. at that point, like, you know, it's all love, but shit, bro. He went off on that, bro. He went off on that. That's it. Like, he went off on it, bro. That's it. I think I'm gonna switch it, and then I'm gonna be the feature on it. I'm gonna change it around for Uncle to be on the. I'm sorry, I got a little confused. You know what I'm saying? No, that's it. I'm too in it. You know what I'm saying? I have to, because sometimes I have to call for Uncle and pretend I'm him, because they're like, what's your social security? What's this? And they're like, I'm talking to they say mean things to him. They're like, I'm talking to a pup. And I said, don't say that. And you know what I'm saying? So, man. That was crazy, bro. That was crazy. Yeah, holy hour. Do your push-ups, man. It's push-up time. I'm really hungry today. No burpees, but we got to do our push-ups. So, we're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hi chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. You're on mobile. Press hi chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. You're from Fayetteville? That's why, bro. Little J. Cole, bro. A little J. Cole. All makes sense now. All makes sense. But second link, nightly Watchlist main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Sitting is the new smoking. We've been here for 4.5 hours or 5.5 hours. We got 1.5 hours left to go. Get beside your desk, do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, do 5. Can't do 5, do 4. Can't do 4, do 2. Can't do 2, do 1. Can't do 1, get your knees, do a push-up, plank the worm, anything. Your eyeballs, just relax them. Stare at object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Relax those pretty little eyeballs. Relax. Drop the shoulders. Chest to the sun. Sit up, young Chad. Let it be known that thy is Chad with thy positioning of thy chest. Thy man and woman that claims thy Chad will have thy chest to the sun. Do not say thy is Chad with thy chest pointed to the floor. For those that claim Chad with thy chest not to thy son, they are claiming pure fallacy. You get the idea. Raise it. Good. Amen. do some lunges. Have Facebook again on the high. There's Zoom. Bro, West Coast, are you serious? Bro, you get to wake up at 9. I'm up at 6 on East Coast. You don't have to though. I would sleep till like 8. I would sleep forever if I was on East Coast, bro. It would suck though if it was like nighttime by the time I was done with the market. I wouldn't like that, but like still waking up late, that's a game changer. Yeah, Hawaii, bro. I don't know how you Hawaii people do it. I mean, honestly, because I remember when I traded in Hawaii, it was nice to be done at 1, but I was clapped. Not even 1. You were done at like 11. It's so hard. I think Hawaii, yeah, Hawaii is the GOATs. The Hawaii people, man, you guys, nobody could compare. They're really waking up 3 hours before, bro. Like, you don't know shit on that. Have I gone over? No, we can right now. So you guys want to talk about those notes from yesterday? Nothing. Dude, that Benny Beats, bro. BennyBeats.com. In the mix. I hope I don't have to go to Hawaii. Why not? Hawaii's dope. That's it. Joe Rogan is going to be exclusively on Spotify September 1st. Wow. That's going to be beautiful. That way, he's going to take it off YouTube? Yeah, Spotify's ripping. That news just dropped. That's crazy. Man, y'all like the timing, huh? Bro, that's crazy. I don't know why he would do that. That's a big deal. That's a lot of money, too. Watch out. The option chains are going crazy. The option chain is freaking out low-key a little bit. Oh, I got filled on those. Damn it. I was trying to snake it. I got filled on one of them. Damn. So I paid a little bit too much. The spreads are whack too. Ah, damn. I don't know how I feel about that. I really don't know how I feel on that one. It's because again, that's a big move, but it's already moved up a lot. But oh, that one was eh. God, they hustled me. But again, the chain is tripping out. Multi-year. That's crazy news, though, bro. That's a lot of money. You got to realize if he's not doing YouTube anymore, and then all of it, and then iMusic, because you get paid off of iMusic, too. Okay, so do not trade this. This is not a recommendation. I think I got filled bad and the ask is high. So if you market order, you will get clapped. The option chain is being protected right now because it's really hard to determine. I grabbed a Spotify July. I grabbed 5 of the 230 calls at 55 cents a pop. So 230 calls, July, 55 cents. I wouldn't be careful. Do not market order. Do not trade it. There's a lot of volatility. So there's other contracts out there. And again, check different timing. So I wouldn't really play that play right here. Again, I'm very conflicted on how I feel about it. If he's doing that, then look at, no, because it's not going to, YouTube isn't going to really get affected by it, but like YouTube has a lot of creators and YouTube makes a lot of money, and if anything, Spotify is going to pay YouTube to advertise, but it's going to, what's it called? It's going to be different. It's the same, that contract is the same bid and ask as the 220. You could go to the 220 for the same price. Don't get the 230. It's already shot up. Don't get that 230. Don't get any of them. I'm telling you, wait. Try to scan the chains and go through anything else. He's probably going to get paid 5 to 10 times more than YouTube pays him. If it's going to be an exclusive podcast, you're making $2 million on revenue. We'll give you $10 million plus whatever back end. Yeah, $50 million? Damn, yeah. Damn, they're giving him a 20 multiplier on that? That makes sense. Yeah, he's making a lot off that deal, bro. To take your content off of one platform and switch it to, that's huge, especially if you have that user base. That's big money. That's very, very big money on that. That's why Spotify, I mean, bro, that's a power move for Spotify. Yeah, that chain, it was decent. I mean, it was hard though, because again, the fact was that chain is going crazy. That's what I'm saying. The option chain was sketching out because they're like, I don't know. So it was showing a bunch of 480s and shit. Damn. Well, good thing we got those Spotify shares yesterday. That's why the coin wanted, I know, right? Bro, we literally picked those up yesterday. That's crazy. Well, we're back up to that 16% now, but we doubled our position. Yeah, they were flooded with the widespread, It's crazy that Joe Rogan, well, it's not, you have to think about it. It's not Joe Rogan, it's Joe Rogan's big. That's money. This is a huge, because think about all the, any time now, bro, think about it. If we want to go listen to Elon Musk on Joe Rogan, what do we have to do now? You need to go sign up for Spotify. It was crazy. It's honestly insane. That's crazy, bro. That is crazy. That's money. I can't understand. It's not up. Spotify was up 3 or Spotify was up 5%, or 4%. So this is only 3. And then if you don't, you have to list. Bro, it's crazy. It's not exclusive till September. Even it's a long-term move. That's killer. That's a killer play, dude. Not even the stock. I'm not even the play we made. I'm just saying, like, that's a crazy move on Mr. whatever his name is, Rogan. And then plus this changes the long term for Spotify. I mean, again, that's one big player, and then you have to think 1 to 5 years out the road now. If they go take Rogan, and if they take care of Rogan, that's it. Who else are they going to go? They're going to go for Jake Paul next. They're going to go for anybody at one point now. If that is able to materialize, if you just get sick of YouTube and their policy, and then now you're going to get a 20 times multiplier from Spotify, I don't know. That's crazy. Paws are lame. I know. It doesn't matter who's. I'm looking at numbers. That's it. It's not the beginning of the end of YouTube, but this is it changed, bro. Now I'm thinking. Remember, I said it's either Spotify is either going to get. I said 10 years. Spotify was either going to get bought out by Apple, or they were going to compete with Apple Music. Now, their value just went up. That's it. Because, again, they spend a lot. They're going to pay Joe Rogan way more than he's worth right now. But the exclusivity of the deal is going to just, over the 5-year term on that, bro, it's going to be nuts. They're going to pay him 10 times more now, but then they're going to get all the money. It's going to be crazy. That's dope. And we Spotify, bro. That's our biggest holding in the small long-term account after yesterday. Isn't that funny? It's literally our biggest holding. We got $800 in there, bro. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. I got calls on it. They went up so far. Those Spotify shot up. Actually, well, those went up a lot. So I'm holding those, but then I have the long term. Plus advertise, yeah. All of my Samsung people got, I don't know what cracked is. Damn, that's crazy, dude. That's a nutty deal, man. That's the last thing I was expecting. Woo. You make bank off of Spotify too, though. I don't know, man. It's like I got insider info. No. You saw what I did, man. You saw what I did. You saw it. I flipped the coin. If I had insider info, you think I'm going to only spend $400? I grabbed $400 in shares, my guy. Relax. Yeah, I hit up Joe. Joe let me know about this exclusive deal, and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna front run it. That coin, baby. Then Joe Rogan was it an hour ago? I just saw it. I think it just started getting like hit off of this not too long ago. He's like, listen, let me put you on game. You own June. Well, then there you go. That's what you learn. But if you paid him at 35, that's why I just always keep one sometimes. The chain, they don't know what to do with the chain. That's why the chain was tripping out. Even the Julys were showing the 480s at one point. That's why I was like, that's why I went to July. There was a lot closer ones to the money, but it was so crazy. So I had to come back in on it. That's a crazy, bro. That changes. You see, that's fundamental. That changes your long term. But do you see how it supports? It supports the basic notion of why we like Spotify in the beginning. And do you guys see like that? Like they're going to be, however long that Joe Rogan deal is going to last now, Spotify is going to be here for that amount of time. Do you see what I'm saying? That has to do with what I was saying with the whole, is it going to last? Is Spotify going to last now? Is Spotify going to be a real competitor? They just took the biggest podcast in the world, literally. So that's fundamentally changed. It's solid. It supports our long-term thing, and then that's it. I was awkward, backed out the chain. Yeah, and wait till it dies down, because again, this will take some time. Yeah, like Howard Stern and Sirius. Yeah, that's it. Howard Stern saved him. I mean, even then, Sirius ended up dying, but they kept around a lot, But then again, Sirius didn't have enough money to pay people like Spotify. Spotify is revenue sharing. And you see, yeah, Taylor Swift and Apple Music, but Apple Music isn't gonna. But that's the scary part. What's gonna happen now? You can't play that game with Apple. You see what I'm saying? What's the next thing that's going to happen? They got way more money in cash, and I'll be surprised to see what YouTube does. Man. Crazy, dude. I love our long-term shares, though, huh? Come on, who likes the shares? Who likes the shares? Apple will buy out Spot, or that's the case. Or if they don't accept it, Apple is just going to start buying up everybody. Streaming Wars Part 2. Yeah, exactly. I lived through the Netflix days. I got Netflix at like $175 or something. Like Netflix, and that's what happened. People let Netflix run it up for a little bit, but then Netflix started spending billions, and everybody went crazy. And then the minute you get one exclusive deal, the next person's like, I'm just going to do that. And then they go crazy. Yeah, David Dobrik, he'll make a bag 100%. Anybody, if they'll take. But then again, it's a very weird move for Mr. Rogan. You have to think of, bro, you left a platform. That's an exclusive deal is intense. That's what's wild about it. There's going to be a streaming service that contains all other services. It will be called cable. I love it. Missed the spot, so I played a June instead. Nice. There you go. His view come in. I mean, yeah, there's a lot. I mean, that's crazy. Yeah, dude, I mean, it's great. That's what I'm saying. In a weird way, this gives people a whole different. Yeah, this is like Ninja leaving Twitch, straight up. It's just crazy. But yeah, dude, they won't censor him. He could do a lot of things now. That's crazy. Oh man. But it didn't work out for Ninja. Did Ninja leave Twitch? I don't know about that. Wait, what did Ninja switch to? What? He's at Mixer? What the hell's Mixer? No, that's his fault. You see what I'm saying? Mixer, like I would have stayed with Twitch, like, you know? Oh, Microsoft? Yeah, well, I don't know what the fuck that is. Mixer? See what I'm saying? At least we know what Spotify is. Like, that's the thing. Spotify. Oh! Keep ripping Spotify. Let's go, baby. Xbox. How come I didn't even know that? His viewers went from 30K to 5? You're telling me we have more views than Ninja? That's crazy. God bless your soul. Did they pay him $1 billion? No, they didn't. They probably gave him 20 mil, 10 mil. They didn't give him $1 billion. 100? Oh, he got 100? Yeah. I feel you, Ninja. Yeah, fuck, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. It was a good move for him. It's just a great move for him. Great move for him. Great move. 100 mil, bro? Yeah. Screw you, Twitch. 100 mil, I'm taking the 100 mil deal. I don't know. Actually, I don't know if I would take that. If they were like, yo, just come fucking put your stream on Discord, we'll give you 100 mil, I'll be like, I don't know. I'll be like, I'll just wait for TLT and I'll put $1 million into it and we'll call it even. Does Spot have video? Well, I don't think they're far from it now. Even if they don't have it, I think they're going to be very, very close. You just got an asset. Bro, he's an asset. Bro, literally, that's an asset. Yeah, that's why I say 20 or 30 mil, no. 100 mil, fuck yeah. But that's why I say 20, 30 mil is expected for that level. Bro, that's crazy. I can't believe that they just picked him up on an exclusive. I can't believe he did it. You guys realize, does anybody know the deal? How much did he get? He got 50 million? 50 mil is a lot, but that's a big deal, man. That's a shift in the streaming world. In just like all of that. 100 mil. He probably got a lot. 20 mil a year for 5 years? Streamers getting athlete salaries. Well, think about an athlete will play 86 games in the NBA, right? Or 82, 100 something in the MLB, 16 in the NFL, getting your ass beat. Like, you know, if you're doing something like every single day, like, bro, I'm running 7 hours. I don't even get water, bro. I don't even get Gatorade. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm performing. We are going against the best minds in the world, too. It's just crazy. That's why I'm buying my son a mic. Get him both. He has to. They got to do it. That's just crazy, dude. I can't. I'm shocked by this deal. I'm shocked that Joe Rogan just did that. And then I'm even more excited it's with Spotify, because that just, dude, that just bought us a 5-year ticket on Spotify minimum. Like, yeah, Myrna's dropping again. So again, look at the market react to that 3 times today. 3 different times. And I remember you guys said Microsoft last time, it's Myrna. So this is the pricing. So the rest of, if the market's holding up, that's because of yesterday in Powell. I need to go over those notes. I need to go over those notes, but we started, that deal came out. Okay, hold on. 433. I bought 5 at 550. Yeah, I'm going to sell out. So I did a day trade on those Spotifys, but not for all of them. I just wanted to make it free. Because, again, I'm still holding the Facebook, too. So I bought them at 55, sold 3 of them out at 155. I'm going to hold the other 2 for the next couple months or something, or until it gets closer to expiration. You could Ghetto Spread it, too. That's a day trade, though. That's like, I don't know, 50 cents to $1.50, like 300%. Oh, wow, that's a big SPY. Check news. That's going to be related to Myrna. Moderna didn't produce data to doing that. Okay, that could be it. Yeah, it's getting clapped, you guys. I'm putting that on the stream. This is important. That's a big, oh my gosh. Dude, oh my gosh, that's big. Hold on. Stay today, 19th. So now we're seeing the side. Dude, that's huge. What in the world is happening? So factor that in for the pricing. Just think about what that means. Yeah, SPY's getting clapped. Let's see. Watch if this is the if it goes one more leg down, that's going to get serious. If not, now look, the SPY puts are expensive on the weeklies. Oh, Wells Fargo, I like that. The smaller moving play, but I'm also looking at different companies. Facebook, Microsoft, Apple. Try to find individuals. So watch if that other candle gets bigger. I don't know. Oh my gosh, that keeps getting bigger. So watch, okay, so that was one more bounce. Let's see the next thing. Yeah, there's Apple and Mike. That's why I said watch the individual companies. Yeah, it's selling off. I mean, I'm gonna buy a quick next week play. I'm gonna scatter them out here. I'm gonna try to keep them small. Come on. I'm trying to do a play on Robinhood. Okay. I don't know if it's hitting. Dude, screw Robinhood. Damn it, bro. What's happening? Damn it. I'm trying to do it on the small account to take advantage of one of these, but it's It's not letting me, it's not hooking me up right now. Placed. You serious, bro? That's what you guys feel like, huh? I feel you. See, that's why I could. Well, I already have the other. We have other stuff, but I want to. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm going to find it. If this dude, that's a huge drop. This is very, very important. And again, now it's telling you what's going on with Myrna. We're getting to see the difference between the Fed effect and the vaccine effect. Again, market's a giant biotech, you guys. Dude, I hate it. In Robinhood, you go to cancel an order, then that messes up everything. It's wild. You can't market order on there, can you? Actually, no. I don't even want that. That good thing I didn't get that play. See, I was trying to get that play, but that play didn't even... No, that play was trash. That's a big move, though. They act fast. We act... Yeah, exactly. Right? That was a fast move on there. So we'll see how this plays. That actually was good I didn't get that play. That's a big move, man. So again, that's telling you something about the vaccine. We're probably going to close up around here, probably by the previous close. No, that was Moderna, because that's what I was saying all day. Remember, every single drop, you guys are like, "Oh, what's this?" And I said, literally, it pairs up exactly. Every single drop, you saw Moderna and the SPY react. But the market was holding up a little bit better. Then eventually, this was big enough. The Facebooks are still up a little bit, but not as much. Everything just dropped because bad news on Moderna. They said the vaccine might not work. And again, that's what happened yesterday that brought the market up. I think we could drop 300 more points from here. I'll give it a 300. Again, we went 900 points yesterday. I say 400 was because Powell. The rest was because of this. Okay, I grabbed a play. I grabbed this one on the small account. It's a little bit, this one's more gambly. This is me using because I didn't want to spend more on the small account until I took profits on the Facebook. So this is risky because I just brought my cash balance lower and I haven't secured anything, okay? So keep that in mind. Hold on, where the fuck is this? So I only bought one for a reason. Okay, so do not trade this. This is not a recommendation. I grabbed this. I spent $28. I got an Apple next week put for $28. I grabbed a $275 put next week. It's risky. And again, I want to be able, I should be taking my profits then on the Facebook if I'm going to hold that play. So that's going to be the issue. You can't see? I mean, you don't need to, I mean, it's an Apple 275. I did it on, again, I was having the issues on there. It was going too slow. But this is, I only got one. Why Apple? Just because the beta on the stock, it's just more linked to the S&P, if anything. And now when I was looking at the S&P options, they were more expensive. So I didn't want to go and try to get a daily on there because pretty much what I'm hoping that is that was a big move. That was 290. That was a 3-point move, and that was only 150 points total when we had a 900 point yesterday. So the idea is kind of like that Facebook. It has a little bit of time. The contracts went down a little bit. If volatility comes up, we could flip it. Yes, that's an extra week of time, May 29th. Maybe a bit too much. Yeah, it's the same idea. That's what I've been doing. And even with the small account, I have to make shittier plays. So what I'm doing is literally I'm just going plays that I can play with the budget. The key is how much money I spend and then the timing and then the direction. So that's what's going on with that. Could Spotify, I can, oh yeah, definitely. Spotify will. I mean, I don't think that news is going to go anywhere. I think Trump again? Only 7. I know. I like that idea. I was looking at that. I was looking at the Wells Fargo's after you said that. I like that idea. That's what I'm saying. On the small account, I'm buying shitty quality plays that if I was going to trade them on a non-small account, I would have spent more money to get closer to the money or get something better. But the idea is I have to find that balance between. That's why I said that one's a gamble, because even then it's like $30 out the money. We're just hoping we get volatility on that, and that's it. Spotify share, the Spotify play is already up 300%. I even day traded that. I'm only holding 2 left. But the Spotify news was Joe Rogan signed an exclusive deal with them. So that's why it started to go up. Is there an earthquake, or am I just shaking from the... That was weird. The Wells Fargo's are cheap. Woo, Spotify. Dude, I'm so happy. Thank God we went with growth. Remember, we were going to buy O instead. Bro, this saved. You guys realize that. So what happened yesterday, remember, we were up 18%. And then by buying the shares that were up, it dropped our percentage. But do you see how we're back down now? That's crazy to make $86 on this small account. I mean, that's a big move. And good thing we have that is our biggest position now. And this is a double whammy. It's very rare that we have our biggest position being the biggest gainer and everything. So it's very helpful to have it here. Spotify. Facebook, we gotta get clapped on one of these. Let's see. How do you find the news so fast? I could have got it as fast as you. Somebody posted it in the chat, and then someone posted it, and I was like, wait, what? I read the news in the chat, and then I threw on the stock, And then we saw the big move up, and then I was just like, dude, that's a crazy piece of news. And then what was the giveaway on that play? There was a giveaway on Spotify that made me want to buy it, and it was the reason why I didn't like it. What was it? There was one big reason about that play that said do it, or that said there was going to be something about it. It was a dead giveaway that this news was important. You guys got the option chain. The chain was protecting itself. Exactly. When you go in, what started happening, when that news started coming out, the Spotify option chain, it started flashing $4.90, $1.80, $1.80. All of the spreads were going 300-400%. It was scared. So that's what they do, because if they're like, oh shit, something's happening, people are coming in here, we don't know what to do, we got to protect. Whoa, holy shit. What? What's happening? Ah! What the hell? Would that be? Apple puts. I think they're still up. Maybe you got $2 gain. They're holding not for long. But that's what I'm saying. Volatility just kicked in. Is it JPOW? I don't think it is. I'm not seeing anything. 11. Trump is holding a cabinet meeting. That could be it. Volatility, great again. Woo! What was his name? Sparky? What was his name? Sparky? There was Sonny, and what was his name? Was it Fizzle? What was that dude's name? Zippy. Zippy, I couldn't. Sparkling water, what was his name? Zippy. What did I say? I don't even know what I said. That's Zippy. Zippy. Zippy was dope, bro. Zippy was a hustler, though. I know. Zippy, don't y'all let him fool you with the name. Zippy was politicking. Zippy was out there. Zesty. The spot play is up already. We're up. That play's almost up 400% on the Spotify's. It's a July call, but we got it. Again, the chain was broken, and I stole them. But I was late. I could have got them cheaper. I hesitated on that because that's why even when I got it, I was like, shit, bad play. I was mad that I got the play because I was like, I don't know. The chain was crazy, but then we got the extra $10 move or $5 move there. Still farming. I hate that feeling. And you could hear it. Go watch it. You heard it. I mean, you hear it. And I was like, damn it. I did. I hate it. I know. And I say shit bad. I hate it. I hate it. But usually one of you guys called it out. You were like, oh, I've seen that before. Usually some of the plays I'm not confident in are usually the best ones because it makes sense, right? You know, the market was tripping out. The market is reacting. The option chain didn't know. That's why I felt that way too. Because when the market makers are protecting yourself, you're very prone to mess up. So, and lab work, you're doing lab work too. There you go, baby. I like what you're doing too, man. God bless you. I hate the green on Robinhood. I feel you. Trump live. What do you mean by protecting themselves? They widen the spreads. So when a chain is liquid and there's people willing to buy and sell at a certain price, and then news drops, and then the key is $1.80 and $4.80. When you see the spreads just widen in a second, and then they go to crazy parts, the chain protects itself. The market makers protect themselves, and they start widening a crazy spread because they're like, we don't know how to price this in. So if we widen the spread by this much, it gives them like a 30%, 40% buffer on the break even. So even if they don't know the news, they're willing to sell it at that high of a premium because they don't know, but they're not willing to buy and sell at the normal prices they just were because they're confused. Yes, 180 and 480, but you have to see it consistently. So just because you see $1.80, that doesn't mean anything. When you see every contract go 480, $1.80, 480, $1.80, and then the bids drop and the spreads widen, they're protecting. It's banking. This is banking 101. It's literally what's happening with mortgage rates right now. Why aren't they giving out loans for mortgages? Because now there's so much uncertainty. If the rates fluctuate, what are they doing? They're going to tighten up, or they're going to raise the interest to make sure they can account for any risk. Ugh. The value is unknown. Exactly. Value's changing. So what do you bid in that moment? That is up to you. You have to be able to make a fair assessment using your budget, balance. What do you think is going to happen? But that's the risk. That's why when I did that play, I was like, fuck, it was too much. You see what I'm saying? Because I didn't know. It's either in those situations, you were either going to grossly underpay for the option, or you're going to grossly overpay for the option. So if I was wrong, I just spent 50 cents for a $10 option. But now I was right. I spent 50 cents for a $1.50 option. Beautiful. To get filled quick. It doesn't matter if you get filled quick, though. You see what I'm saying? You're saying, I want to get filled quick. Listen to what I just told you. If you get filled too quick and then at the wrong price, there's going to be a problem. The key is where you get filled. That's it. And then what it does, or the key is spotting the chain that they don't do. So I have a video on this. I have a whole video. It's called How I Beat the Market Makers. You end up with a broke Tiffany call. Exactly. You know? So go watch that video. It says, it's called How I Beat the Market Makers. I explain all of this and then which contracts to look for. So there's giveaways on this. Again, I've seen this my whole life. Like, again, the last, 14 years and then 5-10 years with options. You see this so much. And then you learn to, and that's why you get to pick out which. And again, after I've given this lesson to people, I see you guys snake the chains. I see you on there. I think someone got that one even before me. It's a good thing to look into, but you'll know not only the number 180, 480, but you'll notice go watch the video. It's a good video. It's just called How I Beat the Market Makers, the Trading Fraternity on YouTube. It's a great video. Great.
I never settle. Water climbing, I ain't frightened. See, I am a vessel. Check the timing, it's surprising how I reach this level. Cause I'm a Bezos, who's a bozo, who just bought a bezel.
Hey guys, it's me, Josh. The real Josh. No, the fake Josh. No. TL.
The real Josh. The fake Josh. There it is. That's the video. And algorithms when certain events occur. It's really great. It's a great video. If you don't like that video, you're just a hater. And honestly, if you're going to be like, oh, I didn't learn anything, you're a liar. Promise you. So that's the video link. I definitely watch it.
By the virus, it's more important than ever to remove burdens that destroy American jobs. In a few minutes, I will sign an executive order instructing federal agencies to use any and all authority to waive, suspend, and eliminate unnecessary regulations that impede economic recovery.
Like what?
And we want to leave it that way. We want to leave it that way. In some cases, we won't be able to, but in other cases, we will. And you've heard me say many times, I've said, and I've said it very strongly, that regulations, we've done more regulation cutting than any president in history, whether they're there for 4 years, 8 years, or in one case more. We've done more regulation cutting. I don't mean just in a year or 2 years. I mean in the 3.5 years that we've been here, we've cut far more regulations by a factor of a lot than any other administration, any other presidency. So
no one
that's
has
really
seen
something.
anything like it.
I'm directing agencies to review the hundreds of regulations we've already suspended in response to the virus and make these suspensions permanent where possible. I'm also instructing agencies to use the emergency authorities to speed up regulation cuts or new rules that will create jobs and prosperity and get rid of unnecessary rules and regulations.
It looks like the chloroquine weared off right this one.
It would take 20 years
so
to build
weird.
a highway. You'd have to go through various
looks
agencies
a little older,
to get the
this
same
one.
permit. I lived with it in the private sector, so I know it better than anybody. Where you go years and years and years to build a simple roadway or a simple building. and it would end up costing an absolute fortune, many, many times what it should cost.
The spy's coming down with it, everything.
And it would take years before you could even seek final approval. 5 years, 7 years, 20 years, 21 years, a certain highway built recently, a small highway. I would call it a road, 21 years to get it approved. And then by the time they get it approved, it costs 100 times more in some numbers that you wouldn't even believe. We're getting rid of all of that. We're down now on roads,
oh my God,
working
Mark
with
is
Elaine
clapped.
and Department of Transportation.
It's coming down again. That's a huge
We're down
candle,
to a 2-year
dude.
period. We want to see if we can do better. We have roads in there for 18, 17, 20, 21 years over the years. I'm not blaming Elaine for that. I'm just saying over the years there have been roads that have gone through a process for many years, roads and highways. So
Dude,
we're
that's
going to
a
be
big-
getting it down to a year. And
This
maybe
is a
it's not
big
going to get passed for
drop,
environmental
bounce
reasons
move.
or safety reasons, but we're going to know quickly. But if it does pass, it's
You'll
going to
get
happen
banned for
fast.
F in the chat.
Acting OMB director, soon to be permanent director.
Here's
Where's
example
Russ?
1.
Did you hear what I said? Soon to be permanent director. Okay, that's a big statement. Some people would say that's big news. He's done a fantastic job. So congratulations. Well, we have to get him to approve, but we'll give you a congratulations just prior to approval, right? So you're doing great. Thank you very much. So acting OMB director Russ Vaught will present details on this effort, and we'll go into that. So Russ has done a great job on exactly what he used to come into my office and he'd say, I think we can cut a lot of different things in terms of regulation. And Russ, I think also very importantly, we'll have a better product. It's actually going to give us a better result. And we're adhering to the environmental impact studies and all of the other things we have to do to get these permits. But so Russ Vaught, thank you very much. I want to once again thank every member of the cabinet for your commitment to helping our nation reopen, to recover and rebuild. I'd like to now ask a man who's done a fantastic job as the head of the task force. He's worked literally, I think literally 24 hours a day sometimes to make sure everything's gone well. Today we had a really great article by Rich Lowry who talked about the tremendous job that we've done in terms of the task force, in terms of the coronavirus and getting things going and getting people what they need, whether it's ventilators, testing, or many other things. And I appreciated that article very much because there's been a very false narrative. People have no idea what an incredible job the people in federal government have done, and that includes generals and admirals and lots of others. So I want to thank Mike Pence for the great job you've done, Mike, and please say a few words.
Mr. President, and I think everyone around this cabinet knows that from the first day of this administration, you've made it clear that you have no higher priority than the safety and security of the American people. In January, when you took the unprecedented action of suspending all travel from China, before there was a single case of community transmission in the United States, it is inarguable, Mr. President, that your decision bought us a critical amount of time to stand up a national response all across this country. At the same time, in January, you stood up the White House coronavirus task force, and over the course of February, you began to suspend more travel, establish screening at more than 11 airports around the United States, again with the priority of protecting the health and safety of the American people. And from the first day, Mr. President, that you asked me to lead the White House coronavirus task force, we have focused on the health of the American people. It would be on March 15th at your direction that we released the White House coronavirus guidelines for America. We asked a lot of the American people.
No, that's not me making plays. That's
and
them.
the American people responded.
That's like the Tastyworks
15 days would become 45 days, and in that time,
diarrhea.
it was our objective, Mr. President, as you made clear, to save lives, to slow the spread, to flatten the curve. And because of what the American people did, because of the direction that you gave, and all of the dedicated members at HHS and FEMA and all of those around this table who've served on the task force, because of the partnership that you forged with every governor of both political parties across the country. We've made great progress. That being said, Mr. President, I know that you believe, as we all do, that one life lost is too many. And we grieve today for the loss of more than 90,000 Americans to the coronavirus. But at a time like this, the first cabinet meeting that we have had since the advent of this epidemic, it's important to remember that when we asked the American people to make all of those sacrifices, the estimates before you were that if we did nothing, we could lose between 1 million and 2.2 million American lives. And in fact, even by taking the steps that we took, the estimates were still clear that even if we flattened the curve, that we could still lose 100,000 to 240,000 Americans. And so while we grieve the loss of those more than 90,000 Americans and their families are on our hearts today, we recognize the progress that we have made. Among the progress that we made, Mr. President, in flattening the curve and slowing the spread was preserving, as you directed, the capacity of our healthcare system. One of the great concerns that we had early on was that our healthcare system, our hospitals, would be overwhelmed by the coronavirus. That did not occur, Mr. President. Truth is, as you've reflected many times, because of the ingenuity of the American people, because of our partnership with states, because of a great logistics team that worked with the task force, no American who has needed a ventilator was ever denied a ventilator in the United States. It is an extraordinary accomplishment. And the report that I received today is that the national stockpile now has more than 15,000 ventilators. And because of the public-private partnerships that you've forged, we'll actually see American companies manufacture more than 110,000 ventilators in 100 days. Over 13 billion supplies and critical PPE were also delivered to doctors and nurses and first responders and to Americans on the front lines of this pandemic. And on the subject of testing, Mr. President, when you tapped me to lead this task force, we had fully done, under the old system of public labs, we had fully done only 8,400 coronavirus tests at the end of February. But as you just reflected, because of the public-private partnership that you formed with commercial labs across the country, we've now performed nearly 12 million coronavirus tests and more than 400,000 in a single day this past weekend. And Mr. President, as I'll share with the team, as we're increasing testing, the good news to Americans is, nevertheless, cases are going down. You reflected on that in your visit to the Capitol today and in your opening remarks. And in that, I hope, despite the heartbreak and the hardship that we have all endured, I hope the American people can sense that they've made progress. That as we continue to scale testing all across the country, our team with Admiral Giroir at the helm and FEMA at the helm estimates that we'll be able to conduct maybe 40 to 50 million tests a month by this September. But even as testing is expanding across the country, we're seeing cases coming down, and that's a tribute to the American people. But it's not just been the health of the American people that's been challenged, Mr. President. As you rightly observed, businesses large and small who have had to shutter their operations. We heard from restaurant owners earlier this week. No. And with the great work of our Secretary of the Treasury and your leadership, Mr. President, $188 billion in loans have been approved to small businesses. Nearly $583 million have been awarded through community health centers, all 50 states. We have been there at the point of the need for businesses large and small. We have been there for vulnerable populations. And at your direction, Mr. President, we'll continue to lean forward in that fight. The action that you're taking today with signing the executive order is going to make it even more possible for us to build this economy back again for the American people. And it was in that spirit that 1 month ago, Mr. President, as I close, you directed the White House Coronavirus Task Force to release guidelines to open up America again. And I'm proud to report to the Cabinet today that Our best information is that all 50 states, as of today, are partially reopening their economies.
Wow.
And the American people
Except
are
for
responding
California.
and breathing that free air again. They're doing it responsibly. They're enjoying the opportunity to be out in many states, to enjoy restaurants, businesses opening back up. The big three automakers went back to work this last Monday.
Yeah, BlackRock is getting a weird action Detroit. All day. Banks are down 4%.
America is
down
on its way back through a great season of hardship. It's a testament to the resilience of the American people. So, Mr. President, you charged the White House Coronavirus Task Force to have one mission, and that was save lives. To have one team, and that was to forge
I don't know what other meetings.
relationships all across the country.
Bro, today was packed.
Because of your leadership, because of the great work of this cabinet, because of governors around the country.
Literally every hour.
But mostly because of
so exciting.
Our incredible healthcare workers and the cooperation of the American people. We've slowed the spread, we flattened the curve, and we are reopening America. And Mr. President, I'm proud to report to you that we're on our way. And I promise you this entire team is going to continue to work with governors around the country at your direction until we bring the American economy all the way back, as you often say, bigger and better than ever before. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mike. And again, thank you very much for doing a great job. So I'm going to sign this now, and then Ben and Steve will speak, and then we'll go around the room a little bit, and we'll say what we want. I'd like to congratulate Rick Grinnell for doing such a fantastic job as acting. I don't think you want to be permanent.
Why does it sound staged?
So I think you're very happy to be acting, but what a job. I think you'll go down as the all-time great acting ever
the president
at any
of the United
position.
States.
So thank you very much, Rick.
You got to come off a certain way. Organization.
Would you like to say something? Go ahead, please.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't know what he's doing,
though. Greetings from an Intel community that is very interested in providing.
So he's signing something right now, but I really don't know what it is. It's like an executive order to roll back regulations, but it's not clear.
In any possible way. And I have to tell you, Mr. President, that I have heard from hundreds of members of the current Intel community who are extremely pleased with transparency of their work. And that's what they're shooting for. That's what they want to provide to policymakers is information that is not politicized by politicians in any way on any side of the aisle, but to be able to protect their intelligence estimates. We all know that they're estimates, and they are proud to give them when not manipulated by others.
Well, we appreciate your great work. Thank you, Rick, very much.
Thank you, sir.
I'm going to sign this now, and so this is regulations are going to be cut, and the potential is that you're going to find regulations that nobody has ever thought of before, because you're going to be doing it yourselves, and this gives you great authority to cut regulations.
I really think we're allowed to print money now.
The record by a lot. It's not even close.
It's the best joke ever hit.
You'll have a chance to cut regulations. When I look at EPA sitting here, and I look at the veterans sitting here, and I look at all of the different people, Homeland Security, Chad. Look at all of the great talent around this table. You'll have a right to do something that nobody would ever have thought you would have the right to do.
Let's go, baby.
And so I just want you to go to town and do it right, do it properly, make sure everything is safe.
We're going to do it properly.
And make sure it's environmentally good for those of you that are in that category. But
he said for those into that shit.
Very important. Elaine, you can do things that nobody would believe in your department, Department of Transportation.
Yes.
So good luck, and I'm signing this. It gives you tremendous power to cut
doing it for us, Chad. Let's go, baby. He's signing it. Back to the pen strokes. Oh man.
Here you go, Ben.
Oh man, that's how you finish today. An executive order for Chad. Clap it up for Chad. We're clapping for Chad. You don't have to like Trump. We're clapping for Chad.
Okay, Ben, would you like to say something, please?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. And a big thank you to all the cabinet members. Almost everybody has been deeply
Let's go, baby. I love you guys.
The refocusing of the Opportunity and Revitalization Council. And Jared and Christian and Brooke also big help. Just as was done during the greatest generation, many sectors of our society are being reconfigured to meet the singular goal of winning our war against this invisible enemy. Companies that made bedding linen are now making masks, and plants that produce vehicles are now producing ventilators. I worked at some of those plants growing up in Detroit. And now
someone
the
get
White
me
House
that sound
Opportunity
bite.
and Revitalization Council,
Someone get me that clip
which was
where he says we're
formed
just doing
by
it for
you
Chad.
to help long-forgotten communities achieve economic opportunity, will refocus and expand to help America's hardest-hit communities and achieve economic recovery, overcome health disparities, and thrive through educational advancement. Education being the ticket. It doesn't matter where you came from, you get a good education, you can write your own ticket. Since your historic Tax Cuts and Job Act, billions of dollars from the private sector have been invested in these designated opportunity zones, which are home to nearly 35 million people. Through this initiative, we've fostered partnerships between people who seldom sit down together. We're talking about business leaders, community leaders, faith-based leaders, housing advocates, investors, builders, state and local and federal officials. The Revitalization Council, which I have the privilege to chair, alongside our Executive Director, Scott Turner, who's here in this room somewhere.
Spine's now breaking right below the low we had of the day, so watch
here.
Oh,
there he is over there. Okay. Has played a big role in the success, identifying more than 270 different federal actions to support and increase investment in opportunity zones through things like grant preference points, loan qualifications, reduced fees, eligibility criteria modifications, and a number of other incentives. And at your direction, we're now taking our considerable capacity to discover
That's like half a point break, but realistically, that was almost a full point.
And minority
That's a big break.
That disproportionately affected.
That was what butter looks like. So if
you
ever hear the term butter, it didn't even have nothing to do with that. So watch even 293 flat.
Policy approaches in areas including housing, education, technology, broadband, workforce, entrepreneurship.
Yeah, the puts aren't getting up. We still have the Facebook.
And long-term community development. And under your leadership, this administration has shined a light on the forgotten men and women whose job prospects and health disparities are often hidden in the shadows. Mr. President, you've been a champion for all Americans, especially our low-income and minority communities. And we're committed to continuing your work, not only to restore, but to advance the historic gains and prosperity many enjoyed before this global epidemic. Your council will not only continue its focus to bring more jobs and better jobs, but it will also expand to better fortify public health services that will improve medical and social health outcomes and uplift our most distressed communities.
There's still a lot of force in that.
American people will come out the other
That's
side
why
of this
I got that one apple
stronger
put. I'm
and more
chill now
determined
just
than
to
ever.
cover us for this.
Thanks to
But
the
I don't want to go
authority
to.
you
Don't
have
get caught on a
vested
pump fake.
In the Revitalization Council, we will leverage these powers to heal America's hardest hit communities and return to prosperity as safely and swiftly as possible. And thank you for not giving in to the naysayers and to the people who use fear to control people, and instead giving people hope, not with just your words, but with your actions. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Ben. You know, I had to run against him, and he was very tough. And he was even tougher when he'd run onto a stage holding a Bible up in the air. That was tough. I said, that's tough to beat. But I said, if I'm ever so lucky, I have to get him in the administration. So that's what happened, and you've done a great job. Thank you very much. Steve, where are we?
I can't tell if Trump actually,
Thank you, Mr. President.
if he just
So I'm pleased to
respects the
report,
Bible or if he really
your
believes
administration
in it.
has been hard at
Either
work
way, I'm down with it,
implementing
but
the CARES
still.
Act. We've really made incredible progress over the last month, working on putting over $3 trillion into the economy. Unprecedented amount of support for American business and American workers. And I just want to highlight a few of the things. Working with SBA, we were able to develop the Paycheck Protection Program
he just respects
from scratch.
it. Yeah, I think he.
That's now impacted over 4.3 million companies, impacting over 50 million workers. $513 billion having 5,500 lenders working, and we are
I think
extremely
Solomon
pleased
cheated on all of his wives
that
too.
we have increased the number of CDFIs and minority
David murdered a
lenders
dude
and
just so he could get
fintech
some
lenders,
punani.
now making sure we get this across the country with an average loan size of $118,000. So this program is really impacting American workers. Working with the Federal Reserve, I have approved 9 special facilities totaling about $2.5 trillion. That's about half of our capacity. And in particular, I'd just like to highlight the Main Street Lending Program, which is for small and mid-market companies, will be up and running by the end of this month.
That's all.
And then I would just comment on the economic impact payments, Mr. President, have really had a big impact. We've delivered over $239 billion to 141 million Americans. And I want to highlight, we couldn't be more pleased, 114 million of those we did direct deposit into people's accounts. We did 27 million checks. And Mr. President, we now have developed debit cards. So in an effort to expedite money,
pull it out. It's going to be a Visa gift card.
Very safe
I can't
way.
wait to see this. This is crazy. This is 2020,
what
bro.
a debit card looks like with your name on it, Mr. President. Now, there's no money for you on it. This is
Dude, it's a
blank
Visa
debit
gift
card. I
card.
want you to see what many Americans will now get so that we could get their money to them.
Dog,
even
this is
quicker,
crazy.
and going
This is
forward,
crazy. I
debit
never
cards
thought
are a
I'd see
safe
that
and
in my
secure
life.
way
That's
of
wild.
delivering refunds.
A government-issued Visa gift card where they're like, yeah, just load it up.
The next time we send money, you'll get to send another letter.
I feel like I'm getting paid under the table by the
Steve's
government.
had a great career. He had a great educational
you could use it anywhere. Go
career,
ahead. You get
tremendous
anything you want with it.
student, and,
There's not
went on
cash.
to very, very tremendous business success. And all of that experience was necessary for what you're doing, right? But there's nobody better with money and controlling money and handling money. So I want to thank you very much. Thank you. Alex, please say a few words.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. You know, your top priority has always been the health, safety, and well-being of the American people as we've been going through this pandemic, and that's been our priority throughout this crisis.
Oh, this guy.
We've got to
Remember
get
him?
life back
Smooth
to normal,
speaker?
and we've got to restart the roaring Trump
to that
economy,
bass and that
and we have the
voice.
tools to do that. The right mindset for reopening is not about balancing health versus the economy. It's actually about balancing
card.
health versus health. By one estimate, the virus-induced recession will see an extra 65,000 deaths from suicide, drug overdose, alcohol abuse in the coming years, possibly even more. States are seeing a decline in the reporting of child maltreatment because kids aren't at school. They're not seeing doctors and teachers who would otherwise report maltreatment in the home environment, and so it goes unaddressed. Mammograms are down 87%. Colonoscopies are down 90%. Approximately 1.7 million new cancer cases are diagnosed per year in our country, and if we're seeing an 80% drop in cancer cases identified, we could already have 300,000 or more undiagnosed cancer cases as a result of this crisis. A CDC report found a 60% reduction in vaccine administrations, including for our kids, pediatric vaccinations.
True. If they're giving us a card
millions
now,
of kids not getting vaccinated.
Bro, they're planning for a lot of money.
The good news is that under your leadership, we built a path forward so that we can have safe reopening. We have the surveillance tools. We have the testing tools. We have the containment methodologies and resources. We are developing therapeutics and we're developing vaccines.
I'm not feeling it.
So we have the strategy and the recipe to support the safe reopening of our economy. And for the sake of Americans' health and well-being, we've got to support this and move ahead with safe reopening. You know, I mentioned some of the physical health risks of keeping our country closed down, but we have here today with us our Assistant Secretary for Substance Abuse, for Mental Health and Substance Abuse, Dr. Ellie McCants-Katz, who's a psychiatrist and is the first ever psychiatrist to lead SAMHSA. And she, if you don't mind, was going to say a couple words really about how extended stay-at-home orders can impose really lasting mental health challenges for us, if that's okay, Mr. President.
We'd love that.
Visa, yeah, bro.
Please,
That's actually crazy. The implications of that card are nuts. That means a lot more stimulus is coming.
Mr. President, Vice President Pence, members of the Cabinet, and colleagues.
XRP has nothing to do with this.
As I've listened to states and communities
What about
struggle
Litecoin?
with mental illness issues that have arisen as a result of the virus, I wanted to ensure that governors yesterday heard these concerns from a medical perspective. As my physician colleagues on the task force have been careful to rightly note, their perspective and advice centers on one aspect of the pandemic, virus containment. However, even medically, it is not the sole perspective. I felt that it was important to offer the governors a different, albeit equally important, medical perspective. As such, I made the following remarks. It is my privilege to serve as the Assistant Secretary for Mental Health and Substance Use, but today I really speak to you more as a psychiatrist who also happens to hold a PhD in infectious disease epidemiology. Never did I imagine the nation would be experiencing the coinciding of mental health issues and infectious disease that my training addressed.
Who you?
The research literature is clear on the effects of quarantine and stay-at-home practices on mental health. We know that the longer the duration of these orders, the greater the intensity of the mental health problems experienced. We also know that these symptoms persist for years to come, even once quarantine is lifted. The data tell us that when the lives of adults, children, and families are drastically changed for extended lengths of time, for many, anxiety, depression, and stress disorders will become manifest and will persist. These are real health conditions with potentially long-lasting consequences that must be taken seriously.
They hit the wire, the gift card?
To put all of this in perspective, I believe it is important to point out that pre-pandemic, we lose 120,000 lives a year to drug overdose and suicide. How many more lives are we willing to sacrifice in the name of containing the virus? When we look at strategies to reopen, as a medical doctor, I ask that you take into account whole health, not just one narrow aspect of physical health. We continually ask ourselves what the health costs and risks may be of reopening, but I ask what might they be of not reopening, or reopening in such a restrictive way that American lives are not restored. Of course, containing the effects of coronavirus are critically important, but so too is preventing suicide. So too is keeping a person from being terrified to ever leave their home. So too is protecting the mental health of our nation's young people. I ask you to remember that not every home is a safe home. Not every individual can withstand the trauma of not seeing or interacting physically with loved ones. Not every parent can survive the mental anguish of not being able to feed their children because of lost employment. Not every child can exist in a healthy way without the structure and support of school. We have to take a step back and recognize the other effects of our policies. While we contain the virus, are we increasing the risk for suicide and drug overdose? Are we creating a future of substance use and addiction for millions of additional Americans? And if we are doing those things, why have we decided collectively that this is okay? We've worked so hard in states and communities across this country to combat epidemics like the opioids crisis. Why are we willing to forget those efforts now or deem them less important? As a psychiatrist, I would argue that a life lost to suicide is just as important as a life lost to coronavirus. A family who loses someone to drug overdose
I like what she's saying.
the same
agree.
grief
I agree.
as a family who loses a loved one to coronavirus.
She sounds
Let
great,
us not
too.
forget that all American lives are precious. Our citizens count on us to remember their health and safety in all aspects of life. The preservation of Americans' health and the health of our citizens
One more new low for the spy
cannot
here.
be
Watch
measured
out.
by only one metric.
2 minutes till the 10-minute.
Virus containment cannot be our only goal, no matter the cost to Americans. If we ignore the reality of the enormous mental health strain we've put on our citizens on the backdrop of an already overburdened mental health care system, I'm saddened but certain that the next major public health crisis of our
Some
time
of you guys are
will be that of
savage,
mental and
bro.
substance use disorders, and it is not far behind.
Just be,
I urge you to factor this
be thankful
reality
that
into
you don't
your
have
planning.
certain issues and
And I
that
thank you for
certain
the work
things don't
you've done
affect
thus
you
far
like
on
other
behalf of the
people,
millions
okay?
of Americans
That's all.
with mental and substance use disorders.
Thank you very
Amen,
much,
lady.
Doctor.
Amen.
Appreciate it.
Amen.
Very sobering. That's tough.
Yeah, very
That's
sobering.
tough.
Amen. Tell him, Trump.
But we're getting there. We're getting back. That's very important. Thank you. Great job. I'd like to ask Chad Wolf from Homeland Security just to say, maybe discuss the record low numbers we have of people crossing the border, our southern border in particular.
Absolutely, Mr. President. I think we are taking, at your direction, the Vice President's direction, the task force.
Who is this?
We've taken a number of measures that protecting public health.
Oh, dude, he looks just like Chad.
Proactive and
this
prudent
is how I
measures
picture
at the
you
border.
guys.
Those
Perfect line through
include
the head.
non-essential travel
Look at his
restrictions
posture.
that we have with both
He's
Canada
leaning
and Mexico.
forward a little bit, but you can see
These also
it.
include
That's good posture.
continued construction of the border wall
Look at,
system.
oh, dude, he's
Perhaps
lined
most
up and
importantly,
everything.
New
This
measures
is my
that
guy,
we've
bro.
instituted along that southwest border regarding illegal border entries. And those are the numbers that you're referring
Totally does
to.
push-ups, bro.
Last month in
Look
April,
at
we
this
had
killer.
a little under 17,000
That's my guy.
folks that crossed the border illegally. Compare that to a year ago. April of 19 was over 120,000 individuals. So
and they were all brought out, right?
That's right. And so 80% of those
17,000 crossed, but 17,000 were brought out.
Yeah, what are those companies on the low
80%
ticker?
of those 17,000 were removed within 120 minutes, 2 hours. The rest took just a little bit longer, but are continuing to be removed as well. So,
and that's a first. That's
I think
a
a lot of
first
shitty
in the
corporations
last
are
40
dropping right
years.
now. That's absolutely right. Again, at your leadership, the task force leadership, we continue to make progress on that border.
Thank you very much, Chad.
Thank you.
Also, Mark Meadows, who's our chief of staff, he's been around Washington for a while. He's very popular in North Carolina. He had a seat that was very easy for him to keep, and I talked to him long and hard for a while, for a long while. But he's a friend of mine. But he's going to go down as the ultimate, hopefully, chief of staff. So, Mark, it's really nice to have you. Would you like to say a few words?
Thank you, Mr. President. Obviously, your work and the work of this cabinet on behalf of the American people is very evident. It's critical that we make sure that Americans are healthy, safe, secure, and prosperous.
You're welcome,
and
Mr.
because
President.
of the work of everyone around this table, and more importantly, your leadership,
Everything's
we're
taking a big
setting
red right now,
the
so keep that in
example
mind.
of how not only to
Yo, T-Mobile is huge.
one of the most difficult
T-Mobile's
silent
huge. Someone
killers
just posted that.
we've
Check
ever
news.
faced in our history, but also how to come out of that more united. And because of your executive order today, we are not only ready to reopen our country, but we're open for business once again. So I thank you for your leadership, and it's an honor to serve you and the people of this great country.
Thank you very much, Mark. Let's do it, and we'd like to do it. How are you doing?
Well, thank you, Mr. President. We're doing well. I'm never in a hurry to do a deal, as you know. So, yeah, we'll see how that works out. I would like to report, though, that on July 1st, we'll have USMCA fully in effect, which is just in time for the reopening. We'll have the new rules that'll help American workers, farmers, ranchers. And we're now beginning to see some substantial
the contracts are
new
overpriced on that
sales.
one.
I'll defer to Sonny, of course, on
said a low
agriculture,
limit,
but
didn't
in the
get filled. I'm not
agriculture area
feeling
and a
it.
variety of others because of this and the other deals that you've done. But in terms of the UK deal, we're just beginning that, and we'll see how that turns. As you said to me 1,000 times, we'll see how that turns out. So that's what I tell them.
$1 billion. We've created a new deal with South Korea, which was many, many billions of dollars. It was a defective deal. Now it's a very good deal. But USMCA is actually the largest trade deal ever made anywhere in the world. People don't realize the amount of business that we do with Canada and with Mexico is monumental. It's the biggest trade deal in the world, bigger than the deal we made with China. Most people don't know that. And the China deal is kicking in. They're buying a lot, but I feel differently now about that deal than I did 3 months ago. And we'll see what all happens. But
come on, see, read between, bro. He just said something.
Very disappointing thing happened with China because the plague flowed in.
Oh no!
And that wasn't supposed to happen.
Dog, that's
and it could have been stopped. So I want to thank you very much, Bob. You're doing really a fantastic deal. You have a lot of records, and one of the people I wanted to get when I was elected was Bob Lighthizer because he had the record and really had the reputation as being the best trade negotiator anywhere in the world that everybody respected. He was the authority. So I got him, and you've lived up to your reputation. Now let's see if you can exceed it. Because you have plenty of work to do. How is it going with UK?
It's going to take 4 years, 4 more years to do it.
I know.
That's all I ask.
The first thing Boris did when fortunately he was better because he's a great guy, Boris Johnson, Prime Minister, he called me and he wanted to talk about the trade deal. How's it going? That was his first words to me. How's the trade deal going? I said, how are you feeling? So it was really something, but great job. And Mike Pompeo has done a fantastic job at State, and he's been doing a lot of traveling, working hard. Anything to say, Mike?
So I'll just add that in the course of this, we've brought 93,000 Americans back home who were stuck because travel had ceased. State Department's done fantastic work getting these Americans back to their families. There's still a few more out there. We still got a little more work to do. And we're working to make sure that the global economy gets back on its feet, too. So along with Department of Homeland Security and Department of Transportation, trying to make sure that we've got all the processes in place so people can travel again in the way that they did before this virus hit this entire world.
Good, Mike. Thanks. Great job. I'd like to maybe ask Scott Turner to finish. He's somebody who's young and strong and powerful, and he's done an incredible job with opportunity zones and other things, and maybe you could finish it off, and we could take a couple of questions from the media if you'd like. But Scott, make the media so crazed that they say, boy, are they doing a great job.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, for your Thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership, and Secretary Carson, thank you all. And, you know, I was sitting here listening to all the remarks.
Okay. Not a recommendation. Do not trade this. You will lose money. But based off of what Trump said, I remember this plays is carrying off of the plays I've been doing over the last few weeks. I grabbed a YY. I grabbed a YY November put. 22.50. I got 3 of them at 65 cents a pop. The chain is crazy on there. The ones above it, you could probably go for a little bit less time, but do not trade that. That is related to what he just said and all that stuff. So I'm going there. Don't market order that one. Don't go crazy. The ask, I already see it jumping. So don't go try to bid on the other one if you're going to go for it. But again, wait, because if there's no development, that play will come back down. Don't chase anything, you guys. It always comes back down. The Facebooks you could have got cheaper. The Shopify you could have got cheaper, so you don't have to go for it right away.
Not one person. It's been a great team that's brought much fruit because of opportunity zones in America to the people inside of distressed communities, and I'm so humbled by that. But we have a lot of work to do. Our resolve is still the same. Our spirit is the same. Our fortitude is even stronger. The president has refocused the council, so our vision is broader. And because of that, we will not quit. And I want to thank all of you for your leadership. Thank you for your vision. Thank you for your encouragement.
What happened?
I know you got beat on that play, but you won't get beat on the next one.
Did they just cut him off? Bro, did they cut him off?
On the other side of the ball. In America, we are a team. The enemy is COVID. And I want to remind everybody in the room and everybody listening in America, we're all one team. This is the hunt.
Stronger as one. Okay.
We're encouraging each other.
All right.
We have each other's back.
I didn't see that coming, but I feel, bro.
What's happening on the next play? We have a great game plan.
Oh, YY has earnings tomorrow? Fuck.
All around the room. It's a tremendous
that makes sense.
team. And it's called the United States of America. COVID will get whooped.
COVID will get whooped, baby.
But it's going to take all of us. And I say that, Mr. President, because this is a blessing to me to be in this home. But when we say ready, break, the enemy better look out.
Woo! I like this guy, bro. Let's go, baby!
And have long-term sustainability.
Oh my God, I feel him. I feel him. I don't know where he came from, and I was a little weirded out at first, but I feel it.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Dr. Carson, and Mr. Vice President, all of you for your leadership. And I'm encouraged to be here, so thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, woo! Woo! Give this man a horn, bro. That was hype.
Oh, you know, we have a couple of seats.
But ladies and gentlemen, we're approaching our landing here. We had Mr. Trump in the way last time. We're actually about 15 seconds away from our 1 minute warning here, so I might have to let that in here and I'll wrap you up here. But we're coming towards the close, a little bit bumpy here with some turbulence as we head down. But please finalize all plays, and here it is. 1 minute! Thank you for that, sir. But again, as we approach our landing here, please make sure you have secured all bags. If you guys are going to be holding on to any of those bags, please secure those in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seat. If you're going to get rid of those bags, now is the time to do so. We'll be coming through the aisles here with the trash can. But as we approach the landing here, please do not get up until you've heard the bell and we fully taxied into the gate. We're going to be having the layover. Second link in the nightly watch list around 6 p.m. is going to be your layover, or excuse me, 5 p.m. Pacific time for the layover on the watch list. And then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. So that is pretty much it. As always, we appreciate your guys' business. If you're interested in applying for a Colt Rapid Rewards program card, please flag down your flight attendant and they'll get you that brochure. But as always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and we appreciate your business. It's coming. Ding, 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 ding. My clock is all behind. All right, so we got Trump playing in the background, but we did it, baby. We did it. Let's go. Yes! What a day, man. What a day. What a high. GG. GG. GG, baby. GG. 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 That's what I'm talking about. It's okay. It don't matter whether you made money, you lost money. At least you learned something. Unfortunately, not everybody gets a trophy. That's not real life, but real life is you get to try again tomorrow, baby. So good. We got a lot of play. Today was an exciting day. A lot of do. Shout out to Colt, baby. Shout out to Colt. Big shout out to Chad. We love you, Chad. Amen, 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 amen. Hey, let's go, baby. Yes. 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 That's what I'm talking about. So, that being said, make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hi chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Oh, we need 300 beautiful souls. I need 300 beautiful souls to press hi chat, X out. We almost have 100,000 on here, too. So God bless you all. Second link for the Nightly Watch, this main channel. We will go over all the plays. So we made a decent amount of plays today. Some cool plays. We're going to go over those. Second link in the Nightly Watch list. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Check out the Real Estate channel. Lending Tips posted a video here. Free real estate, just like we do here. You got that. We got the music in the card channel. Here's a Tastyworks login. If you guys want to make a Tastyworks account, you could use my referral link, and I get paid off of it. So I think you should start with Thinkorswim, though, if you want a long-term portfolio. So there you go. Check out all the tutorials, how option pricing works, the Ghetto Spread, and the prayer request wall, baby. If you want me or my mom to pray for you, we do this. You could be anonymous. We don't ask anything from you. If you just want to have somebody in your corner praying for you, thinking about you, that's it. That's what we do, baby. That's what I like to do it. So I keep coughing. Excuse me. God bless you. But that's it, man. That's it. Second link, Nightly Watch List. First link, Scream Alerts. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. And hopefully we see you there. But that's it, baby. Today was a fun day. Did you guys have fun? I think you guys had to have learned something today and had a lot of fun. There was a lot of laughs. There was a lot of meetings. There was a lot of everything, bro. That was fun. That was fun, bro. Today was a lot. It was one thing after the next, bro. One play, then one play. Boom. We telegraphed the Shopify, but then we got the Callify, and then boom, another meeting came up, and then boom, that meeting was over. Then Joe Rogan, then boom, another drive-by by Trump, and then boom, we still looking at another drive-by by Trump. Today was crazy, bro. The news is coming back, baby. I don't think you realize, there's a whole generation of Chad that doesn't realize we were built upon the news. You know that? They don't understand. We live for the fucking news, man. This is it. They thought Stream Alerts was an alert service. They don't understand. Stream Alerts was for the news. You see what I'm saying? They don't get it. They don't get it. They came for the plays. They didn't realize it's gold, the info, everything. Let's go, baby. Man, that was a hype day, bro. I had a lot of fun. So I love you guys. God bless you. I hope you have fun. Let me tell you this, man. Huge, huge shout out to everybody who has been positive and respectful. Thank you for liking the video. Thank you for watching. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to even talk to you. And even if you didn't like me at first, maybe you still don't like me. Regardless, it's all love over here. So I love you. God bless you. Thank you for liking the video and all the people supporting out here, the positive comments, holding it down, the moderators, the pseudo moderators, the people who, just hold it down, everything, man. I'm telling you, we have a lot of negativity in the world. People focus on negativity. It's easy to focus on negativity. I could do that myself too. So I just something we have to do it, man. We got to give a special shout out to the people out there choosing positivity, because that doesn't get enough attention. You guys chose to be positive. You chose to like the video. You chose to follow rules on the internet when you didn't have to. You chose to do certain things and you didn't have to. You could have been a dickhead. You could have misinterpreted something. You could have been annoying. You could have done a multitude of things that just it would have been easier to do that than just being positive, yet you chose positivity. You chose to uphold something. You made your impression on the cult, baby. You know, you're part of something. You see the bigger vision. I love you guys. Thank you. God bless you. Oh, what? We got lending tips live? And, you know, I was thinking, it's guys like that, man. It's even the people like the cult music, the people who send stuff like Benny, the guys at Lending Tips, the guys who help out all in so many ways, you guys. Yeah, we got to run it up on Lending Tips, but I need a rant. So get the Lending Tips links ready. But I love you guys. I had a lot of fun today. The last few weeks, again, I just had to get my mind right with stuff, and I hope I could leave that with you guys. But ultimately, positivity and love always wins, baby. That's it. And y'all see it. And I really, today's lesson, man, you could go listen. I'm not even gonna hype it on you. I'm not even gonna rant it on you. Take the pressure off. That's it. That's all we got to do. And I'm telling, please, you come to me with a clear mind, we're gonna make some moves. I'm telling you. But if you got if you still got the noise from that one advertisement, you got the noise from what this person said, then you got the pressure of what you think the account's at and how you think it's supposed to look, there's a lot of clutter there. You come to me with the clear mind, we're going to make some moves, baby. You hungry? Let's eat. That's it. It's simple as that. I need y'all to but take it. And even, it's not even about the pot. It's not even about the money. That's the crazy part. This is for you, man. Relax. You guys will make very good decisions. I know life is tough. There's a lot of different things, but this is the point I'm trying to tell you, is that it will become easier when you take off unnecessary weight. It's like lifting. It's like, bro, you're doing 100 burpees when you don't have to. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So relax. You're doing burpees with weights on. Take the weight off, baby. You got enough on you already. Let's make moves. So I love you guys, though, but at the end of the day, thank you for being here. Thank you for not, it's one thing to just be here, but to be here and leave a positive impact. I mean, again, there's so many of you, but I don't think you really realize that it's everybody collectively choosing to make that decision. And that's what gives us what we have, It's so funny because you see the negativity, you see what people with one person, what they could do. But I mean, I see what thousands of people are choosing. I see people, and you don't have to be loud. Have you noticed that? I've always noticed that the haters, they can't, I don't know if it's they don't like it. Maybe they can't afford it. They're never supporting. The haters are always loud. The haters, you see what I'm saying? Negativity usually has no money behind it, and negativity is usually loud. What I've noticed is that the positivity, you guys are humble, you're quiet, and I get it. And that's what I'm saying. Like, ignore it. Don't ever water the weeds. There's people out there, man. There's so many of you guys who show love, and I get it. You're not loud. You're not like, oh my God, I love you. You're not as loud as the other person who whatever. And, read between the lines, and you guys see what it is, and just try to show love out here. You know what I'm saying? You see people come in here, even if they're mean and angry, understand where they're coming from, and try to, just give them a life jacket, man. Give them a handout. That's it. And there's nothing wrong. Some of you are like, oh, people just want handouts. I only show my friends. They only want a handout. Who cares? Give a handout. I don't think you'll realize it's good when you could give a handout. You'll realize that in life. You know that? You're going to get to that point. I like to give hands out. You know what I'm saying? I like it. And you know what? I like it when people give me a handout at times too. And that's okay. And now there's nothing. And you'll see it, man. Nothing is like getting pulled out of the mud, baby. You see what I don't think y'all feel me, man. I don't think y'all feel me, man. I hope you do. If you feel me, go show love. You know what I'm saying? If you feel me, you'll show some love. That's it. That's all it is, man. And I love you guys. I hope you had a wonderful day. I did. God bless you all, man. Just put a smile on your face today. Go do something positive, okay? You feel good. You had a good day. Whatever it is, you learned something. Remember, leave an impression. Give value to people. Leave them with something, man. Do something positive. You see somebody doing something, starting a business, anything, give them a thumbs up. Say, hey, keep doing it. I like it. Do it, keep going. That's cool. I see you. You can make a big impact by that. Show some support. How many of you guys get mad? I don't have people around me. Nobody supports it. Imagine if you could be that person who showed love. Oh, you see what I'm saying? And maybe if you start to do that, you'll start seeing people come do the same to you. It's beautiful, okay? You see someone getting bullied, don't pay any attention to the bully. Stand up for the person, has something, someone says, oh, shut up, this, that. Just like, I'm listening. Oh, I don't think it's that dumb. I think you're actually pretty cool. Let me, you know what I'm saying? Go be positive, and then go read Richest Man in Babylon, Strangest Secret in the World. All of those are free and accessible on YouTube and the internet. And then Proverbs, baby. New Living Translation. It's easy. Proverbs. It's a book on business. I know it says Bible, but that's how you weed people out. You know what I'm saying? You say, yeah, so get it. New Living Translation, Proverbs, book on business. That's it, baby. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Where's my guy now? Let's go. Let's go run it up on Mr. Lending Tops. Lending Tops. Where's Lending Tops? Where's Lending Tops? Lending Tops. Come here. Lending Tops. 4K, baby. Woo. Lending Tops. Oh, there's the link. All right, run it up. You see? So let's see. Oh, yes. I love it when he does these because then I get to watch them while I work. These have been really, really exciting lately. So if you guys don't know, I'm already setting it up. I went to go put it on my other screen so I could watch it. So what he's going to be doing, he's going out through real estate. He's going to properties, real properties, and he's going to be overlooking at them. So I'm going to probably be hanging out there as I wrap up my day here. I got to get through emails and some other work, but I'll probably be in that chat. It's good to watch. Run it up, spam him, like the video, say what's up, lending tips. You know what I'm saying? It's free too. Give him a subscribe. Do whatever you need to. If you guys want to get into real estate, you'll be good. Right, wrong chat? Oh, shit. Oops. My bad. I would have kept doing that. I had no fucking idea. Okay, it's end of the day, bro. At least we hit the trades. You know what I'm saying? Thank God I didn't fat finger any trades, and it was just the YouTube. Oh man, see, you guys see my moments, okay? You see my moments, so go run it up on him. I can't believe I just did that. They're probably like, what is going on in here? That's funny. That's funny, bro. That's great. All right, man. That's it, man. I love you all, bro. I'll see you in there. That was fun. Let me throw this up on my other. God damn it. Other screen, man. And smile, man. I hope you're feeling good, bro. I really do, man. Be happy and enjoy it. It will come and go. Life is going to be up and down, but it sounds like progression. You know what I'm saying? Just accept it, bro. Take it in here. There you go. I see lending tips on there. This is nice. I'm excited to watch. See, I already have it up. Oh, I had to take off my stream. So, yeah, I think that's pretty much it, man. I think that's pretty much... Wait, no, I can't even find my chat now. Yeah, that's it. Okay, there you go. I see you guys. So, I hope you're ready, man. I hope you're ready. You got that email? tradingfraternity@gmail.com. Email me that. That's a great clip. But that's it, man. I'll see you on the watch list, 5 p.m., 5:15, depending on the real estate stream. There's going to be a lot of stuff, a lot of plays, a lot of news already. I hope you guys are ready, and I hope you learned something today so we could come into tomorrow with no pressure. And what I'm saying is like there's a balance, budget, and pressure. That is the recipe. Okay? That's what we need to that's the priority, honestly. You know, the budget and the balance and then the pressure. That's it. If we could get those knocked out of, you get that under control, a lot of stuff will take care of itself. You see what I'm saying? You just get, as long as you get the right seed and the right soil and just give it enough, everything will take care of itself. It's like, what if it's cloudy today? What if there's this and that? No. It will take care of itself. So please don't underestimate the budget, the balance. All of this stuff is very, very important, okay? So, whoa. All right, that's it, though. I love you all. God bless you. Stay safe. I'll see you in the morning. Make sure you smile. I'll see you in the morning. That's it, man. So, peace out. I'll talk to you guys soon. Have a wonderful day. I'll see you on the real estate chat. Run up the real estate. I'm in the right chat. Okay, bye. I gotta go. Peace. Oh!